When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack one when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack one when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack one when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be balance.
Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
Yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
Facts.
criminal
political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Weather outside is humid. She turn up her location, she must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping, so who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
You know, shit like that. Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money.
Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets.
That's a dialogue.
We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack one when I'm traveling. The shit. Taking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit. Taking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit. Taking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right.
But I knew when we start kissing, I found love.
Perfect. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yo. Check. We here. DJ Hampton Stampede. We in the building. Love is popping.
Shit like that. Shit.
Huh?
I said, good afternoon.
Oh yeah, it's 12 over there. Okay.
Shit like that.
How's everybody doing, man? We got 65 people so far. We got 30 likes.
All right, y'all. That's what's up.
Doing better. Bub was popping. Shaolin was popping. Elder AD, what up though? Appreciate you, Tom. Hope all is well. Valerie was popping.
What's up, Valerie?
Valerie, hit the link one time for the one time. What's up, Almond Eyes?
Yes.
See, what up? Impressive Vibes, what's up? What's popping? Normal Nerd, we see you. Eamon, what up, though? I think we missed you yesterday. I didn't see you yesterday in the chat. Hope all is well, man. All right. Yeah, that's all right. You can
give me It's all good.
Wind chime.
I can get no love, Wind chime. What's up, Wind chime?
We got you. Enos, Honey Bunny, we missed you yesterday. I didn't see you yesterday. See, what's popping? Crown Prince, what up, though? Isaac, I don't think I saw. No, Isaac was here yesterday. Yeah. But I didn't see you yesterday. What's up with you? Now you want to say hi, Valerie. It's too late for the nicey. It's too late for the nicey nice. You already came in smoking.
Wow.
Golden Gate, what up, though? Drabo, how you? Little Plastic Spoon was popping. Omega Dre, yeah, we in here. Jerice, what up? Lauren.
Yeah.
Damn, I hope your car ain't start this morning. East Side was popping.
I thought so too, East Side. I thought so too.
Kenny, what up? Huh? What East Side say?
He said he thought everyone would be happy for love.
Why would they be happy for you?
Why would they not?
What is there to be happy about? What? Fill me in.
Well, last week, last podcast I was on, a man poured his heart out to me.
Is that right?
He pulled up, made it known what he wanted, made his intentions known.
Tell me more.
We gotta get people to watch the video, but if y'all go back, you'll see how this handsome gentleman came on the panel and told me what he felt about me and how he's been feeling about me for a while.
Yeah. How did you feel? How you feel when he told you how you felt?
I feel good.
All right. There we go.
Feel good. And then he surprised everyone and pulled up.
Is that right? So, all right, walk me through this real quick.
This is what we're doing today, Ham. Oh, you got me.
You
got me. Okay.
You brought it up.
No, I did not.
You brought it up. So walk me through this.
You got me.
Perfect.
You got me. Okay. You cute. You feel cute.
Can I press play?
Go ahead. It's out there. Go for it.
Shit, wrong button.
Still talking. JP still talking.
Bro, we get it.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Everybody here to talk.
Oh, hey, love. Can I say something to you, love?
What's up, Osa? What's up, Osa? What's up, Osa? Come on,
Hey,
Nate.
Why you forcing it? You're on mute.
I wasn't forcing it. He wanted to say something, and I wanted to make space for what he wanted to say.
All right.
Somebody talking to me right now. A man talking to me, Dana. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yo, look at you though.
Oh my
Look
God.
at you.
Sorry, Dana. Let me just
Look
get
at
this
you.
off my chest. I've been wanting to say this to love for a long time because love.
You're so evil. You're an evil little thing.
Hold on.
Hey, can I get the one-on-one with love? Yeah.
Wait.
Hey, love, how you doing?
Asia.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm excellent.
Hold on.
I've been watching you.
We not gonna say nothing. Hold on. Listen to this. Hold on. Why is he laughing like this though?
No, wait, yeah, I know that.
When I was editing this shit, I watched this 100 times because he's laughing.
He was laughing this funny.
Look.
A long time because love.
You're so evil. You're an evil little thing. Evil, man.
I laugh this funny.
Hey, can I get the one-on-one with love? Yeah, there she go. Hey, love, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm excellent. So look, I've been watching you on this platform for some time, and not only have you been looking real good and just sounding real good, you actually really smart and intelligent. And honestly, I see so much more than these goofy niggas be giving you credit for, and it's just I've always been interested. I don't know why these dudes be hating on you. I think you're a refined woman. I think you're a very classy woman. I think you're very, very, very intelligent, and you're beautiful. So I don't really understand what the vitriol comes from. You know, and from what I know about you, I mean, I don't think that you're necessarily perfect, and I think it's funny when niggas be cooking your ass, but it's just that, you know, sometimes, but you know,
why you cheesing like that, my nigga? You
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Why? Look at your face.
I always smile like that. Just go on, press play, nigga.
Now you got me.
Sometimes some dudes just take it too far, and you're not really you're worthy of a lot more than that. And I hope that one day that you could find somebody who can appreciate that about you and see more in you, because you're deserving of that. You know, and I think on you, I think you're.
Hold on.
I've always been interested. I don't know why these dudes are very, very intelligent, and you're beautiful. So I don't really understand what the vitriol comes from. You know, and from what I know about you, I mean, I don't think that you're necessarily perfect, and I think it's funny when niggas be cooking your ass. But it's just that, you know, sometimes, but you know, but it's just that sometimes some dudes just take it too far, and you're not really, you're worthy of a lot more.
I love tie your tooth.
Lauren, I was cracking up.
Yo.
And I hope that one day that you could find somebody who can.
He said it gotta be a full moon.
They was looking at it.
Wow.
Yo.
Appreciate that about you and see more in you, because you're deserving of that. There's a lot of women out here who probably aren't, and maybe you do fit the profile, but from my knowledge of you, you don't fit that. And I hope some lucky man gets a chance to be with you, because I think, you know, in a certain way you would be a prize. Because men are trying to come up. If men are trying to come up and they need somebody, I think, to me, you're low key inspirational, and I think that's important. We don't talk about that enough in women, and we kind of leave that part out. But I feel like you're very inspirational.
All right.
Now you got me.
Perfect. Nigga.
Yo. That nigga don't put a battery in your back. So what you think?
He touched my soul.
Did you believe him?
Yes, I do believe him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant that.
All right. So when he pulled up, what you was thinking, man? What was going through your head?
Oh God. That's what I was like. Well, you here now?
When he got up, what you was thinking?
When he got up and got off the line, my heart fluttered a little bit. Got a little nervous. I didn't know what was about to happen. I really didn't. That was totally not planned. But he made, like I said, he made it. He wanted to put it out there. He wanted to make his intentions known, and you know, stake his claim.
So how'd you feel?
Feel good.
After it all happened, once he pulled up and all that.
Mm-hmm. It felt good. Hold on, I'm looking for this video. We had a nice conversation, and we continuously having nice conversations.
So what's the deal? People want an update? You know?
Do you think? Is that what people are asking for, an update?
Yeah.
Y'all know what it is. You saw what it is.
I wonder what. So you know, he getting called a simp, of course.
Of course.
Normal nerd. So Is it so? He's a simp because he said, "Oh
Something
yeah,
happened to me.
455." I
Wait,
think you
I was on the spot.
100% accurate.
Shut up.
Damn. So if you tell a woman how you feel about her and tell her how you think she's special, that automatically make you a simp?
For the men that don't get play and don't get female attention, yes, because they're jealous.
C said, "How long y'all been going together?"
Officially, when he said what he wanted, I don't know.
Mm.
Time is merely a social construct. It's all melding together, but we are together. Like, we're definitely together. Like, we're exclusive. We're together.
Mm.
That's my man. I'm his lady. Yeah.
I wonder. So let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Shout out to Enos that put a ring on it.
Just wait. Just wait.
Damn. So does a woman lose complete value if she gets a little bit up in age?
No, I definitely don't agree with that.
Do you think there's a percentage of value loss?
It's what you want. So what he wants and needs, I have.
Okay. Damn. Okay. And I just wonder, man, because as I've been diving in these conversations, like on Fridays and just different conversations, I'm thinking about all the talking points. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like when we dove into some talking points yesterday, I'm like, hold on. Is this nonsensical?
Yeah.
Like, is the run of the talking points over in terms of them dominating conversations, right?
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, I dove into men and their value, and we're going to get to the actual topic, right?
Yeah.
But I dove into men and their value and how they say men that are middle age, essentially, 45 have all these options, right? But then when I dove into the statistics, 70% of men, period, are overweight at 45 or so.
Yeah.
And then, but I think obesity is probably a little bit more what we talk about. So
Correct.
38% of those men are obese. Right. And then I was looking at, because we call women fat and etc. Right. And now the women are fatter, right? Doesn't make us being fat justifiable.
Correct.
And then I dove into income. Because they say we build our value up and we hit our financial stride. Well, the truth was the average income for men 45 to 55 was 53,000.
Okay.
That ain't shut the fuck up money.
It sure ain't.
That ain't fuck you money.
No.
That ain't young bitch come here money. That's not what that is. That ain't yacht money.
No. And I got one.
So when I was diving into this shit, I'm like, yo, hold on. Are we just fucking talking?
Yes.
No, I'm not saying it's like rhetorical, but I'm not discounting it all. I'm saying, hold on, let's look more closely,
Well, the reason why I was so eager to say yes is because it's talking too much about it. I'm not, thank you, Mr. JTK. I'm not saying discount it all, but don't make that your entire talking point all of the time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all. So I think they're talking points, but it shouldn't be the overwhelming all the time majority talking point.
Well, yeah, that's what, and even like with the women, we've been breaking down all of it, men, women, everything, just in terms of what's what. Even like we even broke yours down, just using a tangible example.
Yeah.
All the shit that we say we like or don't want, we don't mind it for the right person.
Wait.
Let me dive deeper, or you understand what I'm talking about,
right?
No.
I want to know. You said even your situation tangible. You mean what you and I talked about, or are you talking? What are you talking about?
No, just tangibly right now. Like Osa been on the platform, right? He know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we use certain, and I'm saying it because everybody he been on the platform, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So like just thinking about it, there's certain things we said we don't want to deal with, but when the right person comes along, we are surprised what becomes negotiable.
Absolutely. And that's one thing I was going to say too earlier is, people want all these options, but what's important is who your person is, right? I don't need 1,000 options. I don't want 1,000 options. I want my person. And that's what matters.
And I wonder how giddy you was, how corny he looked. Ain't that how it's supposed to be?
I mean, you sitting there spraying us real quick. I guess you have to spray us.
What if you get sprayed if it's the truth? What I'm saying is that shit. I'm saying I liked it.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it ain't corny. Doesn't mean you cheesing and shit didn't look corny as a motherfucker. But I'm just wondering, ain't that how it's supposed to be with a person that you like?
Yeah.
That you like? Like
supposed to feel the butterflies. You're supposed to be all giddy and giggly and whatnot. Like if you look at it, and if the people look at both videos, they always talk about me being so masculine. In those moments, I was super girly, like super girly.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm just saying, I'm using,
the right, and like I said though too, plenty of times before, the right person will bring that out, and it's so easy. It's not contrived. It's easy. And that's how it's supposed to be. Like you said, it's supposed to be corny and smiling and, acting all silly because it feels good. There's nothing wrong with feeling good and feeling, those feelings from your person.
Yeah, just thinking through it, man. We'll get on that shit another day.
Yeah,
but
it's a different topic for a different day. But that's a good springboard for that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what people want? Like last time I say, isn't that what people want? You don't want to be all hard and being an a-hole and putting walls up when you find your person. Like, why fight through all of that? Don't fight so it's people have been talking trash, right? Whatever. But at the same time, it's okay. You don't have to keep your walls up and keep your defenses up when you found that person. You don't have to play that game. That's all.
Yeah. Kenny with the $5. Kenny was popping, says, love smiling too much already. I think, quote unquote, Black Magic definitely made her bust down.
Black Magic, I love it. It
did tell. Hey, Kenny, on the live, if y'all go watch the second part, they said it was made of magic how fast he got over to her house. Inez with the £2 said, so all I had to do is fly love to London. Hey man, you snooze, you lose. Cause I'm thinking, motherfuckers always talk about they want these young chicks, this, that, and the third. But Enos said he like 54.
Yes.
He said he don't want no young ass, little ass girl. Enos with the £2 said, Osa okay by me as long as he put a ring on it. That's a fact though. Lady O with the $5. Our first member ever. She said, shout out to my girl, Love.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now. If you can, that helps the channel the most.
Got me smiling all hard and whatnot.
Man. I just see, everybody talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Would they have been as brave to do what Osa just did, even if it was trolling? Even if they were trolling, not like when I do the scenarios, like when you and Hank did the scenario, not like that.
Yeah.
Like actually, like GP did or what Osa did. Mm-hmm. Do people actually got the intestinal? No. Testicular fortitude to even do it?
Black Magic does. That's new name, y'all. Black Magic. And
shit like that.
Hey man, now it's it'll turn into content if y'all don't make it out. So
they waiting for it. I know they waiting for it. Black Magic better do what he got to do.
All right, so this ain't a super chat, but I need the answer.
Yeah, if you're gonna cook him, absolutely.
Perfect.
Like, share,
Already.
huh?
So how you know I didn't do it already?
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yo, so you brought this topic. You said overcorrection in society. Break that down.
So
what are we exploring, right?
yeah, there's a plethora of ideals that we have in play now, and they come from a genuine and pure place, but I believe that they're overcorrection. And the examples that I gave when I was talking to you about it is Me Too, right? Being politically correct, not going to say certain jokes, not being able to have genuine critical conversations out of fear of being offensive to someone, not being to call things how you see it without being canceled. Cancel culture has literally kind of begun to shut down honest communication.
Yeah.
And genuine communication, because the fear of being canceled or being labeled as something negative. That's the overcorrection I'm talking about. Because there were ills of society that need to be corrected. And in the effort of attempting to correct them, we went way too far to the left.
Like what?
Again,
let's start with diversity and inclusion.
Okay. Yeah. So
I don't know why it exists.
Well, you know why it exists, but
no, I don't.
Because we weren't being included.
Those departments are brand new.
Yeah.
Like, why do we have them? They didn't create more black CEOs because of them.
It wasn't just to create black CEOs. It was to create a comfortable workspace, a comfortable working environment, and not being a hostile work environment. It wasn't to just create black CEOs. I think affirmative action was more so geared towards that. And affirmative action was the first step. So we created those spaces for us to get hired. But then when we got hired, there are plenty of micro and macro aggressions.
I still want to talk about this shit.
What a more in this? You want to talk about me and Black Magic some more? That's hilarious. Next week maybe, or different.
We might get back to it when we open the panel up. Y'all can ask whatever y'all want.
Go ahead. So affirmative action opened up the space for us to get hired in jobs that we were very well qualified to perform.
But affirmative action already existed, but why diversity and inclusion?
But when we got there were micro and macro aggressions to where they created hostile work environments. And so therefore we were there, but we still weren't included at the table in the conversations, and it was hostile. So diversity and inclusion became about to create those safer spaces for us to exist.
That's just gay.
Those goals. Are you listening to them? I didn't even put a period into my statement yet.
Because I hear what you're saying, but I'm like, it is often it just feels to me, and I'm using feels like a complete waste of money and time.
But what I'm saying is it was pure in its intentions and the inception, it was great. But then the overcorrection occurred, and you're putting unqualified people in those spots now to reach these goals of 35% Black in this area, right? Those are the overcorrecting, because now you're putting unqualified people in there, setting them up to fail, and or people that are there, they're not being respected.
So what is the thought? Okay, so when somebody came up with this brainchild of diversity and inclusion, you saying it was pure in intent in terms of what?
I just told you not to.
You think they did it for you? You think they did it for you? Seriously?
Yes, because we finally had a very small seat at the table.
No fucking world are you talking about?
Wait, sir, can I answer the question fully?
You think they did that for you? Are you shitting me right now?
times now at this point. Yes.
You think they did that for a straight black woman when you can't even wear your hair? You think they you couldn't wear your hair for the last 40 years? Think they gave a fuck? They didn't do it for you.
So I agree with you on that, and because of that, that was another reason why they created that department, as you're calling it.
You know why though, right?
When I first came to corporate America a long time ago, I could not wear my hair like this. I couldn't. Now, it's more.
I just can't believe you think they created that shit for you and me.
Who do you think they created for them?
LGBTQIA plus. That's who they created it for.
I think that they were secondary.
To
because
who?
They were
niggas?
To us. Initially, that LGBTQIA plus didn't become so prevalent and so a part of this conversation. I'll say maybe the last 10 years. There are men and women that are mostly men that are still in the closet. It's a lot more, accepted.
Yo, come on now. And I'm not even throwing no shade at them. I'm just saying, you think that was created for you, you off.
No, I do believe that. I don't think it was. So you're saying to me, you think it was created solely for them? What I'm
saying? It's not created for you. That's for damn sure. And I tell you, you know who else? You know who else it was created for before you? White women, LGBTQI. That's who it was created for. No. Because the diversity part has much less effects than the inclusion part, and all of it is bullshit anyway.
I think that they slid in there. I think. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
I agree to an extent with the white woman part because they wanted more power. Yeah, I do agree with you on that. We were a huge component of that, though, because when affirmative, I'm telling you, I agree with you on the white woman part. Yes, they wanted to be included, absolutely, and they slid up in there and they got further along than what we did. Yes, however, we were a part of that inclusion, and we came a part of that inclusion because of affirmative action when we were allowed to have at least one seat out of the 50 seats at the table. And because of that, we had a voice. And then that's when the DEI came later, because our voice made noise. Are the white women a part of this and they trying to get up in there? Of course they are. They're going to always try to get up in there. Always.
You know how you know it wasn't created for you?
How?
Look at your wages compared to everybody else. And the problem is, you guys think because they make you the diversity and inclusion director that they gave you a seat. They just did it to you so you can shut the fuck up. You don't got any benefits from it. But that's the thing. One of my buddies, he the diversity and inclusion president. Who gives a fuck?
Now it's very watered down. And that's the whole point of this conversation. And that's the point of this conversation, is that there's an overcorrection. So yeah, it means nothing. Honestly, it means a whole lot less now than it did when at first inception. Seriously. It was a huge win.
Huh? Say again?
I believe it was a huge win initially. But yes, because now because the overcorrection, it's very watered down. Go ahead.
Let me show you how valuable this department is. Let me show you how busy they are.
Okay.
Woman, she's waiting to be sentenced after she pleaded guilty to stealing more than $4 million from Facebook, where she worked as an executive. According to the U.S. attorney, Barbara Smiles made inflated invoices to pay for, quote, a lavish lifestyle. This includes babysitters, preschool tuition, and hairstyles. Her sentencing is in March.
So this is the diversity and inclusion director for Facebook.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. So what she was doing was she was paying.
As we've been following all morning,
she was having these seminars and workshops, right? Paying her friends and her friends' friends to talk about diversity and inclusion. You know why? Because anybody can fucking do it. It doesn't have any value, and it's just an illusion of to raise up companies' ESG score. And if y'all think for 1 second that this is nothing but an overcorrection, then we're uniquely misled.
That's what I just said literally
from the onset though.
Oh yeah, not from the onset. No, I don't believe that. I believe
you didn't get a fucking thing from it.
We did get something. What I got from it is that now I'm sitting at the table and I'm allowed to be over it and have an oversight. And also we have a sounding board. However, people that got in there that were unqualified and or selfish and greedy messed it all up for the rest of us. So in the very beginning, I had to sit at the table. My voice mattered, and the voice of my people mattered that were coming to me. It mattered. It changed.
Token. Don't get fooled. See, this is why that's why they can throw this shit over here and think that it actually did something. That's why Black Lives Matter made $1 trillion off you niggas who didn't read their mission statement. Because people just put this shit up in front of us, and then it's just here, not doing shit. But we're yelling and screaming and cheering because we got a token seat.
I believe tokenism is when no effective change occurs or is implemented.
Damn, man. It just so they fooled us
in the beginning. We did. So I don't believe in, again, I'm going back to the beginning. You and I are on the same page in the present because there's an overcorrection, it's diluted, and there's no real change coming about now. Besides us just saying we got it.
What
now,
I'm saying
in the beginning, where you go? Okay, I keep on going.
I'm here.
I don't see you though. Okay, that's fine. But in the beginning, it was great. It was intentional. Effective change occurred. It was implemented. Now, present society, now we can definitely say tokenism. It's very diluted. No effective changes occurring. It's just to get those numbers up. I agree. We're saying the same.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that a number of us were fooled by why they did it in the first place.
So you believe that we were fooled in the beginning?
Yeah, it didn't have any effect. It does nothing. See, here's what happens when they give you a seminar about how to treat people in microaggressions. It's a waste of time. All right, people.
Microaggression. Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, seminars about microaggressions and this racism in the workplace. Right. Look at the numbers. What actually changed? It just made you feel better.
Nowadays. In the beginning, no, it didn't just make me feel better because that's why we're allowed for very basic and minor. We can wear our hair natural.
Think
and
about
it's not impede us from being promoted. That kind of change did occur.
Are you serious?
It happened to me. I'm a real life experience with that.
Look at the boardrooms. It's not us, right?
No, look at the what? Boardrooms?
Yeah. Do you know that the representation in our boardrooms is less than the actual population? So what should actually happen I don't know why I keep doing that. What should actually happen in these boardrooms? It should be the percentages should align.
And you're saying that they're not.
They don't align.
I believe they are. And I also believe now also in the boardrooms, we are the chair of the boards. We're not just on the committees. We are chairs now. Mm-hmm. And those affect a lot of change.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. This camera messing up on me. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But
that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know where we are, where you're seeing this.
Mm-hmm. No, now I don't. Now I do not. In the beginning, yes. Hence me saying overcorrection, and it doesn't impact change. Just for the sake of just saying we're there, but really, what change are we doing now? That's just one example.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I just know that Oh, that's why. Hold on, man.
Okay.
Shit, it's getting hot. That's why. Yeah, so I don't know, man. It just, DEI is just, yeah. So, so you agree now, though, that it's an illusion, it's a waste of time, it's unnecessary?
I believe it's a waste of time because we're not affecting change anymore. We're just getting in those positions to say that we are. But I have not seen tangible results. Now that we're here now and we've been in these spaces for 15, 20 years, what more effective change is occurring? And I don't see that.
Yeah, not real shit, man. Interesting. Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Diversity and inclusion. Yeah, man. When they put me on that committee, I'm just like, what are we doing here?
Did you want to be on the committee? They just put you there.
Who else? You know what I'm saying? Like,
So
who else?
No, well, that's a problem right there. Just putting somebody on there just because they're skin color, that's a token. Like, to me, that's ridiculous. If I don't want to be on there, or the person that you're putting on there doesn't want to be on there, don't put them on there. That's
they want me to like make it up and recruit people. I'm just like, yo,
you're hardly even in it.
Nah, because I knew it was a waste of time. Like, them shit don't resonate with me. Motherfuckers with tattoos all over their faces, it's gonna be hard to present them to a client.
I agree. I don't agree with that. Overcorrection. I think that's professional. I'm old school. I'm very much old school.
Allow that to cool off.
I don't agree with the tattoos all over the face and all over the hands, and I don't believe in visible tattoos when you're at work. I don't believe in pink hair and green hair at work.
Yeah.
I don't agree with wearing any old thing to work. Again, you can be casual, but you have to be presentable.
Yeah. And it just a lot of that, man. Like, the integrity of stuff, it just gets gets watered down. Like, everybody don't belong everywhere. I don't want to go to Hollister and see a bunch of niggas.
What? Oh, God. And what does that mean? Why?
No, look, so I'm saying people act like you don't hire people that fit the criteria in the profile.
So wait a minute, pause.
I'm not hiring. Look, what I'm saying is Hollister is for a particular demographic, right?
Exactly.
I understand. No, let me finish. I understand that we may shop there. However, that is not our profile. It's not. So I don't want to see a bunch of niggas working in Hollister. I don't want to see a bunch of fat women working in Hollister. That's not how it works. Just like if I go to Lane Bryant, I don't want to see a bunch of skinny women working in Lane Bryant. That's not how it works. That's not the demographic. That's not who they serve. That's how life should actually be.
Let's go back to Hollister, because I believe that there are Black people that not only fit the demographic, that are part of that demographic.
You know what they don't play coy. You know who they.
I swear
you know. Well, I think you might be. You know who they create that line for. You understand that? You know who they create. What demographic? Do niggas surf? Sure, but who is it created? No, right? But who is it created for? The actual surfer. What does a surfer look like? All right. There's a stereotype that they go for, that they cater to. Yes, niggas may shop there, but that's not the point of that store. There's stores that are specifically for us. So let me get this straight. If you saw somebody that had an dashiki outlet,
okay.
Do white people wear dashikis?
Unfortunately, a very small number do. Yes.
All right, then. So now you're saying the same argument where, since you have a few white people that wear dashikis, the store should be overran with white people selling dashikis.
Not overrun with it, but what I'm saying is that if they want to shop there,
Come on now. What I'm saying is, I'm saying the people that work there. I didn't say prohibit people from shopping there, but I'm saying you want to cater to the demographic that's going to come into the store, right? So if it's a dashiki outlet, are you saying that if it's 10 employees, 4 of them should be white? Or are you saying let's cater to the majority of people that come in this store?
I'm not saying they should be for the inclusion piece of it. If they're if they're an ally and they want to, I'm not going to bar them. Seriously, I'm being very sincere right now. I'm being sincere. They shouldn't be barred now. Just putting them there to be inclusive because they want to sit there and fight and say I want to be a part. No.
This is why everybody don't sell. This is why everybody can't market.
Oh.
Because you would fail.
Okay.
An ally. What does that even mean when it's come to selling a product in the store? Why did you even say that?
Because I thought dashiki and I could be wrong. Honestly, I could be wrong.
No,
let me ask a question. What about dashiki?
Go ahead.
I'm wrong. Dashiki is, and I'm going to sound so ignorant, and I apologize. I should probably ask Black Magic, but isn't dashiki more about Black pride, African pride, or something like that, and your heritage and all that? Is that true?
I don't know. But you understand, you relate dashikis to Black people, right?
Yes.
Do you make that correlation?
Africa, yes.
Okay. Do you? And if you're gonna answer, then I don't know how you're gonna answer. But when I name Hollister, the first thing pops in your head is white surfers, right?
Yes.
Okay, then. So we're talking about business and marketing. I don't know why you even said ally. It doesn't even make any sense. So when we're talking about business and marketing,
dashiki was for Black pride, and I could be wrong. I sound very ignorant right now.
Yeah, no, it's fine. What I'm saying is I'm just using it as a garb, right? It's just it's largely from I think the West Coast. I don't know if they wear it throughout the whole continent, right? But what I'm saying is, that you cater to the primary demographic, right? Because here's what happens: you're more likely to lose clientele if I walk into a dashiki store and I see White John at the front. I'm walking out of the dashiki store. That's more likely to happen than a couple white people walking in because they know where they're walking into. They're expecting to see Black people.
So is there a difference? So let me ask you this, because you're using these two examples. So is there a difference with Black pride versus Hollister, which is surfer garb? I think they're different. I think we're kind of mixed.
I don't know what you're talking about. You had it in. I'm talking about demographic and product. Right. So you want to reflect the product. So you don't understand business, like marketing. This is marketing 101.
I hire a marketer. You're right. For my business, I hired a marketer.
Yeah.
For that reason. But right now, I'm trying to talk to you and have a conversation, ask questions. Because you do marketing well, right?
Go ahead.
Supposedly, allegedly. Dashiki store.
Why say that? All right, I'm going there. Let's do it. Come on.
I mean, you've been going there. Did you ever stop?
Go ahead.
The dashiki store, that is celebration of pride. These are questions. They're a celebration of pride.
It's just clothing.
I didn't hear you.
It's clothing. So like Foot Action sells sneakers.
Celebration of pride.
Yeah. So Foot Action sells sneakers. Dashiki store sells dashikis, right? And so all it is clothing that people wear. And that's what that clothing's called, right? So if you go into a Nike store, they're selling Nike clothing, right? Sneaker store sells sneakers. Dashiki store sells dashikis, right? Men's Warehouse sells suits and pants and things of that nature. That's it. Go ahead.
Okay. Dashiki is a garb that is worn. It was worn originally by a certain tribe in Africa, I think, or tribes in Africa. I probably should use my smartphone and be smart and look it up, but from my understanding, from my mere recollection, dashikis were worn by certain tribes in Africa at a certain time frame, a long time ago. They were relevant only to them, and only they wore it. They came back into fashion, I'll say 80s, 90s maybe, when the Black Pride movement proliferated. I'm saying that is, in my mind, that is slightly different because the surfer store and the Nike store and Foot Action are different because they're literally marketing. They weren't specific for only a tribal thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Honestly, I think we're kind of mixing the two. Now,
I didn't mix anything. Don't put that on me. You started talking about allies and all this. I'm just telling you the clothing that is sold in a given store, the people that are in that store should reflect that demographic for the clothing that they sell. That's it. That's it. That's how you bring customers in. That's it. You can't go if you go to a black owned restaurant and there's a bunch of people who aren't black, right? Does it feel different? Does it take away from the experience if you're going there specifically because it's black owned? Have you done that before? Right. So you can talk you spinning the dashiki thing for no apparent reason.
Okay, let's go back to the restaurant. Let's go to restaurants then. I was more so asking questions. I really was trying to have a conversation and dialogue and ask questions, but
I'm not versed on dashikis. I'm just using something that is oriented to black people.
Restaurants then. We're both well versed.
Let's use Lane Bryant. But you got to have a genuine conversation. Right. So if we use Lane Bryant, right, to have a bunch of women who wear 4s for their pants would make 0 sense for Lane Bryant.
I agree with you on that. I think it would be.
You could have been agreed. I don't know why you did that with the dashiki thing.
No, it was questions I was asking you about the dashiki thing.
Why?
Because I wanted to make sure I was speaking to the right points. That's why. Lane Bryant, I don't have to ask about. So I know what they are literally.
What are you asking about?
In a size 4 working there, multiple size 4s working there would be offensive. They want to go in there. That's fine. I don't have to ask questions about that. I was asking about dashikis because I wanted to know the purpose and talk about that. I was not derailing anything. It was a question. You kept on trying to push it, and you kept on trying to throw me off.
Oh, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Nobody pushed you to fight about dashikis being African garb and how sentimental they are. We were talking about marketing and business. If you don't understand it, just say it.
I don't understand. I told you 15 minutes ago, I hired a marketer. I don't know much about.
So that's basically how it is, right? So you got to understand, right? You people who work there fit the demographic. What diversity and inclusion did is you think everybody should have the ability to work at every place when they do not fit the demographic, nor are they qualified. But now we were forcing people into positions. That's why whatever the intent was in the onset got watered down so quickly, not to mention the fact that I can't believe black people up here thinking that they created that for us in the first place.
So you're not saying anything. I think you're frozen. You're not saying anything. There you go. You're not saying anything different than what I said a long time ago about the diversity and inclusion in the corporate America. Nothing. I agree.
What I did was I brought it full circle, but also I didn't agree with you thought they created for us in the first place. I said that's not a fact.
That's fine, but I'm talking about where we're at now. We definitely agree on. So we can accentuate where we agree at as well. Here, we don't always have to accentuate.
So you are saying that you can see the point about Hollister needs to reflect the demographic. Don't include people who don't make sense. Tattoo faces don't make sense in the middle of Hollister, but they may make sense in the middle of Hot Topic.
I mean, that's still Hot Topics. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's how marketing works, right?
I haven't seen them in a minute. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, damn, man. Jeez.
Conversation. It's called conversation, and I don't understand why, after all of this decade that we've been knowing each other, you can't have a conversation with me because I like to ask.
What happens? I think we have good conversations, but when you do stuff like that, that's unnecessary. Like, come on, man. You gotta, you at your big age. Come on, man.
You don't have to be offensive. You don't have to be offensive and start talking about people's age right now. That's offensive for no reason.
When does big age start? 35?
You're trying to be fun. No, don't. Well, then we both got big ages.
Wow.
Perfect.
We both just saying. Damn, you made that shit so difficult for no reason, man.
We are exploring the conversation for a very well-rounded conversation. And get your little hairy, ashy arms out the camera because you're offending me.
I'm trying to get this damn camera to work. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
So these exploratory conversations, y'all. Invite your friends.
Let me see if I got some super chats, man. God damn, man.
Get you some patience from the store from Palestine.
Osa with a $5 says, salute, Ham. I'm outside shoveling snow at Love's place. You know, simping. DEI is a waste of time. Hey, love, I'm gonna need a massage after this. Thanks.
You got it.
Perfect. Hank with the $2 says, is Love still gloating after the Luna and Osa events? Yeah. She can't hear me, bro. Marcus Evans with the 2 says hamp. I don't know how you do it, bro. Yo, that shit, man. I don't know what. This is crazy. It's crazy, man. Oh my goodness, yo. Woo.
There you go. You need to back up off that camera. Thank you. You're clear now.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to. I don't know why it's getting hot.
On your face.
Huh?
I said you were too close. I see the pimples on your face.
Yeah, man. I still got pimples. It's actually a flex now.
Pimples?
I'm gonna be young for. I'm gonna look young forever. You dry skin niggas is in trouble though.
No, especially moisturizing clear pores. That's what it's called.
Lauren Mack with the $5 says, Ham, I see the grays. Time to brush some more just for me. And I don't have no grays, actually. Surprisingly. I got a few in the hair. Damn. So, how about Me Too and all that shit?
Here we go. Oh, I was hoping you stayed on Hollister and Dashikis. Okay.
Me Too, believe all women. You want to talk about an overcorrection?
Women be lying.
Like a motherfucker.
Women be lying.
So, where do we, what do we, how do we, where is it now?
And that's this, oh God. And that is a very sticky conversation.
Why?
I mean to drink for this one at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Got some?
I don't drink anymore. I try not to drink.
But you know you work for other niggas and shit. So.
No, I work for myself, sir.
Working that slave shit. Shit.
I tell them what to do.
Come on, man. All right. You trying to tiptoe? Talk.
I need a cocktail, but I don't drink anymore like I used to. I still
talk.
Okay, hold on. Dang, can I get a breather? So, yes, it's very sticky and it's a very sensitive topic. However, we understand that people lie for malicious reasons. And to believe anything a person says off the rip is a very slippery slope. But also, so for example, when Christian Keys came out and said what he said, but didn't say a whole bunch of nothing, he said he was scared to come out because it was harder for it to be believable that a man had gone through that. And so he invoked, you should believe what don't victim shame and the slippery slope is that how it's handled, and you can't tell someone who's been victimized how to handle it. And that's where the slippery slope comes into play. You can't do that. People handle things differently.
Speak out, man. You got all the balls in the world when it's time to argue. Speak out.
Big balls too. Okay, so ask me questions, but again, it's hard.
Speak out, man.
I told you people lie. I admit.
Why are you saying people? We know what Me Too and believe all women who that was for. What are you talking about? Why are you saying people? Oh my God.
The reason I said people, because Christian Keys came up and he was like very. What?
I hope Osa don't see this episode. Boy, good gracious.
He outside shoveling snow. He ain't seeing nothing right now.
Speak out, man.
As I was saying, people, because there are men, but originally Me Too was started by a woman. For women. It was for women by women. Yes. Initially started off because women were victimized and they were silenced. They felt silenced. Me Too came about because you went through that. Me too. And there's strength in us coming together and sharing our stories. That was the purpose of Me Too. Now, did it become what's the word? Weaponized? It did. It became weaponized because now it is believe everything a woman says, and after it has come out, some women have been proven to lie. I don't think that because some women have been found to lie, that should discount true victims. I don't believe we should do that.
What do you?
And that's why I'm saying it gets slippery, because the little minority that lie hurts the majority, and the majority is looked at to be liars, and that's horrible.
You said, but the thing about it is, you made sure to name Me Too in the overcorrection. Now you're saying it's a small. You're saying it's a minority that is not telling the truth.
Because it's weaponized. Me Too has been weaponized. That's what I'm saying. It's been weaponized, and that's the overcorrection. The woman says Me Too. Fear goes into the heart of men, and that's not right. It's like they're like, I see them as like a military army. Like, I know it's like a mob kind of. It's kind of like a mob mentality. What originally started off in saying it's not just you, you're not alone in this fight when you were victimized, it's become weaponized. And women can say #Me Too, and it could ruin a man's life unjustly. And that's the overcorrection.
So you think that women were not getting just due for accusing men of shit like that?
What I'm saying, they were afraid to speak out. They were afraid to speak out. Yes.
So now then what did it go to? Went from speaking out to just lying on men?
It was used as a weapon, yes.
Who was making them afraid to speak out?
Who was making them afraid to speak?
Like when Robin Givens spoke out, it happened to Kobe before all this Me Too. Wait. I didn't say a fucking word.
I thought you asked me a question.
No, I didn't. I said it happened to Kobe before this shit got popular. Mike Tyson. You heard of Rosewood? Like, what are you talking about? When did women not say some shit about a man and the man didn't pay the penalty?
Is that a question I can answer?
Yeah, now it's an actual question.
So it wasn't just for celebrities. It was also for the common, everyday, walk around the street women.
I understand, but
that one that started it, she wasn't a celebrity. I forgot her name. Starts with a T.
It happened to Clarence Thomas. What are y'all talking about?
He still became a Supreme Court.
What I'm saying is it happened to Clarence Thomas, though. You said
believed.
No, because you said this. You said women were scared to speak out.
Yes.
You would be scared to speak out against a potential Supreme Court justice, not fucking Bob the dump truck driver. What are you talking about? When you're talking about fear, it would be fear from men who had power, not just the average everyday man. What are you saying?
So if I get a sentence done, your example for Clarence
victim.
If your example is Clarence Thomas, that was a horrible example because that man still became Supreme Court justice.
No, it's not a horrible example because you said they were listen close. You said they were afraid to speak out. I gave you powerful male examples what they got spoken out against and paid a penalty because you said they were afraid. If you're afraid, then you wouldn't speak out against a man like Clarence Thomas. That's the point I'm making. Go ahead.
She was afraid, and then when that happened, he still became Supreme Court justice. When she was on trial, she was shamed and embarrassed, and she said herself how it took everything in her to keep on going because it put her whole life on display.
Okay.
Because of what this man did, and they made like she was the bad guy, and even though she spoke out, he still is on Supreme Court for life.
Well, you know, there's the other side. The other side is that she was fucking lying. That's why. There's another side to it where she's a liar. Come on, man.
Hamp.
You agree that the other side is that she's lying, right? That's the other.
No, I'm asking. Was it proven that she was right? That she was lying?
No, what I'm saying is you saying it ruined her life. They called her a liar because she could have been lying is the point.
But she wasn't. And they painted her, but they painted her in a horrible light. For a victim of what she went through.
She could have been lying though, right?
Of course she could have been.
Okay, so should a liar not be painted in a poor light?
But she wasn't proven to be a liar. What are you talking about?
What happened to him?
Painted to be a liar and
what happened to him?
He still became a Supreme Court justice.
Mm.
So that means she didn't wait. So you're trying to say that she didn't lie because he still became Supreme Court justice? Are you serious?
What I'm saying is, did she or did she not lie? Is the point. So if I believe Clarence Thomas, right, hypothetically, then guess what? She's a liar. If I believe her, then guess who's a liar? Clarence Thomas.
That's fine, but you can't tell me. I'm asking you a question right now. You mean to tell me that you believe that in this society, in this country, that powerful men don't have ways to still get what they want, despite being predators and being guilty of wrongdoing?
Ask Matt Lauer.
I'm asking you right now.
You know how many men got destroyed because of this Me Too movement, where you can just accuse without evidence?
They did have evidence about Matt Lauer.
What I'm saying is the Me Too movement. The reason why you brought this topic up and specifically named Me Too is because they were destroying men without evidence. You could just say it.
Yes.
You could just say it and it be true. That's what we're discussing. So
Correct.
if your premise is overcorrection, then why are you? I don't understand what you're arguing. So I'm just bringing up points where they have always been speaking out, and you can't say it was fear because I'm naming big names that you would be scared.
But do you agree
Brett Favre.
for everyone? Could you agree that for everyone that did come out, that there's countless others that didn't come out? Can you agree that for the one that didn't get convicted, there are countless that didn't get convicted? Can you at least acknowledge that? Well,
no.
we're having this conversation.
What I'm saying is, no, I'm not. No, you're not. What you said. Can I agree that there were more not convicted than convicted? Is that what you're saying?
What I literally just said was, can you acknowledge that for every one that did come out, there are countless others that did not come out, meaning women that spoke out. So you're naming very high profile. For every one high profile, there's at least 10 that didn't even come out and speak and say anything.
Here's why I am naming high profile is because you used fear, right? Yeah. So what I'm saying is a man that is high profile can really press upon you the things that you allege to have happened to what was her name that accused Clarence Thomas. Those things are more likely to happen if you accuse a high profile man. But what was happening even before Me Too, when we were looking at these instances, these men were losing. They weren't winning even before the volatility that came with the Me Too. That's what I'm arguing. Are you saying have men gotten away with doing harmful things to women? Yes, I know that, right? But now the accusatory nature is all you need to destroy a man's life.
And that
is the overcorrection that we arguing, and that's why I said when you said fear, I'm like, hold on.
Yeah, that's wrong. I said that 20 minutes ago. Can you acknowledge that I said that?
No,
I literally said that.
Stop doing that because I'm listening to what you're saying, which is why I'm arguing what I'm arguing.
So you're trying to tell me I didn't say a few minutes ago that the overcorrection is that women can say Me Too strikes fear in the heart of men, and it's not fair that they unjustly ruin a man's life. I said that.
So yeah, you said that part, but I'm just making it clear. You talking about fear? I'm saying where's the fear? We've been seeing high profile men get accused and convicted or whatever the case is, etc. Since the beginning, since I can remember. You talking about women is scared to come out? Brian Banks got Me Too before Me Too was popular.
I don't know who Brian Banks is.
That's all right.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? And I just the abuse of it. And then we came out with the one called Believe All Women. Why would that be a thing?
That was a part of Me Too. That's not a separate movement.
It had its own hashtag, that's why.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
What do you think about that? Does that sound foolish?
Yes, it does. I don't know about that movement. I never heard of that one, but I thought I thought Me Too was believe all women. That was their premise. That's what I thought. But I guess I'm wrong on that.
John Henry was popping with the 10 ounces pound. Me Too was initially a movement that went after powerful men, primarily in Hollywood, then to music, and finally government. "Quote unquote," some of these men had to go. Town Me Too is now anything goes, shotgun blast. Yeah. I mean, you looking at it now. There's people coming out of the woodworks after this Puffy incident.
Yes.
So what do we do? How do we get it to be realistic, or is it just the overcorrection has just destroyed it at this point?
I mean,
real quick, because now, frankly, every time a woman say it, I'm not believing none of that shit until everything come out and due diligence is done.
Well, I think that's healthy though. I think that's healthy. I think that you have to produce something, to produce support. What I'm saying is, I think that definitely the overcorrection occurred, but at the same time, there's a fine line too of women being brave enough to come out and say something. Or I don't want to say women, but yeah, we'll say women. You want to keep on saying women, but victims coming out.
Why do you have to be brave? What's so brave about them accusing men of shit they didn't do and getting the full spotlight because of it? You don't have to be brave. You have to be an opportunist.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Thank you. That's what I'm going to say. That's the thought I missed. Of course, there's opportunists that have been around since the beginning of time. So you're going to have people that want to jump on the bandwagon as an opportunist and do things out of malicious intent. I don't know if we can ever get rid of that. But that does not mean that you just throw the baby out with the bathwater at the same time. Again, that's why I started this a long time ago. It's a very slippery slope because they're going to be opportunists around. They've been around since the beginning of time. They're never going to go anywhere. People have had malicious intent for eons and will continue for eons to come. Unfortunately.
Done.
But as far as the unjust canceling and unjust accusing men of things that they did not do, I do not support that. Women or people that have been victimized, I do support them coming out and speaking out. Yes, Lou. Because it does happen, and we can't say it doesn't.
Let me tell the women something. The unfortunate circumstances of abuse, right? And the opportunists are more prevalent than we give them credit for. And you can see it with things like Bill Cosby. You can see it like people like just Sean Watson, where just so many people, oh well, he looked at me the wrong way. That's what it has turned into. So now, unfortunately, the actual victims are put on trial as well because the abuse of power that came with it. So it ain't about being brave. Y'all wasn't afraid because we saw high profile men getting accused and abused because of it. So now the actual victims are being glossed over and they being sent through the ringer because of the majority that people that came out were actually opportunists.
Sorry, I was on mute. So I think unfortunately the most negative and cruddy examples speak loudest because they were the most wrong, right? And I think we know that in society. The cruddiest, most deplorable get the most noise, and that's unfortunate. And it does gloss over when it really does happen, and that's unfortunate.
Women need to speak out against it because what happened is me too. Because now when you're an actual victim, all you are is that motherfucker who cried wolf. And that's a shame because y'all did it to yourselves. And now women, the women that are really hurt, we can't trust them. And that's the shame of it.
So you're saying women need to speak out against Me Too?
Yes.
And use our resources for that instead of speaking out against violent crime against women?
We need to speak out against Me Too. Just
Both.
using your
Both.
mouth.
Both.
No, I didn't say both.
I'm asking.
I'm saying you need to speak out deliberately against Me Too, because now the women who are actual victims are being put on trial.
I don't know about that because the women that really need
I'm
it.
not done. We can't trust none of y'all now. Nothing you say. We are no, seriously. Well, you got on your phone last time I was talking, and now you talking while I'm talking. So I'm just trying to figure out if you listening at all or you just want to talk.
I was on my phone because I was answering a work email because they were.
Go ahead. You talk. Go ahead.
Now, what I'm saying is, I don't think that we should totally obliterate Me Too. Should it be modified? Yes. I don't think we should totally do away with it. And that's what my statement I made about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So I don't agree with that. And I heard everything you said. I can multitask.
I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
You said speak out against Me Too.
What I'm saying is speak out. Well, you didn't be quiet, and then you mute and you keep talking. So that's rude. So I'm just trying to think, are you going to listen to what I'm saying? What I'm saying is the movement needs to be destroyed, right? Because now it is too perverse. So we need something totally different, that now women who are actual victims can actually be heard and not also be put on trial. But what's happening is victims are being put on trial now, so we can't trust none of it. And then they need to implement real and actual penalties for falsely accusing people. And I guarantee you'll see these numbers drop, right? Because do you know when people get convicted on what's the word I'm looking for? Circumstantial. These men's lives have been getting destroyed from circumstantial evidence. 2 players from Ohio State had the bitch on camera saying she consented and lost their whole careers for 2 years because all she did was say the words. You have a son. You cannot stand here and say, I'm gonna back this movement because it's too perverse. We have to start something different now. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
I think that we align, agree more than we disagree. I don't want to say anything differently. I'm not a proponent of malicious intent in women lying. Not. I don't support them women at all. And I agree. I didn't say this, but I totally agree. I didn't say this online, but I agree that women that falsely accuse men of the most heinous acts should be convicted themselves. I said that behind closed doors plenty of times.
Say it now.
Women that unjustly and maliciously lie on men should be charged themselves.
What should they be charged with?
I think it would be perjury, I guess, because they're lying under oath. I don't know.
You think they're charged? You think it would balance out if their charge match his charge?
That would be fair. That would be very fair.
Yeah, man. And the thing about it that sucks is that enough women like yourself ain't saying it.
Agreed. They should. They should. They absolutely should.
You know, because there's such a, if you're saying it's the minority, we can't tell.
What's minority?
Like false accusations. If you're saying that that's the minority, we can't tell. Because there's no risk. There is no fear. Because there are no consequences. That's why when you use bravery and that shit don't even make any sense.
Well, it does make sense. It does make sense.
No, because the reason. Go ahead.
And it makes sense because, unfortunately, like what you said, because women have lied, it's harder to believe the women that didn't lie. So it's like, I'm not going to be believed anyway, so why speak out?
No, you misunderstood then. I'm not, people believe them. That's why these accusations come and men are defending themselves and paying out money. Wait. They are believed because you can tell men are paying out money. They're fighting for their lives in court with these accusations. All they got to do is say it. Men are losing their jobs. We men don't believe them. So now the women who are actually victims, They are put on trial in terms of social court, and men like, man, fuck that and all that because of the abuse of it. And the abuse is so much louder than the actual victims. Right? That's why women need to stand up against it if they really wanted to change. But the truth is, women don't stand up against shit. That's why this shit won't change.
Again, we're saying the same thing. I didn't say anything different than what you just said, literally just now. You said you used more words, but I didn't say anything different than what you just said. Nothing else, anything different.
I don't know, man. You gotta stick to like relationships and stuff. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most.
What did you just say?
We just gotta stick to like relationship topics and stuff like that.
Who, me and you, or the what you talking about?
Yeah, because this type of topic, it is you don't. I prefer with this stuff not to fight for the sake of fight. No, because it's too real, and to perpetuate poor messages when it comes to Me Too and thinking that we're getting positive results from diversity inclusion. It's slippery because this shit is serious and it's happening to men. And we had a very superficial example of it happen just last week. It ain't bravery. It ain't bravery. People saying they getting upset, so they doing it to men. They see a dollar sign, so they doing it to men. It ain't about no fucking bravery. Because every time when they do it to the men, why does it criminal court never happen with these high profile men? Because they take the fucking settlement. So if you were so hurt and you so brave, you want people to get locked up and pay a real criminal penalty, but they don't. They take the money.
I totally agree with you on that too.
Come on, man.
I agree with you on that too. So again, I don't know what the word is, but I don't agree with you on it was a superficial argument. I don't think it was. I never disagree with you on those pertinent points.
No, I said a superficial example from last week. Like,
well, yeah, we know that she was a liar. Whatever, don't give her any more energy. But what I'm saying is, I never disagreed in saying women shouldn't go against the liars and malicious intent. Without getting too deep in that conversation, that's a horrible, horrible thing, and it does ruin people's lives.
No, I'm saying, do you agree that you guys have to now, right? It can't be men sticking up for men. It has to be women like that bitch should go to jail.
Correct. And it's a little bit too close to home. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So you already know how I feel about that.
That shit is crazy, man. That shit is crazy.
And so you know for a fact, ain't no way in the world. And I'm trying not to get too emotional about it, but you know for a fact how I feel about that.
Yeah, nigga, you can get emotional just like you can laugh, you can cry.
Subscribe, and I never subscribe to that. If you know, I would never do that.
Yeah, but the thing is, emotion. You laugh all the time. You can cry if you want. You a girl, nigga.
I'm not crying on this freaking YouTube, nigga.
Fuck them niggas.
No.
That shit is all I'm saying is, yeah, man, like that shit ain't no joke. And it's been so perverse, y'all gotta throw the whole shit away. And then you make this say, Pound, make sure she telling the fucking truth. Maybe that's what the pound should be. Cause yo, that shit is crazy, man. I'm trying to think. What was the other one that you sent? Hold on.
Go back to the messages.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm trying to look for it. Give me a second. The chat going strong though. I fuck with them. You know, because the topics all for relationships ain't the same. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm not in the chat. I'm not really in the chat right now. But what are they saying in the chat about these type of topics? They're saying don't.
No. They like it. I'm just saying. You know, this you gotta think a little bit more, and it's a little bit. It's more serious. You know what I'm saying? You have to align with the truth. And if I'm wrong in this type of topic, you have to say it. If we stand on a point for standards just for the sake of doing so on this type of shit, we can mislead a lot of people.
Not about that. I'm not playing about that. That's, again, without talking further about that, I'm not playing on that. That's no. And so that's why I said I don't use the word offense, but I take slight and offense to you saying stick with relationship stuff because we can't talk about real stuff.
Yeah, I said it to be inflammatory.
Well, you don't have to be inflammatory with me.
Well, the thing is, that's what the Me Too is all about. You say one thing, you incite a riot, you invoke a feeling, and then the niggas is in trouble.
That don't mean we don't have to perpetuate that though.
What I'm saying is that's exactly what it is, right? People will attack your character and everything.
I know this.
And that's why I'm saying throw the whole shit away and start over. Because now it is all about just attacking somebody with anything based on how you feel. And we just keep it going.
So John Henry's $10 super chat. I'm gonna read it because this is basically what I said. Literally, not those words, but literally what I said.
So I'm gonna clip this segment so people can watch it again so you can see exactly what you said.
Please do. Because I know I didn't sit there and say
read it, go ahead.
Don't doing that. Thank you, John Henry, for $10 super chat. You getting on my nerves. R. Kelly needs to go to jail. Harvey Weinstein should have been put under the jail. Hashtag Me Too was needed, but we can't hashtag believe all women because some of the ladies lie more than men. Hashtag facts. How did I say anything different than that?
We don't say some.
Well, the sentiment was the same. Is the same, I mean.
What? What's the sentiment?
It happens. However, there are opportunists and liars that are out there that do things from malicious intent. And they should be talked against. I said those words at least 5 times at this point.
Yeah, I think John Henry is. I understand what he's saying. He also doesn't know what he's saying. Right.
Wait, what part didn't he?
Me Too is all encompassing of what it was, what it is, and what it has been. Period. Okay. So when the movement manifests and ends at where it is now, you understand that it was done incorrectly. Like it's broken. It's broken to say, okay, he did it to me, he did it to me. Like that shit is like, and at a point it never stopped.
It happened to me, not he did it. Initially it was because she was sexually abused. I think it was a child or a teenager, whatever, younger. She was assaulted. And it was to stand in solidarity with women that were victims. It did get perverse. I don't know how to say it any differently. And there are other positive movements that started. I said this already, but I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again. Movements that started with pure intentions that got perverted. Yes, because opportunist, malicious intent people exist. And they pervert good movements. I don't know how to say that any differently. And for you to sit there and say, I'm trying to, I don't know, not trying to be serious, whatever you were saying on the negative side of that, that's not true. And I take slight to that.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, I know you're going to say it is what it is, but I have to say that too. I'm saying that for myself.
You taking a slight because you took a slight. What I'm saying is if we're gonna argue for the sake of arguing about shit like
that's what it was. No, at no time about this did I sit there and argue for the sake of argument's sake.
Even like when I'm naming, listen, and see, here's the thing. You're not doing nothing different. You understand? You're not doing nothing different than how you usually argue, right? So you didn't change. So for instance, with the dashiki stuff, right? That was all for nothing when we were talking about marketing, right? So that's the same tactic that you usually employ. So now when I say, you know what, we need to talk about relationships, because if you're gonna employ that same tactic on shit that really means something, then it ain't good to discuss.
So 2 things with that. Before I forget, I'm going to say the first thing is I was literally attempting to have a dialogue with you and have a conversation, ask questions about the dashiki thing, and saying that those 2 really didn't match and from what I understood. That's not a serious conversation, sir. And I also admitted that I'm not good at marketing. Whatever.
Diversity and inclusion?
I'm not good at marketing. We got into DEI and the Me Too thing. That's a heavier conversation, and not once. Please don't do that. I did not.
I don't care if people start getting sensitive. That's exactly what we're talking about now.
Me too. I did not.
Listen, that's what we're talking about now.
That's the thing, but that's the thing. Right. But
People
you also
being too sensitive. I don't care. We having a real conversation. You can't employ.
Often that never leads to a good conversation.
Here's the problem. You think that you can start with a foolish tactic in DEI, and you think I'm not supposed to see that foolish tactic regardless of the topic. That's not how it works.
That's not what happened either.
So you saying that you changed? So you saying that you changed tactics when we started talking about the Me Too shit?
It wasn't a tactic. It was a conversation.
And the thing about it is, this is the problem with people in this world now. When things are personal or hit too close to home, they think that people can't see it no other way. It is what it is.
What are you talking about?
So, like, for instance, people will be like, so they'll have an issue with something, but then that something will be one of their kids or something like that, right? And now they can't unsee it, or they can't see it the correct way, is because now their kid is that something, right? It being close to home doesn't mean that I'm supposed to see how you communicating with me in a different way. No, because how you was communicating about the DEI came over to the same topic. It came over. You communicated the same way when we was talking about the Me Too shit.
But the DEI thing, when I talked about corporate America, I'm not backing off from that. I still believe.
No, I'm not.
Go ahead. I'm just saying. I'm not backpedaling.
I'm not saying you don't believe it. I'm saying that how you do this. This is what you do. I'm saying Hollister. I'm saying Lane Bryant. I'm saying Dashiki store. Then you go into something that doesn't have nothing to do with the actual point. You're talking about the reason why it wouldn't make sense for a dashiki part store is because it's close to home. It's some ancestral garb and etc. No, we're saying you reflect the demographic that you serve. That's how things work, right?
Here we started off talking about corporate America. That's how we started off talking about it, and then products came into it. We started off talking about corporate America.
Hollister is corporate America.
No, I'm talking about working in corporate America. I'm talking about that. That's how I started off talking about working in corporate America, and then I don't want to regurgitate that. That's fine. Clip it up. You will watch it again and see the trajectory of the conversation. I do got 15 minutes, but
yeah, okay. but it's very important to note that how you were countering my points of DEI, you carried the same tactics to Me Too. And so regardless of how you feel about Me Too, you employ the same tactics. So then when I say we need to talk about relationships because this shit is too serious to employ them tactics, you can't get mad at me because I'm using the whole conversation as a summation of why I came to that conclusion.
That's the art of it. I hear what you're saying. I agree with you. I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree with you. I don't believe it happened that way. And that's fine. We can agree to disagree. I don't believe that is how it went. And when you look at it again, and I will too, you can chop it up however. I don't care. That's fine. But I know that it wasn't. So that's not how it went. It didn't go in that linear fashion. It did not. Go ahead, Marcus. You want to talk? Go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, how you doing, Hamp? And how y'all doing?
What's up?
Yeah. Okay. So, Love, you don't believe that the Me Too movement should be destroyed completely?
I believe that originally how it started, it came from a pure intention. Is it weaponized? Absolutely. Should it be modified? So that weaponized? And it should be a solidarity thing, how it started off to be intentionally? Yes.
No. I'm asking you, do you think it should be destroyed?
Not utterly, no. Not completely, no.
even though the stuff that's happening now.
Listen. I literally said what I meant.
I don't know why you're yelling. I just asked a question. I just asked a question. I don't know why you're yelling. Like you take that energy with. Okay, but you didn't take that energy with him, or take that energy with somewhere else. I just asked a question.
No.
Like you don't have to be emotional.
I'm giving you what I'm giving you right now because you're trying to do a gotcha, and I'm literally not saying anything.
I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question.
Because it is necessary in some way. And I said it can be modified. It should be modified. It should not be weaponized. It should not unjustly destroy people's lives. It was meant to stand for victims in solidarity and to know you are not alone in this. So that's all I'm saying.
But people's lives are being destroyed. Look at Jonathan Majors.
I spoke against that. Did you not hear me speak against that?
But it's not enough women speaking up for Jonathan Majors.
Okay, so what do you want me to do about that? You think
I don't want you to do anything. I just asked a question. You're getting emotional. I'm just asking a question. You're getting emotional.
Speak for Jonathan Majors.
I just asked a question. You're getting emotional right now. I asked a question. I'm just trying to ask a question.
I'm asking you.
I asked a question. No, you're getting emotional right now. You're getting emotional right now. You're getting emotional. You can get emotional right now. I'm just talking. I'm just talking to you.
Let's talk. Let me.
Okay, well, you need to calm down. All right, but you need to calm down. Like I'm not giving you no energy. I'm not trying to do a catch you movement or nothing. So why are you getting mad?
I'm trying to have a conversation.
Right, what was the question?
No, you're not. No, you're not.
The question is
my fault. My fault, Ham.
What was the question? What was the question, Marcus?
Oh, Marcus.
Listen. All I asked was, all I'm saying is, what are y'all doing now? You said it needs to be modified, right? So it can be better. So what needs to be done? That's all I'm asking. I'm not trying to do nothing to you. Like you need to, like, come on. Because you're saying it's still important. So
how do you modify Me Too? Is that the question?
That's what,
if you're not going to discard it.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. Because you said it was good in the beginning, but yet, cool. We see what's happening with Jonathan Majors. His career is skyrocketing. There was evidence that he didn't do nothing to that girl, and still his career has been destroyed. All right, you said that it shouldn't be going completely. So I'm like, all right, let me ask you this: what should be done? Like, what's the steps? Like, that's all I'm asking. Like, how can it be better? How can it be improved? Like, that's all I'm asking.
All right, Marcus. Go ahead. If you're not gonna discard it, how would you, I guess, fix it? I guess.
I don't have those answers in this moment right now, but I know it needs to be fixed. I don't have the answer right now, but it needs to be fixed.
So, should the women that destroy men's lives, should there be consequences for them too? Like, should their careers be destroyed?
I'll say yes again.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I think I just wonder the outcomes of such a movement. I don't understand, love, why we would try to save it, given all these terrible outcomes.
That's all.
You know what I mean? Like, it's been so detrimental. You ain't even lit.
I am listening to you. I am trying not to interrupt
you. You keep on, but my thing is, listen to what you're saying, though. Listen to what you're saying. You're trying not to interrupt. Think about that for a second. So here's what's happening.
I interrupted you.
It's not even a pregnant pause, right? So I'm saying a statement, and then as soon as it's done, you jumping in. You don't have to try not to interrupt. Just don't interrupt. But you've been stopped listening though. I can tell.
Now you're gaslighting. I did not stop listening.
Don't use them YouTube terms on me.
Now you're being inflammatory. Don't use a Me Too word, really?
No, YouTube term. I said YouTube term on me.
Oh, but I'm not using YouTube.
Somebody get a second. Hey, love.
What I'm saying.
Hold on, Mandrell. I'll put you right in the back. So the point, I said I'm gonna put you in the back. You don't start just talking. You ain't saying hello and none of that shit. So it just, what I'm saying is, with all these bad outcomes that we've had, love, when we try, I don't even know if you would want to try to fix it, right? Because the bad outcomes have been so detrimental, especially as close as they are to us. You know. Go ahead.
So, if you don't want to call it Me Too, but still have something there for women that have victimized, call it something else then. But we cannot say that there can't be a movement or a space for women to stand in solidarity and or have a support system when things like that have happened to them. So don't call it Me Too then. Call it, because since Me Too is so tainted, call it something else. But there has to be something there for victims. That's all I'm saying.
You think we can call it like, sis, you better be right? You better be honest?
Fine. Call it what you want, but you need something for victims. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, hello, everybody.
What's up, man, bro? Let me make sure Bob didn't have something real quick. What's up, Uncle Rick?
What's up, y'all?
Yo, man, Dale, pipe down, man. Fall in line. Fall in order. All right, listen.
What's the order?
What's good? You behind me, Playboy. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, Asia?
Popping, your sound terrible.
Yeah, listen. I'm here for a short time, not a long time anyway. I can't even touch on that Me Too topic. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't got enough time for that Me Too shit. I just wanted to give my man Osa his props for that game he dropped on Asia. You know what I'm saying? I'm jumping back earlier to the beginning topic.
Shit like that.
You know what I'm saying? What he did, that shit was real smooth. So I gotta give props when props is due. All right, and I feel like what he did is what a lot of these dudes on the panel wanted to do, but they ain't have the heart to do it. All right, so I'm off right now. I'm gonna keep watching though. Salute to Ocean and Asia. Let's get it.
Perfect.
Man, Drell, what's popping?
What's going on? First of all, I do agree with you, Hemp. It sounds like Love stopped listening hours ago, because I haven't listened to you for a while. Since before I got to the airport, I've been listening. I'm not saying you did, Love, but it seems that way, the way you've been carrying this conversation. But so as far as I understand what you're saying. There needs to be something for victims. However, would you agree that we need something not even like Me Too, but something holistically and completely different? I understand the sentiment of Me Too. Yeah, she got attacked and it happened to me too. That's the sentiment of it all. But wouldn't you say that the reputation has gotten so toxic and tainted that you do need to scorch earth with it and start off with something brand new? That way it's clean and you can come up with actionable consequences for people who attack victims and for women who lie. So I think that's where the rubber is. Where you guys are missing each other. Somebody's missing that part. Hemp is saying the whole thing needs to go. I agree with that. The sentiment, not so much, but the whole system of Me Too, yeah. Because the second you say Me Too, people are going to tune it out and not pay you any attention anymore.
So I haven't stopped listening, Mandrell, because literally, I just said.
Like you said, it seems like it.
Yeah, but I haven't. And that's fine. If it seems like it, I have not, because I'm not sure how my message got lost. There has to be a space. There has to be. That's it. That's all. There has to be.
Are you saying create like an echo chamber of people potentially telling the truth, making false accusations? Like, what is this space?
What do you mean echo? What do you say?
Well, like you're saying, the Me Too is like Me Too, Me Too, Me Too, Me Too, right? But then there's several false allegations mixed in. So what does this space look like when you're saying you can accuse? Because right now you can accuse men of anything without evidence, just your words. That's the space that they have now. So how do you curate a space that's going to protect all parties and get the truth out without turning it into a mess again?
I don't have the answer on what the action is to fix Me Too. I don't. I don't. All I'm advocating is, I feel like I'm saying the same thing.
But I didn't ask the same thing though. So
right.
you're saying a space.
I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. In this
I'm not
moment,
saying-
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not saying fix. You're saying they need a space. Who needs a space and for what reason?
I said the women that have been victimized need a space to speak out and feel solidarity and get the support that they need to manage through that process of recovery. I'm not saying men that are unjustly accused should not get not reparations, but what's the word? Not reparation, but you know what I'm saying. They should also get, I have a better word, reparations for it. Retribution. They should absolutely get retribution.
Sound like court.
I think what guys are looking for from you at this point, love, is like we hear what you're saying, but we're wondering what does that look like from your perspective. I don't think a guy would disagree with you that victims do need a space. There need to be an avenue for to protect people from things like that. And when bad things like that happen, there have to be consequences. So from your perspective, what does that look like to you if Me Too is eliminated?
Well, she kind of answered.
Because
she's not going to be able to answer. We saying like, what does it look like? How do we structure it to where the foolishness doesn't get in? I think that's probably highly improbable. But I think the punitive nature of it and what it created has now outweighed the positives for the victims.
The utility of it all. Yeah.
Let me get Uncle Rick in before she got to get up out of here. Uncle Rick, what's popping?
Hey, what's good, everybody? Happy New Year.
You, man? I missed you. I ain't seen you in a minute.
Man, just been sick, man. I had to fight off the vid, man, but we still here.
What's popping?
Nothing, man. It's like Me Too was never meant to be what y'all think it is, a space for victims. Because once you politicize something, it loses the power that it intended anyway, right? Once you politicize something, that means other forces are at hand requiring certain results for certain people, right? So it's no different when y'all look at these agencies or these agents that pop up out of nowhere. Black Lives Matter, Me Too, all that stuff is null and void. It's a straw man. It's stupid. Nothing good comes of it. No matter how y'all, it make you feel good. You feel toasty inside. But nothing comes of it except the people at top that's running the whole Ponzi scheme, right? So let's discuss Me Too. You said and I'm not attacking nobody. I'm gonna preface everything I mean this year. I'm not attacking nobody, but who's the victims? Who's the victims? Is it the ones that's getting laid and doing nasty stuff, getting thousands of dollars in Gucci coats, and then coming out 20 years later saying, "Oh, this happened to me"? Because as long as I've been on this earth, if you took a girl's booty, you went to jail. It didn't take no Me Too movement. You went and you reported. They took a kit, and if you was violated, something happened usually. Right? So what's the need of the movement? The need of the movement is so women who compromise themselves at an earlier age with men of a certain stature could come back later and get recompensated again. Because if it was that, and this is what I hate about these arguments, because if it was something worth going to the police or going to an agency, why didn't you do it back then? Why?
Are you asking me, or are you just?
I'm not asking anybody. This is thinking points for you. Like I said, I'm not attacking. Your point is your point. Your opinion is your opinion. I need to
that you were really asking me an answer.
Right? No, I just want I want you to think on it. Right? So again, it's the same with all these agencies. Black people, y'all really need to stop and think. Right? My opinion is that whenever I see something pop up out of nowhere with no grassroots and no building, I question it. Right? It's like how Taylor Swift jumped on the scene. Who the hell is Taylor Swift? You see what I'm saying? Now she's the most popular artist in the world, and I never heard of her before 3 years ago. It's the same thing with these agencies that be popping up, and our people get behind it. And I hate to say this, but it's true. It's our people that be powering these movements because we continue to give them space. Me Too helps nobody except the ladies who was out here dipping and diving with what people so-called back then, the high value men, and putting their boxing body on sale, and then they want to recoup later at the line. Because if it was that bad before, sis, you would report it to the authorities at that point, but you didn't because you was living too good.
Thank you for that point. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just have to go to a meeting. So thank you for your point, though.
Real quick, also, I want to make sure I clarify. I'm sorry if you thought I was saying you was being disingenuous in terms of Me Too, because I know how close that is to our home. So that's not what I meant. It's just a tactic that you try to use on me that I'll be kicking your ass. It was, yeah, you be getting your ass kicked up here. But but I want to say that you know that, and I love you, and that was not the intention for that.
Appreciate that.
Period.
All right.
All
See y'all later
right,
tonight.
bring your ass back if you can.
If I can, around 4:30, I'll see if I can get off their butts. Bye. Pause.
Pause. Okay. John Henry with the 20 ball says, "Ham, I'm 53 and fully cognizant of what I'm saying. Going back to Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas. Quote, parentheses, I was 22 at the time. I've seen all the factors that compromise Pound Me Too before your birth. I agree. Pound Me Too needs restructuring. Yeah, I don't know if before my birth like really gains more merit, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and plus that Clarence Thomas situation ain't the best example to make.
Yeah,
he was guilty as hell.
John Henry with the $5 says there should be punitive actions for women who falsely accuse men of assault under the premise of Pound Me Too. Yeah,
of course, I think we all agree with that.
Mike Brown with the $2 says, what were they doing before the space? Yeah, what Uncle Rick just said.
Yeah,
like I've never seen like at home. There's a specific prison for grapists and pedophiles. They send them for different. Yeah, they don't send them to. It's general pop, but the overwhelming population at this particular prison is only for people like with sexual crimes and things of that nature. Because when you put them in general pop in real prisons, level 3 and up, they got to deal with shit that doesn't go well in their favor.
No, the thing is, I know that, but I never heard of that hemp, and because I'm from Alabama, and where I'm from, you get what you get. They're not going to separate you like that. You did the crime, okay, you're gonna do the time over here with everybody else who did crimes. They don't care. Now, we all heard of what happens to rapists and pedophiles and whatnot in prison. But where I'm from, they don't care. The way they look at it is, you shouldn't have did it. You know what I'm saying? That's the way they look at it. Hey, you shouldn't have did it. And I didn't know they had special prisons to protect. Is it to protect people who commit those kind of crimes, or what?
The allocation of them just makes right, because who ends up paying for all that stuff when they get hurt?
The taxpayer.
They go to the hospital, right? So it don't even make sense. So if you got enough people, right, you got different blocks, but specifically just from looking at the populations, this prison they sent them to, right, because it costs us less money without them getting their ass whooped and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So kind of makes sense a little bit,
But here's the thing. Only thing you're doing is build. It sounds okay. Like they're just coming up with an excuse to build more prisons.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm saying? And we all know building prisons is a cash cow. You know what I'm saying? If the four of us on this screen right now had enough money to put in and build a prison, there's a state in this country that wouldn't let us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we could build a prison if we wanted to, if we had the capital, but it's ridiculous, man. The excuses they come up with to build more of them.
Building a prison like building a casino.
It sure is. It's a license to print money, man.
Yeah.
Prison is a cash cow.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a certain way of making money, man. That's not something I want to put my money in. You can buy stock in prisons today if you wanted to. You actually buy stock in it. I don't. That's not something I'm going to put my money into at all.
I just wonder though. We were just discussing overcorrection. So we talked about DEI. We talked about the Me Too movement and just overall correction. What do you guys think about the pronouns and all that other stuff? Do you think it is what it is? Do you guys use them if you had in a workspace, or generally speaking, people just tiptoeing so much nowadays? It's just it just makes me I just really feel that morals and values are only as important as your paycheck isn't to you. So what won't people sacrifice for their morals, values, and principles?
Everything.
Well, for me, yeah. For me, I'm not gonna my principles, I ain't gonna bend or break on that. My principles, my morals, they are what they are. You know what I'm saying? Simple as. Period. You know. But everything else can be negotiated. Because you have everything else, literally everything else is a negotiation in life. Walking across the street, eating soup with a spoon, you know what I'm saying? Cutting food with a knife. Everything is a negotiation, literally, except your morals, principles, because those are the things that make you you. And you hold yourself, those are the things you use to hold yourself to account. Now, when it comes to using pronouns, I don't use pronouns unless somebody specifically tells me they want to be called this or the other. And I do that just to keep them from yelling and screaming and calling the Better Business Bureau on me or some other bullshit like that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you about, Mandrell, though. You do care when it's tied to your money.
Yeah, other than that, your pronoun, what do you, I don't understand why they care. You're a person. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, why do you even care? You should call me this. Whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
go ahead, Metro. My bad.
No, just saying I've gotten into it. I think I'm not able to say like I've actually gotten into it with them people like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Over nonsense like that. And I just flat out told them, listen, you're a person, right? Yeah, then what else matters? I don't care. I'm trying not to cuss on your platform. I don't care what you go out and do in your personal life. Why would you bring that into me? That's none of my business. You're asking me to make comments on your personal life. But then when I make comments that you don't like, you got a problem with that.
Well, what I'm saying is the overcorrection, right, is what we're exploring. And so when you concede to that, aren't you just a part of the issue at a point?
I don't think so. Not with that one.
Yes, you are.
You think so, Rick?
Yes, I definitely agree because so to tie this back into what we were just talking about or what I was just talking about, right? When you put political pressure on these things to happen, you are influencing the result against the natural order of things, right? Not only that, when you put it under political pressure, no one needs to prove the correction. It's not about what's right? It's not about what's true. Like the Me Too movement, like, okay, so let's to try to tie this into the Jonathan Majors thing. He hurt that woman's finger getting away from her.
Yeah. No, all the asshole she gave him while he was trying to get away.
But listen to what I'm saying, right? But because of Me Too, right? Because he's such a star, and these things can't be these things are such frowned upon about the industry and society as a whole, right? We can't get to the truth of what really happened. You know what I'm saying? That he was really trying to get away from her. He found a new girl, and she wasn't having it, right? And she was beating him up. You see what I'm saying? That's what Me Too never worked, because you never get down to the facts. You don't get down to the facts that Cassie, she allowed all this stuff to happen to her, right? That she was in a space and been back and forth with this man for decades, right? And let's keep it honest. The Harvey Weinstein thing, right? Yeah, he was fucking girls, but everybody heard about the casting couch, right? How many women that made it to Hollywood on their back? Halle Berry,
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Name them, right? But because now your star is waning now, because you're not in a place that you want to be financially at this point, or you're looking at this man in his heyday, in his later years still. Now you want to take because the political pressure is so intense. You will never get to the truth of what happened. You get to the result, and what's the result? Y'all name me, y'all fellas, right? How many times have you guys actually heard of Me Too, something happened with Me Too that was with somebody that's a nobody?
I don't think ever.
You don't. I haven't.
Some girl coming out the woodwork 20 years later. Ooh, when you heard that on the news?
I don't think
she always been somebody rich, or that had access to rich men. Somebody that was famous or had access to rich. It's bullshit. It's the same with this. Ain't it? You can't change it because you feel in a certain fucking way. That's just the way you feel. You're entitled to feel however you want to feel. But as I said before, you cannot force your feelings on me. That's where we got the problem.
There you go.
That's where the problem comes. And I don't care if it's your job or anybody else. What's your name? They know what's your name. I'll call you by your name. But all this shit that I ain't doing that shit because you can't force your beliefs off on me.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Okay, now Rick, here's the thing. I holistically agree with you when you bring about bringing the politics into things. And this thing has gotten political long ago. And but my thing is, if you are an entrepreneur and you find yourself in a situation where you're just like, all right, I need to get into it with this person about this, or just say, listen, whatever, sir or ma'am, whatever, and just carry on. Because you have a vested interest you got to protect too. So I'm just saying, okay, as a person in that position, what do you suggest? Because you got social media, you got these people they'll get on social media and just dox your business or your services, whatever you got going on. You know what I'm saying? So
what you saying is pussy and it's logical. Like we understand that you don't want to sacrifice your business. It don't make you any less pussy though.
Okay.
But it's just what you willing to sell your soul for.
Exactly. What's your God? Does your principles rule you or money? But we know the answer to that in 90% of the population.
Yeah.
Don't lie about it. Money make everything okay. Right?
Not everything.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not to you, but people as a whole, right? They can shoot your son dead in the street as long as they cut a settlement check.
Yeah, I ain't with that. That's one thing I ain't with either.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying though. Cassie can get raped and get forced to do all this stuff with all these other men, and Diddy did that, blah blah blah. Just cut a check.
That $50 million check made everything okay.
Just cut a check.
I'm not with that either. Now you gotta you do something like that with me, man. You gotta go to jail. You either gotta go to jail or have your day in court. But if you get off, you gonna come see me. Either way, you ain't getting away. Some things you can't. Money don't make everything okay.
So, Mandrell, are you conceding your initial point in terms of you using pronouns for the sake of being an entrepreneur?
That wasn't a point I was making.
That's the point you made.
What I was saying. That was something that I said that the only time I would do that because I have.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially when I first started. These days, I don't really care. You know what I'm saying?
What are you saying, Mandrell? Because it sounds like you're saying a few different things.
When I first started, I would call people whatever they want to be called. I didn't care. It was none of my business anyway. You know what I'm saying? I still look at it that way. It ain't none of my business. Call you whatever you want to be called. You gonna buy my products? Yeah. All right, go ahead. Whatever. But years of that, and you start thinking about stuff, and you're meeting people, and you're having conversations. Your perspective changes on shit. I still say it's none of my business. I'd rather not know. Oh, my shit is automated, so I ain't got to talk to people. So, I mean, I say what I want to say.
Right.
So I say what I want to say. That's why I'm here on YouTube. And Rick see me. Hank has been on quite a few panels with me where I said what I want to say.
Kind of, but you understand.
No, I'm really.
Go ahead, Rick. Maybe you can help.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this, right? Again, we talking about political pressure. Once y'all realize these things could be implemented and use control, not just emotional states, but commerce, your business, things of that nature, then what's the point at that point? Right? Answer me this question. Why do you have to concede to them?
That's a good question.
Why? Why is the conversation always, well, why don't you concede when they the one trying to make a illogical point to a grown ass person? Because the political pressure is too high, right? Because if you don't get your money, you can't feed your family. And this what y'all don't see is that all these things are controlled by political pressure, which means as soon as somebody squeezes you, it's over for your ass. Right? Instead of just being the man you say you are and let the chips fall where they fucking may.
Yeah. That dollar, man. That dollar. That's,
And that's why I put myself in position to where my shit's just automated. Like I said, people don't even know what I do or what I own.
But you have to acknowledge the point that you conform to what they want.
At first, yeah, I admit to that.
But even now,
because I had to get started. I had to get started. Huh?
Yeah, but avoidance ain't dealing with it, right? So now it's just automated.
Avoidance is dealing with it. Avoidance is dealing with it. I don't want to have anything to do with that part of nobody's life. It ain't none of my business. I don't want it to be. I don't care. When I tell you I don't care, I really and truly do not care.
You know what it is too? You don't got no kids.
I ain't tell. Oh, that's true. I don't.
Man, Drell, just admit that you do what 90% of the world does.
Yeah.
Just admit it.
Yeah, ignore
just
it.
say fuck it, man. You doing what 90% of the world does.
Which is
conform.
I don't think that's conformity because I don't think it's okay. And I'll tell them to their faces it's not okay.
Shit.
You just sit there and said you did it for the mighty dollar. You just sit there and did it for the money. You said you was worried about the business. Come on, man, Drill. This
it was okay. It's like me saying, Mr.
It might not be okay, but you did it for the money.
But that lifestyle, I ain't with that shit.
I got you. You did it for the money. You did it for the money, man, Drill.
Ham, I wanted to ask you a question.
You telling me you don't see the difference here, Ham? Ain't.
No, you ain't saying no difference. You saying, yeah, we understand you don't agree with their lifestyle, but you are, but to their face you are. Because you saying yes, ma'am, and he looked like Hank. Like, come on, man. Like, I know YouTube
That's
is
a handsome woman. That's a handsome woman.
You know what I mean? But
I know that's right.
My thing is this. My thing about it is this. There are sometimes you got to do some shit you just don't want to do to get where you want to be, and that's what I chalk it up to. Now I can afford.
Terry Crews said.
Now I can but you ain't finna grab my junk. There's a line, bro. Always a line.
Yeah, but that line gets blurred when you call it you start blurring that line.
There ain't no blood line. I know what I'm talking to. Oh yeah, you know that's a dude dressing up like a girl. Come on, stop.
No, but you saying yes, ma'am, and
we all know this shit. Listen, we all know this shit.
How much they got to give you to dress like a girl?
None. I ain't dressing like no girl. Like I said, money again. There's some things money can't make me do. Just can't. Money ain't everything, man.
Well, one of them, but money will make you call a nigga a bitch, though. That's one thing that you did admit. That sounds crazy, bro. That I can't fathom that shit in my head. That I would call a man a woman. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Let me ask you a question then.
It doesn't have to make sense, Hamp. It doesn't have to make sense. But like I said, in order to get where I am now, now I can say what I want. And it's been like that for a few years now. I can say what I want to say, do it. It doesn't hurt anything.
So you saying?
But I had to maneuver myself into that position to be in the circle that I'm in and be able to say what I want to say.
Man, Joe, whatever. You told your soul. Go ahead, old Krusty.
I agree. Say, what if it wasn't a pronoun but the person's name? It's a woman named Dave or a man named Karen.
What about,
you know what I'm saying? Because you could be in the workspace, some dude come in transgender, they've changed their name. You gotta call this dude Karen.
Well, if you saying the person's name is Karen?
Yeah, because people they're not just changing their identity, they're actually changing their names too.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. That's a dude that looked like you and his name is Karen.
Well, I ain't saying
they get pissed off.
But you know it.
I know. Hold on, bro. I know Stacy.
You still know it's a dude, and his name is Karen.
We're talking about the one that actually comes to fruition. Pronouns, right? You saying if he's like if it's a girl like, hey, my name's Bob, like I don't know, I would use their name if that's their name. Right. I don't know if I'd be like, no, what's your mama named you? Like I'm not Joe. Who the fuck said that to him? Not Joe Louis. Was it Joe Louis who said it to Muhammad Ali?
Muhammad Ali, yeah.
Right. Somebody called you Clay. No, I'm not gonna. No, it wasn't. I forget his name. Sonny Liston. Yeah,
that's who it was.
So, but like I'm saying, if I know it's a man, I'm saying yes, sir. How you doing, sir? Et cetera, et cetera. I'm not changing that shit for nobody. That don't make any. It doesn't register to me like that.
Can I ask you another question, Hamp, about the Me Too thing? Because
sure.
I heard you give the analogy of it destroying lives. And I actually agree with you. But then I think by using your analogy, why I wouldn't throw it out is because I put the Me Too movement in the same way in the criminal justice system, where a lot of false accusations led to men being incarcerated. And I'm like, we can't throw that out either.
Wait. Well, I guess the hypothetical, if we could, we should. But that's the point. I would throw them both out if you could and recreate and start over. Yeah.
Okay, but in reality, we know you wouldn't say that in the criminal justice system there are no real victims, because there sometimes is, and we just know dudes are sitting in jail today on false accusations.
Yeah.
Getting out after 20 years on death row, and lives are. I would say the criminal justice system is a greater threat, especially to men who look like us, than fucking Me Too. Because I hate what happened to Jonathan, but he lost a job. He still went home. There's brothers that ain't going home behind the same level of bullshit.
But what are you saying though, in terms of how do you relate that back to Me Too? Would I throw it out? I would throw out both.
I'm trying to get back to do the system get thrown out or does the system get reformed? And I think that's what Love was trying to say.
We see that with amendments though, right? And then we see the 13th, how slavery isn't abolished, right? Mm-hmm. And so what did they create once they created the 13th Amendment? You have things like plea bargains, right? Felons, plea bargains, where we know poor people plea bargain when they tell you get 20 or you can take this 5, right? So there's workings in it, right? When you have amendments to reform it, like you say, but then look at the aftermath of this so-called reform. So it's a lot to be done with it. I don't think there's a such thing as a good police officer, period, because the system is too broken for any part of it to be good. There might be good people who are police officers, but the system is broken to a point where no part of it makes sense to me.
But now let me ask you this last question. I'll be done. So if your position is, and you said you would throw out the criminal justice system, is that not an injustice to real victims? Because I look at us as people of color, we get fucked on both ends. You get screwed for the unjust and being accused, but we're still victims. And it's kind of weird to me. It's a real hard thing. And when I was listening to you, that's what made me think about it. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to throw it away. And then all these black people who have been victimized don't get justice. But I don't like the fact that some black people are in jail unjustly.
Yeah, you're saying has the broken system worked in cases?
In some cases.
Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't make it any less broken. Broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, but no system.
I'm not saying
look, if one person get unjustly done, then the whole system needs to be thrown away.
But then you're doing an injustice to the real victims, though. If you think about it.
Look, we've seen too many cases where they have to pay out.
I agree.
Too many cases where they have to pay out. Eventually, them insurance companies gonna stop want to pay out.
That's what made me think about it, because when Hamp said so many broken cases of the Me Too, I'm like, I think of so many broken cases in the criminal justice system.
Yeah.
Just as many, if not worse, but nobody's getting rid of that. You do realize they're real victims too. And I was just putting them side by side saying, hey.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's getting rid of it because it's not affecting them. Yeah, let it start affecting their sons. Let it start affecting them people on the other side. Mm-hmm. Let them other people be affected by it. Then there will be change. That's the only time it's going to affect, or there's going to be some type of change. Other people other than that look like us has to be affected.
Yeah, and you know what? Like in terms of let's say realistically, you can't throw the system out, right? Right. Let's say we concede to love, like, okay, Me Too, and this is hypothetical. I'm just Me Too had a righteous when it was created, right? For a righteous reason. Then it got super reversed. If she didn't want to throw it out, what would she amend or change, right? And let's say that would be effective. One thing would be simple. You know how the police get tased and maced, right? They have to go through that, like, while they're becoming a police officer. The judges should have to go to every level of prison that they send people to, because they have no context of the different levels of prison and what you subject to when you sending somebody there. So if you about to send somebody for a gun charge from a, you know what I mean, I don't know, 5 to 10, right? And you saying send them to XY prison, but it's a level 4. Level 4, a whole lot different than level 2. They got tennis courts in level 2. They don't even got microwaves in level 4. You know what I mean? So at least you would have some perspective of where you putting people to, and how long would matter too. Do I need to send this cat up here for 5 years for a gun charge where they making Pruno, doing tattoos, shit and piss, niggas getting, you know what I mean? Like something where people would have some relevancy in what it is that they you know, how they're penalizing people. Just like
I don't think that would help. I don't think that would help at all.
Been in prison though?
What I'm saying is I'm talking about sending judges.
You been to prison?
To see, no, I haven't.
Yeah. So if
But
you
that's not
go,
gonna change, I don't think it's gonna change a judge's mind.
No, what it does is, trust me, if you in there for a few days, you would understand the difference between all the levels. And when so what would happen is when you give somebody a penalty, right, Mandrell, you know what that penalty looks like.
Right, but what I'm saying is you're doing this under the assumption that that judge is a human being.
No,
and
but what do you
just like here's the thing, just like you think there's no such thing as a good cop, I would disagree because I met some good cops. I don't think there's a such thing as a good judge, and I've met a bunch of judges.
But what
I think that I've met politicians, and the disconnect between them and everyday people it's just the disconnect is unreal. They don't look at us as people, which makes them inhumane, in my opinion. I haven't met a judge that I would consider to be a humane person.
But man, what I think and you're a veteran, right? I think what he's saying is that putting people in certain positions, it increases their consciousness. So
I get what he's saying. I'm just saying the judges. But what he's saying is like he's trying to put the devil into hell.
No, but listen, what I'm saying.
So the devil can have understand. But that's what I'm equating it to. It's like
I'm not saying
it ain't gonna help.
Them a better person. I'm just saying that I think what Hamp says, and I would agree with, it increases your consciousness. If as a veteran, you know, having been through military service, it doesn't necessarily mean everybody's going to be a great soldier, but people who've been through it, yourself and I, it increases your consciousness about willingness to go to war. People who never served, they go to war, they don't care.
Yeah.
Other people, it increases your consciousness. So I do think that it would help. And that's why I said, even with the same thing with the Me Too movement and all other systems, they all need to be revamped. I think it's a great idea for people to have to go through it. And it should be more charges for women who make these false accusations.
They definitely should be doing that.
I only got a few super chats. Let me read real quick. Bravado was popping with the fellow says, Hamp, no cap. Last week I had a dude in the hospital name was Joyce and was a whole dude with a beard like Hink. I was crazy, bro. Bravado with 2000 says, salute to the light-skinned army. Everybody up here light-skinned.
Right on.
Oh, Mac with the $5 was popping. It's about control and how they make you do what they want. The ability to make you bend to their will. You must always stand 10 toes down in the truth. Lauren with the $5 says, what's the difference in principles, morals, and values? Are they taught or natural? Everyone seems to have different definitions. Damn, that's a good ass question. Are they taught or are they natural?
Some are taught, some are natural. But either way, you learn all three of them. You're not born with any kind of innate knowledge of principles, morals, or value. You learn, even if no one teaches it to you, you learn it on your own on your way through life. If you live long enough. You know what I'm saying? Like you learn right from wrong. Like a baby knows when you've done something wrong. You know what I'm saying? Your baby has a piece of candy, you take it from them, they cry. They know that that's wrong. It's mine, and you took it. I want it back. So it knows there's something wrong there. So even if it's something that small, you do learn these things to some degree on your own. They're all learned or taught. You know what I'm saying?
Let's say
you're not born with it.
Well, let's say we break down her question. Principles, I think, would principles be taught? Will we agree to that? Principles?
Yeah, principles would be taught.
So principles, I think those are the things that we're sacrificing when we're confronting things like pronouns and things of that nature. Or do you think it's morals that we sacrifice when we concede to using somebody's pronouns or something like that?
No, it depends on what your principles are. Like my principle is to be able to, is to have freedom, the freedom to say no, and have your protests not affect my life. You know what I'm saying? Like if a dude walks up and says, "Hey, he wants to be named Sharon," and I say, "Nah, dude, your name's Joe or whatever," he can go call somebody and try to have something, you know, and like blast you on social media or whatever and affect your life in some way. No, I want to be able to say "fuck you," and that be that. You can't touch me. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, it depends on what road you take in life. Like if let's say hemp owns his business. Hey man, you know them people in the alphabet community can blast him and affect his life in some way, affect his business. It ain't fair, it ain't right, but they can.
But isn't all that dictated by your belief system? So if your belief system, for me, my principle in morals is to stand solid within my belief system. So if my belief system is a man is a man, a woman is a woman, then I can't bend.
That's mine too, though. But that's my belief system too, though.
Right. I'm just trying to think it out.
But
so
will you bend is the question, though.
Will you bend?
No. You still no. If you were born a male, you're still a man, no matter what kind of surgery or hormones you take. Born female, same thing. You can't actually change your gender. You are what you are.
No, I'm not
everything
saying,
else you're doing is everything else you're doing.
I'm not saying, but listen, I'm not saying what that's fact. I'm talking about will you bend if confronted with the issue. So for me, my company does. Well, you did, right? You said yes earlier. So
no. I said to the pronouns, but the pronoun conversation and the gender conversation is two different things.
Well, you said that we talking about pronouns, right? Gender is gender, whatever.
Oh,
I mean,
the pronoun conversation.
To me, it's all included in them fucking making us whipping boys. So I work with whomever. I move people who are gay, straight, you know what I mean, whatever the case is. But I'm not doing nothing that's outside of something that I believe that I know is the truth, right? So if somebody's asking me to call him a woman, I'm not doing it. I don't care how much money's involved. That's not in me to do.
Okay, fair enough.
You know what I'm saying,
right,
sir?
Yeah, and see,
well, it's also true. Like it's just true. Oh, regardless of belief, it's just true. Like you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not disagreeing.
It's just true.
I'm not disagreeing with y'all either. But
differently, but I'm just saying is that it's still in everybody's individual belief system. I believe that too.
Now watch this. Let me ask the question. What's up, John Henry? How are you?
Hey, what's going on now?
Good. So also I said this numerous times. And you guys can I want to see what you guys think.
Hey, I'm doing fine. Hey guys, I think I'm behind on the feed here.
You got a lag? John Henry, you got a lag?
Yeah, let me go ahead and close out and come back in.
All right, I'll drop a fresh link too. You never know.
Yeah, I've got a lag.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like that whole thing. Like I believe what I believe.
Let me just for instance, like and I own a moving company. That's what I was saying. Like I'll move your stuff if you got an orientation, whatever, long impede on me in that process, But if I need to call you something outside of what I know you are, it's not happening. So even the term like nigger, right? If said to me by somebody from the Caucasus Mountains, Asian, like it's not gonna go how they think it's gonna go.
It shouldn't.
It's going to end in violence, but they were saying that's sensitive or emotional, but I'm just thinking it's a principle.
That's not sensitive nor emotional. They know what they're doing here. Come on, everybody on this planet knows what that word means. Everybody knows. I've been all over this planet, dude. Everybody knows what that word means.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, every culture know that that's one of the worst, if not the worst thing you can call a person, regardless of race.
So, what's your question, bro?
You know that the thing is, that they have the equivalent of that word in South Africa.
What is your question, then?
Is my reaction unfounded?
Okay.
No, not if Like I said, in South Africa, they have a word in South Africa called kefir. It's the equivalent of the N word here, but that word doesn't exist here. But nigga does, and it exists over there too. They still know what nigga mean over there. They still know, you know what I'm saying? So my thing is, no, people who they like to play too much, and you deserve to get a good swift pop in the mouth.
So what if your refusal was unlawful, Hamp? You know what I'm saying? You know, they got these, you know, anti-discrimination laws on the book. How would you still stand on it, you know, and at the risk of your company being sued?
Yeah, well, the First Amendment's still there.
Yeah, I mean, you still had a freedom of speech, but they also, I'm saying you have anti-discrimination laws. You refuse service for certain things. We know people can be sued. I'm saying, would you still stand on your principle and say, hey,
well, currently, right, you have the right of refusal. You own the business. It's privately owned. It's not publicly traded or publicly held, right? So just like a restaurant now, they can kick your ass out for whatever reason they want.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So that's what I would stand on. But regardless, sometimes you got to go to court. See, I've been in court. I've been in court enough times where I'm not of the ilk of getting dressed up no more. And whenever I see somebody dressed up in a suit and tie going to traffic court, I'm like, oh, you new here. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm not like, you know, so I just, you have to fight for shit if it's right, and there's risk, you know, and so does the risk meet the reward? You know, what is the how far are you willing to take things? And oftentimes we will plea out or acquiesce because of the fear of taking it too far and losing, you know. And of course, people can talk big shit until the bullets start flying. So who knows, right? Right. That's why everybody plea out. That's why when you watch First 48, the conviction rate on First 48 got to be higher than the feds, because everybody be telling on First 48 for some reason when they get to the interrogation. So, you know, it just, I don't know. None of it's easy. Go ahead, Hank.
Well, I think to answer your question, man, I guess it depends on the situation. You know what I'm saying? You know, somebody call you any word, they got guns drawn at your ass. Yeah, I don't think, you know, I'm gonna stand down. I'm gonna let you have this one, but I'm gonna get you on the next one. You know what I'm saying? But it's one-on-one, well, then that's a different situation.
Yeah, one-on-one is good odds.
But
it's
I mean,
50-50, someone's gonna take an ass whooping.
Yep.
I see what you're saying about the business, Ham, but I wouldn't begrudge somebody a business that would cave in, because like you said, maybe they don't have the money to fight it. You know what I'm saying? And you know, if you want your business, your livelihood, you worked all your life for, and you know, somebody's trying to sue you for a public accommodation, you know, it's easy on one breath to say, oh, we're gonna fight it, but I'm like, and then you might lose your whole damn business. That's a hard choice too.
Yeah, people pay out a lot, especially with movers. Let's get John Henry in. He just popped in. You know, especially with movers too, right? The federal government actually makes us pay 60 cents per pound per article. So if you got a TV that costs $1,000, right, but it's only 40 pounds, we only have to pay you 60 cents per pound, because people were abusing moving companies for a long time, saying we broke this and broke that. Like, used items don't get nicked. That's why things get shipped in a box on purpose, you know, and like items are often shipped together, not a house full of bullshit, you know. But people were abusing it, and movers often acquiesce. But like one lady, she told my guys, you're not going to buy drugs with the tip money, are you? Right? Because my guys obviously all So one of the guys, they like, Ham, I know you said, you know, we stay calm, because I make sure if any bullshit, I do it, you know. So she said, what? You know, older white lady, not too old, but you know. So we took all her shit off the truck. Old enough, yeah, to know better. So we put all her shit in the grass. She said, I'm gonna put it on Yelp. I said, now I'm gonna reply. So you know, but I just, it's corny. Like, people just think they can abuse you because you at work, you know. What's up, John? What's popping?
Nothing much, man. Just thought I'd get an opportunity to get in, just get a couple of words to go through.
Yes, sir.
Nothing
Yes, sir.
much.
You loud and clear now.
Yeah, man. I was looking at the topic. I guess when I first came in, I happened to hear the conversation between Ro and yourself before you were joined by everyone.
Love.
Is it Ro? I'm sorry, Love. Love. My bad. Distinct difference. All right, but nonetheless, listening to the conversation, yes, you're gonna give me some shit
Gonna
already.
like the playback on that one.
Yeah, no intent, no harm, no foul, fair use. So nonetheless, the conversation I saw with that is the fact that yes, I would agree that Me Too it had its purpose in the beginning. There was always a purpose, but like most purposes, if they stay in motion long enough, they become bastardized. They become something that is up for grabs for someone to redirect the true intent. Okay. And that was what I saw happening with Me Too. I mean, there's some folks who needed to get got back in the day, but there was no voices that were out there because, again, we live in the patriarchy, all right? Shout out, we men, damn it. However, as men, we all know that there is some wrong that we as men do. I mean, we have to admit that, but that doesn't mean that there are some of us who constitute our existence of always doing wrong. Like I spent 20 years in the military, retired about 13 years ago.
John,
actually 14 now this year.
Question, because you know, I got to clarify because we don't use some. So
all right.
Those men that do wrong, is it a minority or majority?
Oh, it's a minority. It is a minority. I'll put it that way. Now, I will also say that although you guys don't use some here, some justifies, but it does not overlay everything. But there is a place for everything. But if some is what you don't use here, then I'll abide by that.
Yeah, you're right. You can use some for nearly every conversation, right? And I don't know if it ever pushes the conversation forward. So when people stand on something, then I think it allows for a better debate, if a discourse or conversation.
Yeah, when you put your foot down on something, that's when you need to be exact, where specification is allowed and expected.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, it was needed at a point in time. It was something that was required. But when you get to the point where you have men, I won't say some now, but when you have men who will take advantage of the system for their own purposes. Oops. Sorry about that, fellas. But again, when you have men who do that for their own purposes, that's when we start having problems. That's when the standard becomes skewed. And if there are more men out here standing than there are women who want to say something, then you will get that lopsidedness. But the thing of the matter is that there is still a purpose that existed. But as of right now, if you just say, Me Too, he did this, hey, you're gone. Now, it has nothing to do with whether this man is reputable or not. It's just the mere statement that can be made now, where in the beginning, even before Me Too, there's this thing called justification that is always required, or at least it was required. This is before you had people talking about my truth versus your truth. All right, so that's when we have our issues now, because now we may look at the same thing, but we're going to draw different conclusions from that. And in the basis of psychology, that's my background. But nonetheless, you have something that's called the thematic apperception test, which means that you can pick up a picture, have an individual look at that picture, and based upon your upbringing versus, let's say, exposure versus experience or whatnot, you're going to draw a different conclusion. But we all know what violence looks like. Let's agree on that. We all know what violence looks like. So if there is violence that a woman is suffering from, and it's saying, dude, hey, carry his ass out, put him in the bathroom, you got to go.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have those situations where violence cannot be openly demonstrated other than by a statement to include skin under someone's fingernails or torn clothing, I believe somebody on the panel earlier said circumstantial evidence will get you locked up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, and John, so one thing when we say it was needed and necessary, I just never see, and maybe like you said, this is low level men, right? We're not talking about the rich men who probably needed it, but in terms of low level, and especially in our community, because that's my focus 99% of the time, I've never seen anybody champion rapists or pedophile like that. Though, I mean, they get destroyed. Am I off base? Is my lens too small? But I just never seen people like be with that type of shit.
No, it happens, but you have to look at where you are in the world. It just depends upon what society you belong to. If you go to United Kingdom, where I've lived before, you will have folks who take this seriously. It's not just Me Too happens at a particular time of the month, the year, or something along those lines, and everyone's involved. It's a Me Too thing every day of what goes on. It also depends upon the community you exist with. For example, we as blacks, we all know snitches get stitches goes down.
Everybody knows who that dude is in the block who's running up on everybody, but he won't go across the street and do that where Chad and Brad live. He only does it in his neighborhood. So that's the same thing when you look at what you're saying, Hemp, is that you haven't seen it, but that might be because you haven't seen it where you are. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It means that you just have not observed it. That's all.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, in black culture, do we needed Me Too? Are you saying we protected rapists and pedophiles?
Oh, well, you did not hear me say that, nor did I make any inferences of such.
That's what I was asking. That's because you start talking about the United Kingdom, but that's what I was trying to clarify. Here in the United States,
here in the United States, here in the United States, rapists are not protected. But the problem is that some people know who these cats are in your neighborhood who won't turn that guy in for fear of submitting to violence or being hit with, violence themselves. You do not protect these guys. It's like you were talking about when you put rapists and folks in jails, they go in gen pop. They end up on a skewer, 8 times or 9 times out of 10, because most of the people, let me take that back, a good portion of the people in prison were abused by an individual such as that sexual predator. Those lines. That's why when they get in jail, you see them stabbed and cut up because of that. But in a society, in the black culture, no, we don't protect these folks. They should not be protected. They should go to jail for wrongdoings. But getting back to Me Too, it had honorable intent in the beginning before someone said it became a cash cow. It became a marketing thing. It became something where people got in and said, oh, champion, me too, me too. But then it became a thing of now, remember what I just said about the traumatic apperception test? Well, it looked like this to me, so I must have been abused, or he must have been abused. She must have been abused. Okay, yes, me too. And you get people walking in through the back door and the side fence with intent that has nothing to do with the movement. But because it looks and it appears to be that way, oh, I have a voice now. That was the one thing that was missing. A lot of folks did not have a voice. Me Too gave everybody a voice, and that was a good and a bad thing. That meant that, again, everybody could walk in. But when you have a room full of people, can we honestly say they all share the same experiences, have the same value system? No. So the weeding out process gets to be the issue there. Ultimately, yes, it needs to be restructured. But the question is, where does it begin? That who are the biggest benefactors of Me Too? It would be the women. So therefore, that's the first place it needs to start. As men, this is where we still need to be able to enforce the law because it is still a patriarchy. All right, that's what is built here. But at the same time, we have governance that allows for someone, the lady, step in. Hey, we'll back off. This is your show to handle and to run, but we will be here in the event you need our assistance.
That part. Okay, all right. That part I feel like is an overall problem.
I didn't say it was smooth. I didn't say it'd be easy. I didn't say it was smooth either.
Women, we had a conversation. I'm gonna get Omac in, but when we had a conversation yesterday about do women want to lead or not. So the women were saying no. Some of the men were saying yes, right? And I'm just like, but the women were saying exactly what you said. Like, hey, we gonna lead until it get hard, and y'all come in, do the hard shit, and then we'll go back to leading. So
and I saw it, man. I was shaking my head like there's no way to get out of it. But in the end, it's like saying that all sisters want to do brothers in, or all black women are difficult. Remember, that's a painting of a brush. Are we painting the brush saying that no one want to lead? I mean, I'll be honest, myself, me as a fact, that's what we're here for. Men have tamed the world. We've settled everything. We put it in place. Most women aren't afraid to walk outside to get the mail because they're not concerned about a guy named Musa about anywhere, slap the back of the head, and then or some crap like that. No woman is afraid of going out to pick up mail or a box off the porch or worried about an animal dragging her into the bushes. No, that fear doesn't exist. There's no woman out here who's worried about feeding herself or eating because she doesn't have to kill the animal, skin it, and then preserve it or cook it. She goes to the store, goes to the refrigerator, opens it up. All right, so there's a lot of conveniences that are in here. But do we look at women to possibly be leaders? Again, that's another situation, another show. But in this instance, there needs to be some accountability. But in the end, we know that it will fall back to us.
Word. Omac, what's popping?
Yeah, how's it going, gentlemen? How's it going?
Good.
What's going on, Omac?
All right. Hank, how's it going, bro?
What's going on, OG? You good, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
I need to
Well,
rap to you later on, though.
all right, no problem, no problem. Well, here's my viewpoint on the whole Me Too thing is this. Me Too was never needed. It was a complete abuse, and women ran with it. Very simple. Anytime that you want to step over the ability to quote unquote skip the whole innocent, well, the one that you're perceived innocent until proven guilty, Me Too completely skipped that. I mean, and then like it basically made it even worse because the fact is, no evidence would be brought forward. Now, true, eventually you throw enough mud, it's going to connect somewhere. Let's just be honest. You throw enough mud, you're going to connect to something, and that's literally what it did. But now look at the ramifications of Me Too. Now me, now I'm on the corporate side, and I basically mentor men in their corporations. Most of them now do not repeat, will not do one-on-one mentorship at all with females. They do not do it at all. They will have another female mentor, um, like their female. Some of the companies have quote unquote even separated it to where women and stuff like that are in other sections, and then on the other side, where quote unquote where the engineers and the IT guys at, that's where a lot of the other male leadership is basically moved over in those areas to quote unquote make sure that there's levels of separation because they know only thing is required now is an accusation, no proof, and the next thing you know, your company is completely blown up. And then like now, and the ones that do like the ones that do mentorships have now done updated NDAs that state that one when quote unquote when mentorship is done to where one if it is face to face, they basically go into a conference room and it is recorded the entire time and then basically put into their file. That's how bad it is. And now a lot of females are saying, "Hey, look, the men won't mentor us. This, that, and the other. The men won't do this with us. Hey, we can't even fly with this group." You're right, because number one, why would I fly with you to a conference and then later down the line you get mad, you get upset for whatever reason, and then you can sit there and say, "Hey, such and such was, such and such was trying to hit on me. Yeah, well, he was slick. He basically took me to this conference and all this other stuff." So yeah. I mean, yeah, it started out the way, and then also another crazy thing. One of the founders of the Me Too movement, I can never remember her name, but she stated in a very public statement that she knew that there was going to be innocent men that was going to be taken down by that, and she sat there and said, "For the cause, that was okay."
Yeah, there's such thing as an acceptable loss, right?
That's right. I'm like, when is
An
the
acceptable
okay?
loss.
Yeah. She and it's a public statement. Now I don't remember the exact verbatim, but pretty much she sit there and said that with them collateral damage was okay. Yeah, you can look it up. But that was crazy to me.
What do you think about? Do you think that women have also lost some opportunities in terms of the workforce because of Me Too? Like, for instance, in a situation where you may have hired a woman in the past, right now, shoot, you either get an automated service or you hire a guy to do the job.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, look, I know guys in companies right now that, depending on the situation, if they do hire a female, they may hire an older female, older female.
Yeah.
Or they will try to automate it, or one they'll basically make sure that okay, the female gets hired, but she's away from the other males.
Oh, Mac, I got 3 revenue streams, all automated now.
Safe. You safe.
Yeah, 2 of them are international business, all automated. I don't.
There you go.
I don't have to deal with that nonsense.
Right.
Nope. Y'all can have it. Y'all can have it.
And I just,
and John, I'm an Army veteran myself, man.
Yep, me too.
Hey, shout out.
As well.
You know, I just look at it. I just look at it like, damn. You know, the residuals, and I get it. You know, the people like John was saying, the people who were supposed to get, well, that we wanted to get got for sure. You know, but I'm just thinking about the casualties and then the residuals. You know, I had one lady that worked for me. She was a mover. You know, and we were on a job, and she like, oh, this box too heavy. I said, 50 pounds and up to be able to carry. You gonna carry it.
35 to 50.
Yeah, you gonna carry that motherfucker, or I'm gonna send you home, right?
And then the job requirement.
Yeah, and then her same lady, she say, well, you know, I'm not feeling too good today. What's up? You got COVID? You know, this was some months back. I'm like, no, you know, I'm on my I don't give a fuck about none of that.
You can have a seat at the desk and take dictation.
Yeah, but the thing is, she
mark inventory.
Yeah, but she said it thinking that we got a baby grand piano today. Why you think I'm out here? No way. Like, but it was just assumed I was gonna be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's one thing I got to say, man. About sometimes, let me take that sometimes away. In some instances, does that work for you, Ham? In some instances,
no.
Okay, so how do you want to put it?
You're smarter than me, but not by that much.
Well, we'll put it this way. You have on occasion that there's something I can't say all the time.
Say what you're trying to say, then I can understand.
Okay, so basically what you have in instances where the ladies think they can talk to us as if we're their girlfriends, like, oh, like we understand. Like you were just saying, oh, well, you know, it's this time, well, that's unfortunate, but here you go, have a seat, take this pencil, or here's a pad, sit down, work it out here. But I still need your inclusion here. You need to be a part of this. It's the thing that I'm not your homie. I'm not your best friend. I'm not your homeboy, anything like that. You want to spill tea, talk to your girlfriend or not. No, I am either your boss or I'm your man. I'm one of those two things. I'm not your friend. I'm not your pal. I'm not your buddy. And that's one of the things I see where sometimes there's an instance where when you start working, there's the assumption that, well, I've worked in other environments where, oh, well, I'm just having a lady think, oh, you go do what you do. Take the time off. Hope you feel better. But yet, if you do not act in that same manner, then there you go. There's that opening to whereas you might be mini Me Too. Oh, I was feeling bad, I was feeling sick, and Ham wouldn't let me go because I was having my ladies' day. He said, fuck you. Sit down, get on your sit. Those are those minor instances about you were asking earlier, Ham, about the guys that you don't hear about. Those small things, those are the people that you don't hear about. That minor day-to-day occurrence.
Yeah. No, they definitely pulled. There was one time, John Henry, before I started doing my own thing. I was pretty high up in this big ass company, right? But this when I was running a location specifically, and my guys are in the back. Like I hired everybody one by one, right? And so they talking about who the best rapper is. So they like, nah, nigga, X, Y, and Z is the best rapper, and they just talking to each other. The day is over, you know. And I'm doing something on the side, and then the white lady come in the back. And she turned flush white, like, you know, because they saying nigga this, nigga that. You know what I mean? But they talking to each other. So I turned around. I said, they not talking to you. Go back in the front. Man, you would have thought the fucking place went on fire. You know what I'm saying? The CEO called me because the company was small initially. I said, well, they weren't talking to her. And they all look the same, and you never heard it on a project before. Go the fuck back in the front, Craig. He's like, all right, I see what you're saying, but still, I'm not dealing with that shit, man. But you know what it is? They expect you to just bend to it. Like they expect you not to respond. Like they are not talking to her, and it's all them, and we in the warehouse at the end of the day. Like it just, I don't know, man. I mean,
that's a different topic in itself because again, as most black men, I for one say, hey, brother, I'm not your nigga. That's something I got to make it clear sometimes. And then when you get in the room full of that, okay, now we're going to have issues because of the fact that too much has been done for us to get away from that because you want to be addressed how you address others. And I don't address people like that. But again, like I said, different topic, different subject. But I get what you're saying. In that closed environment, they were talking amongst themselves. But even when you start when you start flinging, ninja this and ninja that, you need to make sure that no one else is there to walk in on such a situation because amongst ourselves, we shouldn't even be using the word. But if you are doing that, excuse me,
the word.
If you're doing that, hey.
But see, that's the thing, John. I don't like that either. To be honest with you, I don't gotta. If I'm in like for instance, when people out in public, right? I see my friends do the shit. they be like, yo, you know what niggas do? Fuck you whispering for? Cause I'm cracking over there. Like, give a fuck about them. Like, I just don't. I hate that shit. I was watching a movie on the plane, right? I'm like, babe, why they got all these white women being tough? They ain't fucking tough. And there was a white lady sitting next to her. She like, I said, y'all not tough. Like, I'm watching the movie. And we get so. I just feel like it's like we still think we in chains a little bit. I don't know. It just bothers me.
Yeah, we're not in chains, but we don't have to be abrasive either.
Yeah, that's probably true. You got a point there. But I just, you're talking freely, and then people that aren't of the same culture or race come, and then people start whispering a little bit. I'm like, come
putting
on.
raisins in the macaroni and cheese and shit.
You feel me? Like, like I just have, your house is your space, and I just I'll tell the story another day. But what's up, Trey, man? John, all the old guys starting trouble with me today, man. I'm glad you came up.
Salt and pepper.
Who you calling old N-word?
Not you, man. I ain't gonna say who I was talking about.
he got old in his title, man.
That's called wisdom. It's called wisdom, young buck. It's wisdom.
Yeah. What's up, Trey? Help me out, man.
I only caught a little bit of it, so I guess you guys are talking about the Me Too movement.
Well, we're talking about Me Too. We're talking about DEI. We're just talking about overcorrection overall in the society. We're talking about pronouns, and then we even got to that, like where we'll mute ourselves a little bit depending on our conversation, depending on who's around. It just people concede to so many things. Then we start talking about morals, principles, and values, and when do they stop and start? When do they land? What are you going to acquiesce to, giving your paycheck? So I'm trying to give you like I
got it. I picked up on that. Well, a lot of the times it depends on the atmosphere, right? I do believe in a professional atmosphere. If you are at work, right, there's a professional atmosphere. There's a way you should be conducting yourself, and that's for everybody, regardless of color, race, creed, or anything. Everybody should be of a professional nature. However, when you step outside of that, I think people should learn how to mind their damn business. And I think we have a lot of times, especially in our community, people don't understand conversation, even just between black men, barbershop talk. You can see a sports. I was having a conversation yesterday talking about the Eagles because the Eagles just cost me $500, and that conversation was heated. That conversation was a heated conversation. But if you don't understand how black men talk amongst each other, you would think we were getting ready to come to blows. You would think we were getting ready to come to, getting ready to fight, and we were not. He was just making the point that I should have never picked him in the first place and given the reason.
I mean, let's be honest, man. There's always that low-key level of violence that we as men sitting here right now, we recognize that. But that's something that we always understand.
Right, but in this particular case, there was none, right?
Yeah, there was none. I'm just saying it's noticed.
He was just making the point that you were stupid for picking them in the first place, and here are the reasons why you shouldn't have picked them to begin with. And I was giving my reasons as to why I picked them. But if you were on the outside looking in, you would think, these two men are getting ready to fight each other because we're both from DC, we're both animated, we were loud, you know what I mean? The whole nine, yada yada yada.
What, hip hop hands?
Right, of course. As far as Me Too is concerned, I didn't have a problem with the movement per se. What I had a problem with is what spawned from the movement. The believe all women thing
there you go.
Bothered me to my soul.
Yep.
Because I know for a fact in my past career that they lie and will lie to you straight to your face. And they're evil about it and cold about it, and they don't care. So I didn't have a problem with investigations. The fact of the matter is that men are out here committing sexual crimes. That's just the truth. That's just the nature of the beast. It is what it is. However, that doesn't mean that every man that approached a woman, or every man that said something to a woman, or every situation that a man and a woman were in was some sort of. I'm not an Eagles fan. Though. That's the I just
instigators.
I know, right? Don't worry, the Lions will take care of that. But anyway, that doesn't mean that every situation a woman is in with a man doesn't mean that it was a crime of some sort. And what I do, the age-old adage of, if the man is attractive, it isn't a crime, and if he's ugly, it is a crime. It's a real thing. It is a true thing.
It is.
So, as far as Me Too is concerned, I didn't have a problem with the investigations, but I do have a problem with the spawning. I do have a problem with the sort of arrogance that a lot of women had coming off of it. Of, well, you know, I've been trying to tell y'all. The situations you described are not the same situation that these women were describing. A lot of these women, if they were in real situations, you can always tell the difference. I worked sex crimes for a while. You can tell the difference between somebody who's really been assaulted versus somebody who's trying to make up the story as they're thinking about it and trying to.
They're trying to stitch it all together to make it appear that it gains prominence.
Right. They're trying to put it together, and there's not really much substance there. There's not really much there. And then after you interview the man, you already know, okay, this is this is just a man who found a woman attractive and she didn't find him attractive, and that's how that went. But no, listen, I have a thing with morals, right? To me, morals are based on a society, a majority of a society, right? What the majority of society thinks is morally correct and incorrect, which is probably why we are where we are in society right now, because I think probably half of the society has lost their morals and are probably more immoral than they are moral, which is now we're having this battle of what's right and what's wrong, especially when it comes to the ladies and their ability to monetize their sexual value. I think that most men would say that a woman who's capable of doing that is immoral, but then you have a group of men who really don't care and doesn't really bother them, and they are willing to pay, and it's not really a big issue to them. So when it comes to morals, I think as a whole, there's clearly been a decline in the morals in this country. And I would say if it were up to me, we are about maybe 5 or 10 years away from this country being morally bankrupt completely. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. I think we're very close to a situation where, because you still have a small majority of that.
Might be about 2 or 3. Might be about 2 or 3, Trey. I mean, I'm giving us too much time.
I'll put
estimation.
You just had a man, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, because I'm probably going to vote for him. But you did just have a man win the Iowa caucuses that lost a civil case for a sex crime. I just want to put that out there to you. I want you to just think about that for a second. He did win the Iowa caucuses. He's more than likely going to be the Republican candidate, but he did write a check and give a bag to a woman that he was inappropriate with. Are we morally there? I think half of us are more. I think a majority of us, a small majority of us, are hanging on to those morals. But I don't think it's going to last. I don't think it's going to last much longer because the money is always going to be greater. People want the money, and they will sell out for it.
Trey, one quick
it can
question.
be broken. Yeah, if money can break your morals and principles that easily, you don't. In my opinion, you don't really have any.
Yeah, we got.
Like I was saying earlier.
That's the point.
You got a living example of it right here.
No, you don't. It's like I said earlier. I have things. I have morals and principles, and things about me that money can't buy. Don't matter how much you throw in my face. It gets to a point where I don't give a shit about your money. Fuck money.
But you're the minority, is what he's saying.
Yeah, and the thing is, Hamp is like that too. Hamp has things about himself, like, okay, if someone runs afoul of him a certain way, you can't pay him enough.
But most Americans aren't.
You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with Trey. Every man on this panel.
But the point is the majority of America will say, as he said, they're going to throw their morals to the side.
95%.
Listen, I watched WWF growing up. There was a wrestler by the name of Ted DiBiase, and he always said,
I remember that one back in the day. He's going way back.
Everybody's
there you go. Gordon Soley.
Trey.
And that's you made the point I was going to say, Trey. Everybody has that breaking point. Like any spy or whatever will tell you that you'll hold out for only so long, but there is a point where everybody breaks.
That's what they say. So, question, Trey. Anybody can answer. Also, I was on a panel, and it was a majority. I would say it was like 8 people on the panel, probably 4 white guys, right? And I said the state of this country, you realize is y'all weak ass fault, right? Talking to the white guys, I said y'all let everything slide, everything, anything. Y'all don't.
What's anything?
Huh?
All of
what's anything?
LGBTQ, women in the infantry, name it.
Women in the infantry, man.
Niggas, I was talking to them, right? So I'm trying to name them, right?
Got it.
You're instigating. All right.
That's one of the things I'm firmly against. I'm firmly against that.
No, listen. But I told him, I said, We
why, right?
Y'all don't even talk shit to us back. Black people say whatever the fuck we want to y'all, and y'all pussy ass is scared as hell. That's why y'all was so glad that white boy choked out that nigga on that New York City train, right? I'm going at him. Now I'm being serious, but I'm also making sure, that's because they remember he got bonded out. His bond was like, I think 100,000. They raised like $1 million for that motherfucker in 2 days, right? But I was making them. I know them a little bit too, but. Is that the problem though? White men have become so pussified, the country is going to hell in a handbag.
Yes, I said that. I said about 2.5 years ago. Damn. Well, who was in power? In majority power, it was white men. So all of this shit that's falling, all of this downfall of society is because y'all let them do it. Y'all just stood back and just allowed them to do this. You created laws, you created policies, you created rules that allowed women to become more empowered. Y'all did that. Wasn't black men standing in lines to vote for this crap. That was y'all. And then y'all let your wives do it. You let your wives, because more women vote than men.
But
and majority white women vote.
But in the greater example of January 6th, somebody explain to me why the whole fucking Capitol wouldn't lit it with dead bodies.
There you go.
It should have been.
And Uncle Rico, I can make the point because I worked the Black Lives Matter protests. I worked them. I was down there.
You saw how they reacted to that, right?
I'm gonna tell you exactly what they told us. Kick their ass is what they told us. In so many words. If you have any problems, kick their ass. That's what we were told.
But came January 6th and you saw
they did. I was off the department by then, but my daughter's mom was on the department and they were not given the same instructions.
Right.
I would say at that point now, whoever fomented January 6th, no names need to be given. Is that a person that you would still vote for, seeing that what his actions? Yeah, all right, so there you go. So once again, there we go. Where we talk about everyone has a point. Everybody has a breaking point. There's the point.
Well, I'm still voting for him because he had the balls to do it. Who else would have done it?
Well, again, that's the point. So it's a pep rally. So now it's a pep rally.
People on both sides.
There you go.
Good people on both sides, John.
Okay, look.
Both sides.
Different conversation.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Let me say this.
It looked like just a meeting to me. It looked like they were just having a meeting. Impromptu meeting at the Capitol. That's what I'm gonna call it.
Hey, look, this is what I'm gonna say. We got 3 veterans on here, and we also have a veteran police officer. The one group of individuals, when we talking about January 6th,
who should know better?
Group, the one group that has the most weapons, period, above all of us, is that particular group of people. If that was a true insurrection, and for those of us that are military and also police as well, we are often taught about history. Insurrections are very bloody things, where you tend to have hundreds and thousands of people who died. On January 6th, there was a handful of people who potentially have died, and the one group that has the most guns, there wasn't one AR-15 there.
This is not the same environment.
Okay, like what I'm saying is this. I didn't sit here and say that I'd agreed with any of that. What I'm sitting there saying, an insurrection throughout history has always been a very bloody thing. And I'm saying the one group that has the most guns is them. There wasn't one AR-15 recovered, and no one was
killed. There was a whole bunch of AR-15s recovered. And again,
say one thing.
Go ahead, Chris.
Forget the word insurrection. It was a fucking break-in at the Capitol.
Yeah, that was wrong.
Absolutely
wrong. No, that's not a break-in. They let them in. They opened the doors.
If there had been a bunch of black people trying to climb through the
but the simple fact is, there was also the police walking in, the Capitol Police, the video.
That was an inside job. That's what you call that. An inside job.
Was basically walking them around.
I've never seen a place where black people could be lawless of any level. Forget an insurrection. They talk about shooting us when we run up into the mall doing a mad shoplifting. They want to kill us for that shit. Come on.
Yeah,
I don't care what you call it. They tried to break in the Capitol.
That was an attempted overthrow.
If all of us
that was an attempted overthrow.
No, it wasn't overthrow because
it was.
Okay.
Oh man, I can't go with you on that. This is where you lose me, man, because this is disingenuous.
Overthrow.
Hold on.
We're off topic, Hamp.
Yeah, I just said that for the sake of driving the point home about white men being weak as shit nowadays.
Yeah,
that's all. In terms of a country,
haven't they always been though?
Well, that's what we discussed. I'm just saying, hell in a handbasket. I don't think so.
How did your meeting end after making such conversation?
Oh, they start arguing with each other.
Well, there you go. There you go. There you go. I mean,
that's all it was. They start arguing with each other.
Hey, Hamp, they've gotten to a point where being politically correct and not wanting to be seen as a racist is such a big deal to them that they can't even stand up for themselves now. And I remember being on duty and be like, why are you letting this dude talk to you like that? Because he doesn't want to say anything wrong. And he doesn't want to come off as being a racist. And he doesn't, you know what I mean? I'm like, no, the dude is disrespecting you. Black, white, green, purple, pink. He's disrespecting you. Defend yourself. You know what I mean? Like, do something. He's looking at me and I'm like, say something back to him. This is a free country. I can't stop you.
Disrespect is disrespect.
Yeah, but the idea is I don't want to come off as that guy that's racist, and I don't want people recording me, and I don't want people putting me on TikTok, and now I'm the and it's just like, damn, y'all done got soft. And I remember one time I said to him, I was like, your ancestors would be pissed if they saw the way y'all was acting out here. These old slave masters and these plantation owners would be losing their minds if they saw how y'all white boys acted out here. They would go crazy. Y'all are soft. Even with y'all women, even with the way y'all deal with y'all women, y'all soft.
Oh yeah, that's a fact though. I did a show with the ladies on the POV about Asian women, white women, how they supposed to be all docile and shit. Man, I had 10 clips and it took me 10 minutes to get 10 clips. You know what I'm saying? About them acting just how we say the black women act. These white men, they don't got no control over their fucking houses either if we don't. You know what I'm saying? But it just in terms of, again, the country going to hell in a handbasket, are they largely at fault?
Yes.
There's plenty. I'll say this: there's plenty of fault and blame to go everywhere. However, who's responsible? Are the people in charge, and for the longest time, they have been the ones in charge, so they got to eat that one. It is their fault.
Okay,
they're responsible. There you go.
Generally, the fish rots from the head down, but at the same time,
there you go.
Some of the blame lies with them, but the other blame lies with folks who do not use the opportunity to vote. 1964, where you have the Civil Rights Act passed. 1965, where the Voting Rights Act was passed. People that hate it or not, but it was the Democrats who did that. So that gives you the right to get out here and vote, but yet no one uses it. Or let me take it back. There are people who will not use it, but yet still complain about the state of affairs.
Well,
here's the thing. It's their right. They feel like it's their right to complain. They don't actually want to. People don't actually want to do anything, but they want to be heard. But
Hey,
I mean,
y'all ever
that's the thing.
been out? Y'all ever been out and had white people tell you that your kids are so well behaved?
Add to it, Trey, where they say, credit. Remember back in the 70s and 80s before they started these fisticuffs, a credit to your people.
Yeah.
So I'm not my slave master. Hey, let me get you straight. I'm not my ancestor.
You know what I realized? I realized that they tell us that our kids are well behaved because their kids are so misbehaved. Like I've seen like white kids lose their minds out here in these streets, and the dads just be standing there, and I'd be looking around. I remember one time. I was shopping with my daughter, and this little white girl. I mean, she was losing her shit, bro. She was losing it, and Dad wasn't doing anything. And I could see my daughter thinking, "Oh, she could. I wish you would. I wish you would start acting up because you see that white girl acting up. That's not how we roll over here. But that's what it is. And so I remember hearing that a lot. Like, oh, your kids. Telling my mom, your kids.
That's not for the reason you're making it out to be, Trey.
Because I actually have parents. Y'all sleeping over here, not parenting, not taking care of your kids, and kids out here doing whatever they want to do.
Well,
that was not the reason for that.
It's white kids who get upset when they don't get their way and go shoot up the school.
That's because most of them don't get their tails turned up because they get put in timeout.
Right.
Corporal punishment is something. This sounds harsh, but I remember back in the days when some of us older folks on here with the salt and pepper, we remember what corporal punishment did. Mm-hmm. It made corrections. Yeah, you had consequences for acting up in school. Then when you got home, depending on how bad it was, you got your ass ran around the table again.
It didn't matter how bad it was. And my parents got a phone call from the school. I got mad. It didn't matter how bad it was. That was of no consequence.
Well, question on that though. So we agree that the white men haven't been doing a great job of keeping this shit in order since they in charge at this juncture. Do we agree on that or no?
Oh, so we're putting it on the color?
But see, here's the thing, though, Ham. I agree 100%, but it's also, I think, even among white men, it's classism too. So, you know, it's like certain white men, they're fine with shit being the way it is because you at the fucking top. So you really don't give a damn about the poor white, our black ass, or anybody else. So a big part of it is overall white people because they have most. But even within white people, there's a system of classism. And the people who, something like 60% of the wealth is owned by like fucking less than 2% of the
less than 2%.
Yeah, but I don't old Crest. I don't give him no grace. You ever seen? Okay. Think about this. And I think Elijah Muhammad said it, or Farrakhan. But you got a pit of snakes, 50 poisonous, 50 not. You gonna jump in there to find which ones ain't poisonous? Yeah, so
you don't need anyone of religion to tell you that, though. That's just observable reality.
I didn't say religion. I'm just saying the man who said it first. I didn't want to take credit for it. That's all. So yeah, I'm just looking right because of what like Trey was saying, what Mandrell was saying, the which way our country is going. And now we talk about the ass whoopings. I just want an answer. Are you saying ass whoopings from your dad or ass whoopings from your mom and dad? When you saying that was so effective?
From anybody.
Hell yeah, in school. I'll go ahead and address since I brought it up. I can remember being in school, whereas you got out of line, they put the wood to that backside. Hey, you were straight from that point on because the fact there was a consequence. It's always has to be a thing of contingency, if and then. If you behave, then we don't have any problems. If you do not behave, it's what we're talking about.
So the point is that they removed just corporal punishment, period, is the issue?
Oh, yeah. Did you get spanked coming up in school with wood or anything like that when you got into some shit, Hannah?
No. Peddling.
Yeah, see, they took all that away. They took all that away.
Yeah,
we had paddlers back in the 80s and the 70s.
Yeah, we had paddlers in other elementary school, man.
We had paddlers back in 1978.
They used to wrap it in
the principal used to walk around with the paddle right there up there like his soup.
Like Joe Clark. Just like Joe Clark.
I don't think I can remember. No, I don't think so. So now
I will say it ended around 3rd or 4th grade for me, though. It was
it ended
up to about 3rd or 4th grade.
Yeah, I'm 53. I'll be 54 this year. So I want to say 84, 85. I want to say that. So I was 14 in 1984. So right up until 83, 84, they had corporal punishment still. That was up in middle school and even at the high school level because I graduated in 88.
I'm 59. It was in high school.
Yeah, we know y'all old farts had it. Me more or less. Me and Trey trying to decipher.
I can confirm it made it into the 90s because I remember.
No, y'all had soft life.
So I got kicked out of a Catholic school. I was in a private Catholic school. I got kicked out of it.
My mom put me in. That might be right.
Yeah, I got kicked out. Oh man, I was
I'm just thinking like the yeah, because I'm just my mom
made it into the 90s.
My mom said I got CTE, so I may not remember. That's what she keeps saying.
Ain't no wrong with you.
I can confirm it made it into the 90s because
I got CTE. I can't.
The last time I saw it was in like third. I want to say it was 3rd grade because I remember getting kicked out of a Catholic school and I went to another private Christian school, and that's why I remember they had a long wooden paddle and it had red tape around it. They wrapped it in red tape, and
that's when they mean business. You got tape on it.
And then, but that was the last place. That was the last place I saw it, and that was 3rd grade.
So I want to ask a question.
Mine was
I want to make sure.
Hey,
Callie, you old too, so.
Hey,
yeah, last time I went to the principal's office was 4th grade, so I never saw it after that.
Callie, what did you want to? Because I wanted to ask a different question. Did you want to get in on something that you heard so far?
Oh, I just clicked the link because y'all was talking about the attempted insurrection or whatever. But I can stay and answer something else. It's cool.
All right. Well, yeah. So I was talking about the white men, but now I'm thinking about the degeneracy of our country. And when you look at crime statistics, violent crime rates, crimes in the cities, those people look like us. So now, what? Crimes in the city,
no.
crimes in the cities and violent crime we overrepresent.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
Are we overrepresented or is it overfocused?
Stop for a
That's
second.
mathematically impossible.
FBI crime statistics 2019, right? We committed 33% of the violent crime. We're only 14% of the population, which means it's an overrepresentation.
Right.
And
we
then
commit how many? Wait, we're 14% of the population. Today we're 13.6. How much of that did we commit?
33%.
33%
of the total violent crime.
Yeah.
Okay. I like to see some math behind that.
So what would it
I don't.
see? Well, I already looked at it, right? So we don't have to, and it just came from the FBI crime statistics. So if you look at simple math, if you can't do that math, then we got a different problem, right? So if we're only 14% of the population and did 33% of the crime, that's an overrepresentation. An equal representation would if we did 14% of the crime. An underrepresentation would be if we did 10% of the crime. So that would be how the math works out there.
Yeah.
And then violent crime, though.
And I said violent crime.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad if you thought I said.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. You narrowed it down into one category.
I said violent crime specifically. I said violent crime, right?
All right, fair enough. I must have missed that one.
I'm looking at something completely different from that.
Okay, that's my bad because I'm just saying violent crime, right?
Copy.
Now, also crimes in the cities, right? The majority of us actually don't live in the cities. I think it's like 47% to 53%. So 53% of us actually live in the suburbs and the rural areas. But 47% is a lot, right? And then we look at the things that they propagate. To be fair, we look at all the robbing in Philadelphia and in Oakland and et cetera and et cetera. And this makes it seem like our country is going to hell in a handbag. How responsible are black men for this degeneracy of the people committing these crimes?
Well, again, Hemp, if we are the leaders, the responsibility is squarely on our shoulders. Now, again, there's plenty of fault and blame to go on both genders and everywhere else. Fault and blame is different than responsibility. Responsibility is all on us, being that we're the leaders.
One thing that's important, Mandrill, those violent crimes, I guarantee you, probably 80% of it was 80 or higher was committed by men. So I don't know how to make a violent crime even a gender issue. We know the overwhelming majority of it is men.
Yeah.
Small,
but when you narrow it down, though,
race is committing violent crime. That's just not what they do.
Yeah.
When you narrow it down, the question is, of those men, how many of them had an upbringing that contributed to that behavior? Because there have been guys who have been born to a family. I had a girlfriend who had a family of thieves. All right, literally a family of thieves where these kids actually grew up around criminals. The father knew guys who were criminals. The criminals knew people who were criminals. So you have those type of dichotomies that exist.
A dynasty.
Yeah,
so literally.
But how responsible does that make black men?
Well, put black men in the same situation. We all know that there are folks when you go into the neighborhood where this is what they do. You know who's selling the drugs. You know who's out here stealing. You know who's doing this. Responsibility, the question I guess you're asking, where's the responsibility start? Call it corny, but it starts with your mother and your father. We can't jump right to the top of the pyramid. We have to start at the bottom, that what grows and pushes a person or gives them access to move in that direction.
Okay, so let me ask this question. 70% of our children are born out of wedlock.
Here we go.
Right? Wedlock. Now, there's another point, Callie. See, make sure you hold me to the fire if I'm saying this point wrong. Have you heard it in these YouTube streets? I know you're a vet. They say women control access to sex, men control access to relationship. Is that still a thing out here?
No.
Yes, it is.
It's still a thing.
In them YouTube
it's still a thing. Not in YouTube streets. Because YouTube, that's real life.
Yeah, I just because Callie.
Well, I question it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Callie. Forgive me, Callie. Excuse me.
Yeah, Callie been, you know what I'm saying, gaining her respect, getting her ass kicked, and she'll say it too. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at all this stuff, you know, and I'm just like, damn, if nuclear families, those kids have better results. Again, how responsible are black men?
Oh, okay. You're asking how responsible are we, or you're not asking are we responsible?
Huh?
I'm trying to understand your question, like which one it is, because it sounds like you're
What
asking
level
two
of
different.
responsibility do we have for the degeneracy in our young population?
Oh, the level of responsibility? That's all us. We're responsible for it. Period. Full stop. That's us.
Because you know the women. Because Mandrell, the reason why I'm asking, right, is again we're just talking about overcorrection, the degeneracy, going to hell in a handbasket. The reason why I'm asking is because when we're having these arguments with women, right, and I'm calling them arguments. I wish it was discourse, but it's more so argumentative.
Yeah, I agree.
We're saying that, oh well, these bastard children are being raised by women, and so they got bad results, and it's y'all bitches' fault.
No, it's not. Here's the thing. I understand what you're saying. I hear that nonsense.
What I'm saying is, you hear that's what we always talk about, and then when it's happening in YouTube, we don't look at it any other way other than y'all raising them. But if we control access to relationships, what's happening?
The thing
that's
is,
not a relationship. Go ahead, Mandrew. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The thing is, those guys omit the part that they were 50% of that creation as well. And if you help create that kid, you have to take responsibility of the fact that you ain't there. You know what I'm saying? Your absence hits way harder than that woman's presence.
Think so?
You know what I'm saying? We are where the structure and discipline and order comes from.
That's a bar.
You know what I'm saying?
Again, so I could type it and use it like I said it first. What'd you say?
Your absence is far more detrimental.
Our absence is far more impactful than her presence.
Yes.
Now, I think a little bit different on that, though.
You can learn. Here's the thing, John. You can learn empathy. You can learn sympathy. But having structure, discipline, things like that, the things that it takes that men have to have in order to navigate the world without being self-destructive, you have to be trained.
That part I agree.
You know what I'm saying? You have to be trained in that, man. You know what I'm saying? We all can agree. At least all the men can agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
But the issue that comes to,
she agrees.
But the issue you run into though is that when you have a guy, pardon me for a second, Trey. The issue that you run into is that yes, there's an impact when the father is not there, but we have to look at the beginning. What Hamp was saying: women control access to sex, yes, but men control relationships to where it goes further.
I don't believe that part.
And that is a fact, because there's a level that means that if she wants to be a Mrs., unless she wants to marry another woman, that means that it's the guy that she has to submit to. But again, that's a different conversation. But the thing is that any pregnancy that I've seen has always happened because a woman gave birth. But the thing here that you have to keep in mind is that a guy who rolls up and doesn't want to put anything on the wood, talking about, hey, can we get this? And she doesn't stop him. Who do you put it on? All right, the fact of the matter is that no matter as a man, unless I walk up on her, jab, and take what I want, I cannot take what is hers. I can only convince her to give it to me because, hey, we're salesmen. That's all it takes. I can only convince you to. I don't own that. So therefore, if she decides to have sex with the guy unprotected, number one, she never should have, because the minute he won't glove up, carry your ass. But if she goes through with it unprotected and a child is the result, all right, where does that responsibility lie?
Wait, why he ain't put a condom
with him? I just said that, Ham. I just said that, Ham. I said that. He should have turned him away.
Hey, wait. Well, real quick. Let everybody finish. Let everybody finish their points, please.
So
Sorry, John.
Not a problem. But what I'm saying is that I hold him responsible, but I hold her more so responsible because she had the power to stop it. Yes, Mandrell, because she makes the determination.
Hold on, Mandrell. Mandrell, I'm gonna have to put Mandrell in the back until it's his turn.
Why just me? I ain't the only one doing it.
But just to put it down here, they're two consenting adults. But if the first thing is the man, we are supposed to be responsible as well. We should know that unprotected sex could result in childbirth. So therefore, I should be walking around the condom. She should be saying, "You get none of this without a condom." But if he doesn't put it on because she doesn't make him put it on, and she still goes through the act of having sex with him without a condom, the last, or should I say, zero barrier is her. She is zero barrier. That's all I'm saying.
One question for John, then let's get Trey and Mandrell. It's not your turn, Mandrell, and we got to get Karen.
I don't know if we have this conversation, Hal. I'm just saying.
I got a yes or no question for John. Even though
I'll be free tomorrow if you want to have this conversation tomorrow.
So we're gonna have a loaded question here, Hamp, or what?
Yeah, you know it's loaded. That's why I prefaced it with saying yes or no.
That's why. Okay, that's exactly.
Then you're gonna be mad at me because you like I got context, but maybe not though. Maybe not.
No. We'll just go with it.
Is a woman is she in full submission when you making love to her? Like, is she in
you
her?
Pulled this question out of a bubblegum rapper.
Huh?
You pulled this question out of a bubblegum rapper. That's the way you can tell that how it's contoured and fabricated to put
saying,
a loophole, put a pitfall in it.
When she say, "Okay, I'm gonna let you go into me, get on top of me, in my most vulnerable state, you bigger, stronger, faster." No pun intended on the 2-minute man. I didn't mean it. Not fast. But
nobody said anything. That was you.
I know,
it was
me. It is me. It happened to me a couple times. You know what I mean? So I'm just sympathetic.
All right, Speed Racer.
Is she? And I can't miss, John. I got 6 kids. So but is she in her most submissive state at that point?
In her most submissive state, for the purpose of your question, I will say yes, because again, nothing happens unless she allows it, as long as you're not in here slapping, hitting, and beating on her. Anything that gets to what you say her submissive state is because she is in control of that. She determined that she could. So yes.
I'm just thinking we saying the responsibility of her making sure you put on the condom when she about to let you go into her in her most submissive state. I feel like her mind ain't. I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Here's one thing I don't do. I don't say I feel. No, we don't say I feel. We're on my side of the fence where I'm from.
Yeah, I don't. And usually, if I say I feel, I will make sure you know I'm saying I feel.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of it because I'm playing devil's advocate. Because again, I like to confirm with Callie Bev because we've been hearing the same shit over and over. So what about our assessment now? Will it be the same? That's all. Trey. Why Trey look like he just ate a Sour Patch Kid?
Because this whole babe, where do babies come from conversation is quite annoying to me when I hear men talk about it.
Hey, Callie, watch these niggas. I'll be right back, Callie.
Look, John, this is just a simple question. If I spit on you, am I in control of my bodily fluids? Or is it your fault that you caught my spit?
Another loaded question. So, but it's not. Okay, I'll give you a loaded question. I will say you are in control, but did I have the option to move? You're in control, but did I have the option to move?
Did you move?
Yes.
If I spit on you, did you move?
No, you wouldn't spit on me. I moved. You just gave me the option. I moved.
Come on.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. We're playing the game. If we're standing face to face, you spit.
If my spit landed on you, is it your fault that you
answer the question,
or is it my fault?
I said yes. Hamp, I said yes. If I didn't move, then yes, it's my fault. But I asked the question.
Hold on. Here's the thing about him spitting on you. Your back is turned. So that's the difference.
Here we go.
Yeah, because you try to because when you nutting in her, she don't like. Yo, trust me, man. Come on, hey, John, hold it, John.
Look, I'll give you for Trey for your loaded question. Yes, if I'm standing there, it's my fault.
Okay, if you think the question is loaded, that's fine. I don't think the question is loaded.
Of course you don't. You asked it the way you did, but I agree with you.
Hang on, brother. The reason why I asked that question is because we live in a world where men carry the spark of life in them. That is a fact.
Yes.
It's in your scrotum sac right now.
Yes.
The spark of life. So the fact of the matter is that if women can only incubate life, if the child comes, it's because you gave it to her as a man. Which means that if you gave it to her and you didn't want her to have your child, that means you were irresponsible as a man. You didn't do what you were supposed to do as a man, which was to cover up. I have one child with one woman because I decided to have one child with one woman. I'm in control. And the problem here is that we keep trying to put this on the women. They're not in control of this.
The problem is how you phrase this, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Forgive me. Go ahead.
The problem here is that the men are trying to absolve themselves of controls of their own bodily functions. It's coming out of your body, which means you are responsible for where it goes. Now, where you choose to put it and the consequences of where you choose to let it lie, that's on you. And what's happened is, and I am the product of a single mother. What's happened is men like my father decided to shoot at the club and run the fuck away. That's what happened. And what happens is you get a whole cycle, you get a whole generation of these men who think that this is okay, and it's not okay. And we're ruining people, we're ruining men, we're ruining generations, and now you're growing up with kids who got psychological issues. They've got to work through everything, and then they're falling prey to the streets. I saw it every day when I was on duty. Where's your dad? I never met my dad. Where's your dad? My dad died because he was in the streets too, right? I've seen this all the time. So at the end of the day, we have to start placing accountability where it lies. It's in you as a man. No woman can get pregnant unless you give it to her. Plain and simple.
Now, could I respond? All right, you changed the scenario. You turn it around. The men are the leaders. Again, so as a responsible man, that means that I should wear a condom. What you've done is that you've mischaracterized the entire platform to where you changed it to where Trey, you put it on the man. Yes, it's on the man to know that if I am not going to cover up as she wants to allow me, I should walk away. So the whole thing you're talking about is pretty much, it's an absolute. Of course, when the man lays on top of her and he does not use a condom, there's going to be pregnancy. All you're talking about is mechanics. What you skewed away from is the fact that, again, I'll make the scenario clear. As a man, I am responsible because that is my seed. I carry the spark of life. But if I am careful and cognizant about my seed of life, I'm not going to give it to just anybody. Even if she says, hey, you can shoot the club up. My whole premise was that you have a man and a woman. He does not have a condom. He should walk away. But he says, screw it, I don't have a condom. She says, okay, you can't have this because you don't have a condom. She walks away. There's no problem. Who made the decision on where it goes at that point in time?
He did because he said, screw it.
No, she made the decision because she told him he was not going to have any sex because he would not take the time to properly protect him and her from pregnancy.
Well, in your scenario, you said he said, screw it.
No, yeah, he said, screw it. I still want some. I didn't say he walked away. I said, screw it. He still wants some. She's at fault if she lets him get on top of her and he does not wear anything.
No, sir.
Again,
no, sir.
Okay, so we'll agree to disagree because that's the mentality. We as men, as leaders, we have to be able to make sure that it all goes around. Responsibility is not just with the man. Life, we are the spark, but she carries it after we give her the spark. So therefore, we do not give the spark to everybody.
I disagree. I think that like I said,
the blame on one or the other rather than both in the.
Yeah. It's
like I said, both.
I said, hold on. I said, there's plenty of.
Go ahead, Matt. You're on, man.
Yeah, there's plenty of fault and blame to go on both sides here. Fault and blame is different from responsibility. If you're the leader, you are the one person who's responsible for that because the last word was yours.
I agree.
You made the final decision. You are the one responsible. It might be the greatest thing of all time. It might go tits up. Either way, the result falls on your shoulders as a leader.
Agreed. Now, he was not a leader. That's what I'm saying. A leader. I agree.
That's a part of leadership, man. That's the part we got.
He did not exercise leadership because he still wanted to shoot the club up. So in that instance, when he failed to show leadership, she had to step in and say, no. That's all I'm saying. There is responsibility on both sides, but as the men, yes, it stops with us. There's fault on both sides. But if you have a careless man, if you have a man who is careless with his seed, the guys that have 13, 14, 15 kids or so, is that leadership? No. Is that care? No.
Bigger question though, because it seemed like the start of the question was about, I guess, these children committing crimes, and the correlation was single motherhood. I think that's how Hamp started it. And I just want to ask us as people of color, why do we always jump to the correlation between children criminality and single motherhood, but we don't make the correlation between criminality and poverty? Because I would preposition that you could be a single mother, and if you come from a high income bracket, your children have a lower propensity to end up, committing crimes because they're going to be better educated. They're going to live in better neighborhoods. Most of their needs will be met. So for me, I see the knee-jerk reaction to people always wanting to go to single motherhood.
That's not always the case. Agreed.
Doing very well, and their children are all went to college, well adjusted, and so on and so forth. I see a greater correlation between poverty and mass incarceration. Yeah, they got single mothers. I'm not saying that's not a part of it, but we just poverty and just lay the blame at all of it to single motherhood all the time.
No, that would not be true. That would be disingenuous. It's all about choice.
It's more it's more fun to blame the single mothers in the gender war. It's more fun.
Well, and also
You don't have to think that hard about it.
My bad, Callie. Also, on top of what Callie's saying, unfortunately, Krusty, what will happen is they'll compare the poverty of white people, and they won't have the same amount of violent crime and things of that nature, right? So, in the trailer park don't look like the projects. They might be shooting dope and shit like that, but popping each other, killing each other, they don't have the same rate. So that's why that poverty argument starts to kind of come down a little bit because white people
dissipates.
Yeah, there you go, dissipates. Because they just as poor, but they don't have the same violence and all that other shit.
Yeah, but then when you look at, if you dismiss poverty, then you have to almost dismiss wealth because, again, wealthy children, whether it's of a single or two-parent household, the outcomes of those children tend to be the same, irregardless of a single-parent or two-parent household, because the wealth and the resources make a much more difference in a child's life than lack of resource.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't. What I'm saying, I don't know if those two things are mutually exclusive based on what does and doesn't happen. Given the demographic of white people being poor, black people being poor, and then you're looking at the violent crime, it's not the same. Just in terms of them, I'm not sure if they're mutually exclusive based on what you're saying reflects for people with money, but then when you get down to the poor people, it doesn't reflect the same way.
I've seen rich kids who stole because it was a thrill, ended up in jail. But I've seen poor kids who stole because of the fact that, well, if I don't do this, I'm not going to eat. There's a story or a quick deal. It'll be a lot faster than Mr. S told it. No jokes. Shout out, Mr. S, good man. So you have a guy whose child is sick. He's dying. He's at home. He needs his medication. The child's run out of medication. The father goes to the store and says to the guy behind the counter, "Hey, I need to get medication for my child, but I don't have enough money." The guy behind the counter says, "Hey, I'd like to help you, but I run a business. I need to feed my family. I can't help you." So the man goes home. Later on, he comes back, breaks into the store, gets the medication he needs, brings it to his child. But when he broke in, the cameras for security caught him breaking in. The next day, the police showed up at his home. They bring him down to the station. The man behind the counter says, "Yes, that's the man who broke into my store." Now, the man's child is going to live because he got the medication. But the question you have to ask yourself, who's right in this situation? Is he wrong for breaking in and getting medication that saved the life of his son? Or was the guy right for calling the police on the guy who broke into his business and stole from him?
When you asking who's wrong and who's right?
Yeah, again, no, this is open. This is wide open. This is a thing about morals. This is the whole issue of why Trey and I don't agree. But you have to look at it from the perspective.
Because you're basically throwing the law out based on the circumstances.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't say I was for the guy. I didn't say I was for the guy who broke in.
Answer the question.
But what it is
if you ask these questions, then you don't let them answer.
Y'all going all over the place.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Trey.
If the fact of the matter is yes, it's a hardship and it's.
Trey, let me read these super chats real quick, Trey. I'm getting behind. Oh, also, I don't know if they extended the show, so we about to get up out of here. I gotta do the night show anyway. But let me get these last few points. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Real quick, Trey. No, we did this one. Oh, Marcus Evans with the $5 says, "My bad, Hamp. I wasn't trying to start nothing with love, but it's all good." Yeah, it's all good. Shit, she be all right. She a professional at this point. Lauren Mack with the $10 says, "I have learned the difference between harassment and consent. It was vague. I think the combo was needed because I think we may have had bad habits that were not okay, but were allowed in the past." That's fair. Service King with the $5 says, "Obama got the ball rolling with the gay activities and accepting corporate money at the risk of American health." You got a point there. The dating pool roast reaction. What's up, HQ? She says, "Salute." Love C with the $5 says, "The father is just as culpable as the mother. The same way making no decision is by default making a decision. Both parents need to be accountable." Yeah. The dating pool roast with the $2 says, "Trey spitting facts." Ali was popping. Ali with the $10 says, "Ask Trey if he nuts and she doesn't want the child, and he does, who controls it? It's while he's defending single mothers who didn't marry before they carried. Your mom chose, women choose." Ali with the 20 ball says, What does my body, my choice mean? It can't be both. If the man says no, even if he busting her, but she says yes, she chose to be a single mother and become the leader of her decision. Stop pretending women let men lead.
Wow.
Trey, I feel like I must have left for 2 minutes. You said something Ali ain't like.
We have to acknowledge that there's just men in this world who are just irresponsible with the sperm that comes out of their body.
I will agree with that.
We have to acknowledge that. And the fact is that they'll find any reason to put it on the woman when in fact the actual problem is that you couldn't control the fluids that came out of your body.
No, sir. I'll stay with that.
Shalom to the chat
Not to,
and to the panel.
not to mention the fact that you should probably know who you nutting in. So if you know that this chick, you know what I'm saying, is probable to keep the kid if you don't want it. Like y'all should be talking about this stuff before you having raw sex.
Stop the yes, ma'am.
On top of that,
Callie, come on, Callie, come on. You know, ain't nobody. You ever went? Well, you married, so I don't want to. But I asked the women
all the time.
Huh?
I said it's okay. I tell my story all the time. My husband did not have sex with me raw until he physically saw me taking birth control pills for over a month.
No, that's what I'm talking about. You an outlier, right? But there's plenty of times people going home from a club or bar. Ain't nobody talking about now. Listen, if you get pregnant, what's the reality isn't that though.
Then you shouldn't be having sex raw then. Protect your own seed. My husband, he ain't got no oops, baby. And I know he wasn't no virgin before he met me.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had sex with a condom and without one?
The what?
Have you ever had raw sex and then sex with a condom?
I mean,
don't make me keep saying this shit over and over. God damn it. Huh?
I say, yeah, there was a life before and a life after. Yes.
How was it with the condom? It was trash.
Wow, man, look at that Trisha agreeing on her.
Callie, how was it with the condom? It was terrible.
I won't say it was trash, but raw is better. I just but raw is I'm not gonna lie.
Put him in the fucking Callie.
Man, hell, you brought up some good memories.
We've been being real this whole day, Callie. Condom sex is Snoop Dogg shit. Stop playing with me.
I wouldn't say that, but raw is better.
Your daddy.
Hey, can I ask some of you elders?
Hold on, I real quick. I just want to make sure, Callie, you mind if I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I wanted to ask a follow up on what Trey was saying. See how you felt about what Trey was saying. Go ahead.
All right, so I wanted to backtrack just a little bit. You know, you were talking about that men are the leaders, right? So in the case of black people, like what would make black men the leaders in this context? I mean, is it just virtue of our biology, or what is it that you would say to that?
Say it one more time.
I'm asking, like, you know, I hear, you know, this, we've been having this conversation for ages, but, you know, people say,
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, like black men are the leaders of our community. I mean, I call bullshit on that, but why is it that you all would say that we are the leaders?
Well, quickly, are
you saying that I said we're the leaders?
No, he's just asking, I think.
In general.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it said a lot in these spaces.
Okay, so I would say, so quickly to answer, I would say that we are under a matriarchy as black people. The men should be in charge, though, if that makes sense. But we're not.
No,
so
I agree.
let me add to that as well. Let me add to that as well. So we are under a gynocracy, and the reason it depends on what context you're talking about. When we say men are the leaders, right? Women are never the leaders. There's only an absence of leadership if men aren't the leaders. So if men don't rise to leadership, there is a degeneracy. No matriarchy on the face of this earth has ever made it out of being a primitive society because there's no leadership. There's no progress. So men are the natural leaders. Men just don't always rise to leadership. There is no leader. There is no female leadership in the world. It's an oxymoron. Unless we create a societal structure for them to lead under us or next to us, there is no female leadership. So yes, men are the natural leaders. All men just don't rise to leadership or want the burden of leadership.
And also, every last female society that has ever came up has always, throughout history, has always been dominated. It's always been dominated and basically wrapped up into the victor. It has happened each and every time, no matter what.
Damn, can I go real quick? I have 3 minutes, but I wanted to add to the conversation a little bit. I'm the kind of person who loves statistics, not just YouTube talking points. So while sitting here listening to y'all, go on about responsibility and where it should be placed, statistics show that overwhelmingly 63% of youth suicides come from fatherless homes. That's 5 times the national average. 90% of homeless and runaway children come from fatherless homes. 32% of the national average. 71% of pregnant teens come from fatherless homes. 85% of youths in prison come from fatherless homes. That's 20% the national average. 43% of children live without fathers. 70% of youth in state-operated institutions. That's 9%. So you keep saying that, the fathers have to take some responsibility. Have you ever heard of this phrase, 9/10 possession? 9/10
Of the law.
possession. Yeah. So if a woman gets pregnant and she knows that the man that she slept with is not ready to be a father, nor is she ready to be a mother, then why do they want to ingratiate God into it and say, after we just fornicated, all of a sudden you want to become pious and holier than thou, saying that you can't kill a baby, but you'd rather put a man in jail because he can't pay child support?
Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Yep.
When it comes to the human, I'll cite my sources, Ms. Jill. Later on when I get back on tonight, I'll cite my sources because I got the dope right here. I read it down. So
yep, I've heard that.
So, when it comes to responsibility, the responsibility is on the people who raise these young boys and these these daughters. You know what I'm saying? Until their kids are most likely ain't shit until they become somebody. And I made this point on Aaron O's show a few weeks ago. Terrence Crawford, his mom said he wasn't shit. Jimmy Butler, his mom kicked him out when he was 14 years old because she didn't like the way he looked. She said he was ugly, kicked him out. These men became somebody. Now all of a sudden, they're buying their moms a house and singing their mom's praises. This goes back to that whole Tupac shit. Even though you was a black queen, mom, even though you was a crack fiend, mom, you was always a black queen. Cool. No, that bitch was a fucking crackhead. I gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some follow-up to it. I just wonder, was he saying fatherless in terms of wedlock or just not having a father around? I wonder. Because when you
plays for both from the way he made it, man.
Okay, well, when you look at those particular stats, 47% of these kids that are born out of wedlock have a father that's involved
in their life.
Yeah, so I wonder if he's just talking about the 53%. Because if he's including the entire 70%, then men would still be largely implicated in that statistic.
Can I?
The statistic?
Because I liked something that Trigger Mike said, and I agree with it. That I think that in the black community we suffer from an absence of leadership. I agree with that, and the absence is from male leadership. I agree with that also, but I don't think an absence of leadership. I just get confused where I hear we say like the black community is under this, i.e. gynocracy or matriarch, which I don't believe, because an absence of leadership doesn't mean necessarily that women feel that void. They feel, I agree that women feel the void over their household. So I would say black women are over their household and they're over their children. And if there's an absence of a male figure there, they should
Big Daddy.
But I don't like. But I'm saying, if there's an absence, as Trigger Mike said, who else is going to be the leader but the person that's there? So I accept that premise, but they're not the leaders over the black community, because I don't see black women writ large running black men, especially same-said black men who are absent in the first place. I don't exist in a world in a black community that's run by black women. I do believe black women run their household, but I think that goes more to what Trigger Mike said, an absence of a guy being there that should have corrected that. But it just doesn't happen. Who the hell else is going to run that household? So
Big Daddy normally passes on first.
And I don't agree with the whole thing that, I don't believe all men are leaders, because like Trigger Mike said, every black man don't want to rise to that responsibility. It just is in my circle of men. We know who's the leaders and we know who just hanger on. It's just like that's just not how all men are not born to be leaders. It's just that simple. And if you're a man, you should know that.
Damn. So I heard. So yeah. So Callie, well, one thing, so I got to get out of here. They didn't extend the show, which is cool. You know, we ain't. So Callie, he said one thing when Joseph, when he prefaced talking about all the stats, right? He said that man was not ready to be a father. And that caught my attention. So he fucking and doing everything else. Nothing, because let's be clear, who the fuck really want to pull out?
I don't ever.
Facts. And then
I don't, but I have.
The point, me too. and the point that was just, he said he's not ready to be a father.
Shouldn't he have sex?
But you're doing everything you goddamn can to make sure you can be a father. And I just wonder, does that statement get dismissed with all the facts he spit? I mean, what he's saying is true, but that one statement stuck out to me, right? And so every time he said 10% are come from fatherless homes, from a boy who was doing man shit but wasn't ready to be a father. So every time he said a stat, I heard that statement right after it. Am I bugging? Like,
nope. It's the same concept that John gave when he said that the man didn't have a condom and he said screw it anyway. So you know you don't have a condom, you're gonna do it anyway. Okay. Then you get whatever comes. At some point in time, as men, you got to be responsible and say, listen, this is not the right predicament. I need to be smart about this. You either run out to the CVS, in the 24-hour CVS or Rite Aid or wherever you go, wherever in your town, and you go get what you need so that you can complete the deed, or you gotta take a rain check and do it later. But I know that as a man, that's the hardest thing to do out here, is to to walk away from a woman who's willing and ready and hot and ready. She right there in front of you.
Nope, but not if you don't want to be a father.
You also have to understand that if there's consequences that come with that, you have to be responsible for that.
Yeah, can we also admit that this is why my stance is dick discipline doesn't exist? Can we agree that most laws and most culture is built around making people take responsibility for their mistakes, not really not making them in the first place? You see what I'm saying? When we have a culture that enforces that's why you basically tell men your dick is going to get you in trouble, because your biological imperative, like Ham said, is not in that woman. A woman don't want to. When a woman wants to give you ownership of her body, she's like, nut inside me. Like, that shit gonna happen. This is why you enforce things like marriage, and you tell women to get the most value out of a man that you can before you let him do that. Because when you involve sex in it, it's all irresponsible. We cannot sit here and try to create responsible circumstances around reckless activity. Sex is a reckless activity, and we know what comes from it. That's why, as a society, we built the society around the mistakes we know people gonna make. You have to get married because you gonna nut in that chick. Look at her ass. Like, this is how fathers used to talk. This is how fathers used to talk to their sons. Look at her. You better be ready. If you're not ready, you better get ready. You see, that's how we realistically need to talk. Sometimes we have these really megalomaniac type thoughts where it's like, no, practice dick discipline. That shit don't exist. Rules exist, accountability exists, and somebody better make you take it. You see what I'm saying? Take accountability. Fathers existed, right? Shotgun weddings existed for that very reason, because we know we're gonna fuck up. We just gotta have rules in place to enforce them on the people before they have the ability and freedom to run away.
Right?
Hey, damn, real quick, y'all. So nobody extended the show. We got the show at 8:00 tonight. We had to get the bottom of big sis energy, because I was hearing that coming from some of the younger ladies. They said the big sisters ain't holding it down. You know what I'm saying? My bad, Callie. My finger keeps slipping. I don't know why. So we
big sister energy.
Yeah, we're gonna mine that out, because they say, John, they say like the OGs for us, y'all will tell us, yo, B, don't do X, Y, and Z, whatever the case is. We'll have, but with them, what they said about the older women is they competition, because they think they still got it. They twerking right next to them.
Yep, they're competing for the same man.
Yeah, they giving them the wrong answers. You know what I mean? So that's that. Callie don't.
I'm married.
No. So, we're gonna explore that more. So damn, Aaron, I know you just hit the panel. We didn't get the extension today, but it's all good.
What's going on, Aaron?
These topics are a little bit more, they're not as provocative, but it's interesting though. It's definitely interesting. And we've been up here 4 hours, so we did our work. So at the very least could get a final thought from you, feel me?
Yeah, it was a dope panel. Gotta acknowledge the panel. It was a panel full of sage wisdom. So much love to all you brothers, man. I hope people are listening. And I'm sick of saying it, man. You destroying the game, bro. I'm gonna just part with this one thing my dad always told me. Confucius say, boy who bounced, woman on bed spring. This spring have offspring next spring. But it takes a man to raise that offspring all springs.
Yo, hey man, text me that one.
You got it.
Damn, man. Callie, what's your final thought, man?
Okay. Yeah, that was an attempted insurrection. Where nobody said we saw the footage just live. And nobody finna sit here and say that the police was just letting everybody in. No, it was all strategic to get them to go away from where the legislators were. And it's because people did have zip ties and everything else up in there. So don't play me. I saw it live. The other thing is that what you would call it. And as far as being responsible, women have to be responsible for their wounds as well. Just because we up here saying that the men are responsible for, sticking their dick in a blender, you have to be responsible with whose fruit that it is that you're bearing or whatever. If you know this nigga raggedy or whatever like that, why are you even following through? They got Plan B up at CVS. You don't even gotta go get no prescription, none of that kind of stuff like that. Go get you a Plan B, or girl. Hopefully your state will let you go ahead and get that taken care of within the first 12 weeks or whatever. And third of all, dude, stop sticking your dick in a blender and then get mad when somebody turn it on. Okay, you know that bitch was raggedy. You don't know nothing about her or whatever. So, don't be mad when she go on ahead and try and hit you up for child support and all that kind of stuff like that. To the married folks that going with it, I don't know what to tell you.
Perfect.
John?
Hey, accountability is like kryptonite. Therefore, you should never misplace the motive.
Damn. Say it one more time for the people in the back.
Accountability is like kryptonite. Therefore, you should never misplace the motive.
And then one more time for the C students.
Once again, accountability is like kryptonite. Therefore, you should never misplace the motive.
Perfect.
Mr. Krusty, I don't know why you got that name. I'll be trying to call him. I'm like, man.
Just call me old. Just call me old.
That's a few of us right here then.
Yeah, thank you for letting me up. Great conversation like always. I enjoyed it. I learned a little bit. Hopefully I imparted a word or two that someone could take some use to. And the only thing I got to say is I got to go out. You need to send one of them damn kids over there to help me shovel the snow before I throw my back out.
They little right now, man. But hey,
I start them early.
Wait, are you in Houston?
No, I'm in DC.
Oh, I'm in Houston now.
Oh shit!
Oh,
So y'all ain't got
yeah.
one. You got plenty.
Yeah, I'm in Norfolk. We've got none.
Oh.
Yeah, no, yeah, we didn't. Yeah, I'm from Connecticut though, so I know snow.
So you know.
Yeah, and I live in DC for 12 years. But when it's snow out there in DC, the whole shit shut down. Like I'm like, it's 3 inches.
It did today. But I still gotta shovel this shit.
Yeah, hell yeah, you ain't lying. Motherfuckers be slipping, falling on purpose, especially if you in the city.
Yeah, trying to
Yeah,
sue
man.
you and shit. So
My neck, my back.
Yeah.
Damn,
Then
I
come
gotta.
back and have a little gin.
Indeed. Hell yeah, man. Little Black Spoon with the $2. If your daughter get pregnant, you mad at her or the dad? Okay.
How old is she?
I guess she a grown up. I hope.
Yeah.
Ali with a 20 ball says, so brothers, y'all saying women should have babies from now on when you go raw in your wife, relationship, or side piece. No more plan B's, abortions, and birth control. Men are ruled by women and lie for the pussy they can't even get. Yeah. So if I was answering anecdotally, I have 2 sets of twins, 2 and under, and the second set, I was pissed off. I unfriended her on Facebook and everything. But the motherfuckers is still here though. So yeah, man. I mean, it is what it is. What's up, Callie?
That's my thing. They go ahead and they go ahead and they take that opportunity to act as irresponsible as they want to. Be like, oh well, the chick gonna take care of it. She got all of me to take care of it, so that means I can do whatever the hell I want to do. That's the problem right there.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. And Callie, when he and Ali ain't wrong. Men
I mean,
don't.
that's some of the problem, but not always the case.
No,
right.
but
He's not wrong.
John,
He's not
Callie, don't respond. He playing the some game. You know he don't say some up here. So, hey, but he
don't
right.
discount it.
Callie, were you on the stream one day where we was doing a role play? Like my man, it was Bub, and he called me like he got his ugly side chick pregnant. We did a role play where everybody talking about you need to have a baby, pro-life, all this shit, right? Until your ugly joint get pregnant, then you become pro-abortion real quick. So we did a whole role play like, yo, I got Stacy pregnant. I said, you talking about train Stacy, the one we used to have in the yeah, bro. I said, you wilding, my nigga. What you gonna do? I don't know what she gonna do. You know, you've been pro-life this whole time until shit hit the fan. So Ali ain't lying. You know what I'm saying? You ain't lying either. That's how cats get when it's the ugly girl, you know? So damn, man.
Don't be nothing in ugly chick.
Huh? What'd you say, Callie? I ain't hear it.
I said, don't be nothing in ugly chick.
Hey,
They
man,
got
be
the
having
best.
that-
They got that
She is
best.
right.
Don't tell nobody else. There's only 300 people in here now. Don't tell nobody else. Oh, Walk the Talk became a member. Appreciate you, brother. Hope all is well, my G. I'll leave it to $5. Says women are the leaders. It shows every day on the panel.
Wow.
Damn.
I'm taking that as
I'll leave it to
sarcasm.
20 ball. I don't know.
Baby, I ain't got no money.
You know, Ali get invited to a lot of dope panels, so who knows?
I hear you, Ollie.
You got money.
Ali says takes a younger man to spit facts. Me and Hamp age group let women run all over them. Anything she says goes, and everything is our fault for decisions we don't support or make. Most men don't run their households; their women do. Damn. And you think the millennials let the women run over us too?
Oh, you after generations X? Hey, it's a whole different world with you young cats, man.
See, I think they have more. Huh? Yeah,
ain't Ali like 40?
Ali.
Yeah, he's Generation Y.
I'm 38, so no, millennial, right? Yeah, I guess it would be Y, but millennial, I think they call us. Yeah, I feel like we got more pushback than the older generations. I feel like my internet.
We had corporal punishment. There's some shit we just didn't do.
Wow.
I'll leave with the $5 says, so if black men aren't leaders, why women having babies with men y'all don't value? Somebody lying again for women. Weak men double talk. Yeah, I ain't say it's a matriarchy from what I see. RBN with the $5 says, these dudes talking, they gonna turn down hot, wet, fresh, and ready. Meow. This panel capping.
Stop the cap.
Ain't nobody turn that.
Shit, that's the age thing. Shoot, I'll have to walk away for a minute.
Man,
that shit can be troublesome, man.
Ugly. You ain't lying. Yeah, I think, man, I wish we could, what Ali's saying. Yeah, I don't think he's wrong, man. We got to have a part 2. That's what it is. Because I thought we was under a matriarchy, the black community specifically.
Well,
overall.
The appearance is there.
So, but what are black women running then, other than their households?
A community is a collection of neighborhoods. A neighborhood is a collection of households.
Okay, so but I'm saying they're not running businesses. They're not they're just running their household. And if there's an absence of black males there, who's supposed to run it? We don't want the children running it. So
it's default. I get what you're saying. It's default.
Trigger Mike said if there's an absence, and I agree it's an absence, but I don't jump from an absence of male leadership to female leadership. I'm like, yeah, you run your house, but I don't see them out there in the community running black men. I don't see black men acquiescing to black women that ain't a part of their household. I just don't see that. So that's why it sounds strange to me. I see what they're saying. You're just saying a lack of absent fathers, and we all know that. We see that.
Yeah. So I guess you're right. I think that's actually a great point.
Makes sense, yeah.
Man, that's actually damn. All right, man.
Spin the block on this for some other time.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta do it, Ham. We gotta pick it up later, man.
Yeah,
this is good.
Because let's start off with this. When we talk about it next time, let's challenge the thought, right? How Trey was saying, even what Uncle Rico's saying, and then the talking points we always hear, like, we've been putting on women. Let's say Mr. Samuels, God bless his dead, was incorrect. Let's say that let's see if we can find a hole in the notion and go from there. Now, we still need the people to fight the points, what Ali's saying, etc. But if we explore it and we get a different outcome that can also be more solution based, as opposed to saying women, what have we, what has come out of that aside from just more arguments? And again, if it's their fault, it's their fault. Fuck it.
I even like the super chat that RBN said, and I'm not delusional. What he's saying is, I'll let you read it, Ham. I think that's.
All right, I'll read it real quick.
Okay.
So damn, I've been saying I'm gonna end, and then it was like 360 people. Now everybody like, all right, we out then, and now they like, how much to extend? I'm like, God damn, man.
Because I think his super chat, it speaks to the same thing when he says black women run politics. I agree with you, but again, that speaks to the absence of black male participation in politics. We know
goes back to the vote
and run for office at a higher rate than black men because we're disinterested. So again, if we're not stepping up to the leadership mantle, how you gonna get hurt because somebody's doing it? So
she's doing the job.
But I don't think it makes me delusional. Again, that speaks to the absence. I'm constantly out here pushing black men, not just to vote, but to run for office. I'm telling them, you ain't got no criminal background. Anybody can run. Fight for the change. Run for these school boards and stop bitching about what they teaching in school. Run for the school board and dictate what they teach.
Damn.
Proof is in the output.
All right,
We
real quick,
regular
y'all. So,
years, and I have to
all right,
drag my
Nate,
husband to the vote booth. I'm way more interested in politics than he is.
yeah, we all right. So they want to extend the show. All right, yeah, all right. We got one more hour. Let me stretch. All right. Now, all right. They extend the show. All right, let's do it. All right, look. Now, so let me drop the link real quick. Make sure y'all share the stream. I put the final things out there, so we had like 100 more people. They rolled out, but everybody share the stream, like, share, subscribe, get the likes up. That'll put us into the algorithm. We got 274 likes. We got 282 people right now. So Matt P with the 2000s Hemp, you asshole, extend this show. Yo, man. Golly, man. You know, the conservative nature of, I think, black people, Callie, on your point, I think we are largely conservative. I don't know why we vote Democrat, but I think we're largely conservative. And so when you say your husband don't be into it, because we worry about our businesses, our family, getting our money, paying our taxes, saving on taxes, and we keep it going. Like the people, like my father's 63. He like, man, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. He go do his job, come home, make sure he got his, bills paid, make sure everybody's straight, etc. The conservative is a small government mindset. As long as you stay out my business, I'll pay my taxes. So when you say that, and your husband is, I would assume, between 30 and 50, somewhere in that range, right?
Yeah, he's 46.
40, and there's like my brother is 49. He don't care. All he do is pay his make sure everything's straight. That's it. He not into a lot of that shit, which could be detrimental. But I and this is more anecdotal, but I just see that often with some of the older cats. Like, long as they shit is taken care of, they don't care.
But can you say what conservative is again, Hamp?
So what I was thinking was small government, stay out my pockets, let me practice capitalism, get my money up. And just keep the government small and out the way.
But do you believe that to be true about today's
social
conservative
programs?
I would argue, at least politically speaking, that shit ain't wholly true, because they can be some of the biggest big government motherfuckers as anybody else.
Tax break.
I understand the political argument.
Yeah.
But then I see them getting involved in what do you think, taking away like you were saying, the pro-choice, that's government getting involved in the bedroom.
Well, no. So what it actually? Well, no. So that would actually be more conservative, because what it did was take the power from the feds, put it back into the hands of the states, which would make big government have less of a hold on it.
Okay, but if they're promoting a national abortion ban, they're going back big government, right?
I didn't see that. Are they trying to put it back in?
They're promoting it. So that's what I'm saying.
They were trying to push that as soon as the Supreme Court ruled on it. That was the first thing out of their mouth.
Yeah, there's been an attempt for a total ban for years.
To go ahead and make it illegal, even though it wasn't federally. Okay, I see what you're saying. But it actually worked. It didn't work how they thought it would, though. Because Ohio, I think, Virginia, and I was surprised by Ohio, Kansas. I was surprised. So no, I get it, but just in terms of like our mindset, I'm looking at black people. Correct me if I'm wrong. We more conservative than we are liberal. You think I'm bugging?
No. But I just think when we put the labels on it, is that I don't think liberals are too far. But all the people conservatives, I think the U.S. is liberal and moderately liberal, because I think it's such a small percentage of true conservatives, because people say they're conservative, but they still want free shit. They still want them fucking conservatives be wanting them free handouts from the government.
Tax
write-offs. They want them food stamps. Them conservatives be wanting a whole lot of free government shit.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is, so when they do that, I'm like, yeah, but just how conservative really are you? And even as black folk, we want free shit. I want reparations. I ain't gonna lie. Cut my check.
Perfect.
Yeah, man.
That's all I'm saying.
Let me do this. Let me get Bravado in. I think I went left when I asked that, when I kind of made that statement. Bravado was popping.
What's going on here? Can you hear me pretty good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Listen, to kind of go back a little bit.
Yeah, you can go back. Don't worry about what I just was talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first of all, reparations ain't free shit. Is what's owed. So that's not free shit. That's a debt that need to be paid. But anyway, so that I don't consider that free shit. But here's what I mean. Uncle Rico. I'm gonna be respectful, but everything that you described, it sounds cute. The absence of male leadership and that's all cute. Black women, they control, they run the black household. They control and develop the children. They control and develop our image. They control and set the political agenda for us. And regardless if we like it or not, our political agenda is Democrat, whether we like it or not. It doesn't matter. And black people are not conservative. Black men are conservative. And that's based on the idea, based on the political dynamics. We would not have President Joe Biden if black women had not showed out in South Carolina like they did. We probably would have President Bernie Sanders right now. Black women did this shit, because of the way that they voted. Now, Stacey Abrams would have been governor if black women would have showed up at the clip that they showed up the last time she ran, because black women did show up, I think it was like 4% less than the previous election cycle. If they would have showed up the same way, Stacey Abrams would have been governor of Georgia right now. So to sit there to say black women control everything that's important to the development of a community and a culture, they're in charge of it, regardless of what we say, regardless of what we think. Even those of us who gotten our woman or gotten out of the game, they set the tone, they set the narrative. They are in charge of it. Now, just because they ran the shit into the ditch, that doesn't mean that they are not in charge of it. They are. They are absolutely in charge of it, and they vote at a higher clip than we do. That's just the facts. They do everything at a higher clip than we do. They actually have more, and they fuck more people than we do, than men do.
Well, there's
even though 40% of men in total have children, you separate those men that are married who's supposed to do it the right way. The minority of men populate the majority of our fucking women. And it's their choice, and they're choosing to do this. They're choosing to do this because it keeps them in control, with the assistance of Big Daddy government.
Now, would you say irresponsibility now exists on men not getting out and voting, therefore to counter what you're saying there?
That's what I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to hear that. Because
say that one more time, John Henry. I didn't quite get it.
Yeah. So based on what you're saying now, if we're looking at, because again, you look at it, it's believed in the black society that we are a matriarchy. Would it be incumbent upon now for the black men who do not get out and vote and make their presence known? Would that be the corrective action that will be needed to take away the premise that black women run the Democratic Party or pretty much run everything?
Black men need to get out and vote for the policies that affect us the most, and not worry about our fucking women and what the fuck they want. And let me tell you something. As much as I have a problem with a lot of the Republican platform, if black men, just 20% of us, go out and vote for the alternative party, that will decimate the Democratic Party.
It would.
Because
it would.
But we won't do it because we are afraid of the people that lead our community, which is our women. We're fucking afraid of our women. I don't know how many times we got to come up here and sit here as a collective. I'm not talking about maybe Uncle Rico on an individual level. As a collective, black men are the biggest bunch of pussies of all other men out here. We won't stand up to our women, and we won't do what's necessary. We won't go to war with our fucking women because we're afraid of them.
Now, again, you say this on a scale and not individually, because there's a few of us in this panel that not fit that. So I recognize the distinction you're making.
Yes.
Okay. I don't even keep that deep. Okay, you got one party that wants to cut assistance, and you have the other party that doesn't. It's not that hard of a vote.
I didn't say it was that hard of a vote, Callie Bev. I'm saying black men ain't for to do it at the rate that we need to do it at, because we are
agree.
what our fucking women gonna say to us about it. We're too concerned about what the fuck she gonna say and what the fuck she gonna do. And we bought into the narrative that if our woman leave, then somehow we're where the fuck they going?
Okay,
Don't nobody want they black asses but us.
But RBN, I gotta tell you this.
I'm talking about as far as the motives behind why black women in Democratic districts, especially the ones that are more impoverished, vote the way that they vote. So number one, you got gentrification, which both sides do. We all recognize this. We have in those in the most gentrified districts, you have the candidates who run unopposed. Okay, I'm not saying that's for all of them. I'm saying that's for a good chunk of them. That's why I'm saying I don't think it's that deep. I don't think the intent behind the vote is that deep.
And can I just say this? I have to push back on this fear factor, because as someone just said in the chat, and that's the first thing that ran to my mind was, I was like, black men don't vote because they're fucking apathetic. They're lazy and they don't care about the vote. Because it can't, if I could be scared to death of my woman, when I go into that booth, she don't know who the fuck I voted for. She don't know. So the whole point is, I can't accept that it's got, if you're so fearful to exercise a constitutional right that your forefathers fought and died to give your ass, you're the problem. You can't tell me that because black women choose to exercise that right that people fought for, and black men choose not to do it because you said yourself, black women vote at a substantially higher rate than black men, and we know all that to be true. Black men just need to, I don't give a fuck who you vote for. Vote. You can vote for, write your own goddamn name in. It's the apathy of sitting on the sideline and then wanting to say it's a matriarchy or a gynocracy. If you're not fucking doing anything, I don't care who runs it. Somebody's got to be in charge. So if you, as Trigger Mike said, if you're not willing to rise up to that level to run for office, you don't have to just vote, run for office. Black women ain't doing what you want, run for mayor, run for council, run for congressman, run and do it your damn self. But to sit back and just want to cry about what someone is doing that you're not doing seems wholly dishonest to me. And this fear of your woman, that just, I'm sorry, that just, and I say it respectfully, that's not making any sense to me.
And fear of the woman, that is one thing. I agree with you that there's a degree of apathy amongst black men, but where's that apathy coming from?
But what I'm saying is, if you don't, if we know we have a problem, we do nothing about it. We can't expect someone, as a black man, if I know I have a black man problem, I can't wait for black women or white women or the white man. I have to fight for our problem. We should unite. I agree with that. More black men. I would rather more black men vote for the Republican Party to shake up the Democratic Party. But we're not scaring the Democrats by not voting. Oh, fuck the Democrat. But you won't go vote for the Republicans. You don't vote for anybody. So why would the Democrat Party even go acquiesce to any of your needs? Because we're only showing them as a collective, we don't care.
Black men are a bunch of pussies.
Right, but we're showing we don't care, and if we show we don't care, no one's going to care about us. I don't agree with all the things that black women vote for. All I'm saying is they get up and vote. And it's unfair for us to say they're in charge, because I think what Trigger Mike said, it speaks to an absence. If we're not doing anything, how do we get upset about them doing something, even if it's the wrong thing?
And that's why I'm calling that talking point cutesy, because even ineffective leadership is leadership. You know, even ineffective leadership is leadership. So our women are, back to my original point, they control everything. Now I know, there are, brothers doing things on an individual level, but black men, come on, man, let's keep it a buck. We betray each other left and right. Black men, I'm talking about black men, betray each other left and right. A lot of stuff, there are a lot of things that can be done if we had at least why do you think the little hat community They can have many disputes over many different things, but when it comes to social, economic, and political mindset, they're lockstep and barrel. Even though they might, this little hat lawyer may hate this little hat lawyer because he slept with his wife, but when it comes down to the collective, they lockstep and barrel. We don't do that with one another. We offend each other. I call him a bitch to his face. He sucker punch me, and then now he gonna go vote the other goddamn way because I'm gonna go vote another damn way. That's what the fuck we do.
That lockstep. They just have a lobby. They have a strong lobby.
But like you say, the lobby and whatever is still the part that I think we're leaving out is participation. I like you say, I don't care if you vote right, if you vote wrong, you can do whatever, but you have to do something. And what I see is our greatest weakness is apathy, sitting on the sideline. So we can't even argue about what we want to do because we got too large of a population that don't want to do shit. That actually is anti-voting. And if we don't vote, we get no power.
And that's why I say black men don't have a fucking leg to stand on until you're ready to take on your women, because your women are out there pushing the agenda. That makes them in charge of the community because they're pushing our agenda every which way.
When you say pushing the agenda, is it because there's an intent, or is it because of the fact that they're just the ones who are getting up and voting? Because I can see what Uncle's saying. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and say it. The thing that annoys me the most is when I talk to some of the brothers, did you vote? No, man, I don't get into that. But then you want to complain about your gas, your taxes, and whatnot, and you're not getting active with it. So therefore, if you're not going to be the one voting, and then somebody is taking the time to vote, we can't say that, oh, they're driving the agenda. No, well, let's say off to the side, they may be driving the agenda because they are actively voting. And I agree with you on that side, RB, you got to put people into the voting booth. That's where it starts. But the fear of the black woman, no, it's not the fear of the black woman, because there's never been a fear per se. It's more or less just the lack of, the laziness or the lack of drive or wanting to get outside of what I know on my block. This is all I know. This is all I need. That's what I see the most of that keeps a lot of black men from voting, because if they haven't seen different or they don't take it upon themselves to try and do different, you don't get different.
And I'll even go so far as to say I argue even with my adult sons about voting. They have the same, young men have this same, it don't change, it ain't gonna make no difference. And I'm like, look, you're not gonna see it overnight, but you gotta do it. I fight with them all the time to be engaged, to look at the local politics and things. And I tell them, most of them, I'm like, do you even know who your fucking police chief is? Some of these positions are elected. You guys cry about the criminal justice system, but y'all sit there and let white people vote a motherfucker in that's gonna sit there and that's the very first person that you're gonna run into contact with. If you don't like him, vote his fucking ass out in 4 years. Come on. But they don't do it.
Well, in terms of black men, I hear what Bravado's saying, I hear what you're saying, and you're right. There is that gap, right, where there's like some older gentlemen who just want to get their work done, and then younger, I would say probably my age and younger, like fuck voting for what has no power, etc., etc. So just to be fair, but in terms of men, obviously it's men saying these things more than women, because the women go out and vote for shit. Bravado said we scared of our women. Are we scared of white men too?
No, there should be there's no fear. If anything, more or less, just a disconnect of believing that change will come from voting. That's what I say. Oh, what's the point? The other thing of being fearful has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with what's the point. And that's what I find that's so next to disingenuous, just so foul about us, by believing that, there's nothing I can do is going to change it, man. I'm just going to live, die, do what I got to do and take care of myself. And then complaining about the outcome of what happens when you try to take care of yourself.
And then that saying nothing's going to change is creating the very thing that they are frustrated about, Ham. They're frustrated that nothing changes, but won't vote for it to change. So I try to explain to them, like, the very thing you're frustrated about, this shit's always, it's never going, and change is incremental. Unfortunately, I can tell you how little of change I've seen in my 59 years, but I've seen some, and the little change that came only came about from people voting for what little. And so I'm like, so imagine if we didn't do anything. Then that little change that I've seen in my lifetime, I wouldn't even see that shit.
I got you, but I'm just thinking, right? So when would you say the black community, the sentiment is that we're under a matriarch? Do you guys agree or disagree with that sentiment? Whether or not you believe it's perception or not, just in terms of what the perception is, would you agree that we're under a matriarchy?
I agree the perception exists. Yes, I do. I would readily agree that the perception is that, and the only reason, because I would say this, as a black community, we're not in a bubble. We still live in the larger community, of America. So we don't have our own matriarchy that's detached from the larger community as much as we wish we could. That's just not even true.
But there's definitely communities though. I mean, you see it. Communities run differently based on who's in charge, based on the demographic, based on the belief systems.
Right. So the larger community is
well, hold on. So I'm not really want to argue because everything that's said we can argue, I promise. Right, but I don't want to argue that point specifically. Callie, do you agree that we're under a matriarchy? In terms of perception, what we see since the 80s, I would assume.
In terms of perception, as much as I want to say no, I would have to say yes.
I know. I think Aaron said yes. Bravado said yes.
Right now, because any other time I'd be like, nope. Just going off of the actual how our actual government functions and everything like that. But the more I'm hearing y'all talking and the points that y'all making or whatever about who's actually showing up, who's actually being activated and all that kind of stuff like that, then I'd have to say yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking about it, right? And so in terms of black men, because I wanna make sure, is John Henry back? Because he's good for this part too. Let me kick him out. He sometimes it'll freeze. Like I see mine hesitating, but it looks good on my end, and I probably look frozen to you guys. So I'm gonna kick him.
Speaking of that same argument, so are we saying that as black people?
I didn't even make an argument yet.
Well, I just want to ask you this question: are we saying as black people that we walk back and forth every day between matriarchy and patriarchy? When we're at home, we're in the matriarchy. But when we know we go to work, we're in a what?
Patriarchy.
You see what I'm saying? So black women and black men, this is an everyday thing. And then that's home to a matriarchy.
That's a good point. Because again, what I'm trying to explore, I think the reality, I think you're right, Uncle Rico. I think what I'm saying is because again, I'm looking at what we say in YouTube, right? And then we just assessing it. So let's say that when they say that the black community is a matriarchy right now, right? And we haven't been doing very well, but it's been since what year would you say? 1975?
That we haven't been doing so well?
But like it's a matriarchy when the fathers started leaving the home for whatever the reasons are.
Yeah, so you could say mid-70s. That's a
I'm just thinking, and I could be, I'm off a few years, but let's say 1975. How many years is that? 55?
About 50. There's 25 and we're at 2024, so that would be like 49
years. Yep.
Yeah,
right,
and so
49, 50 years.
Is it timeout after 55? Is it 72? Yeah, 55 years. Robert said 72. Okay, so we'll go with 75. Easier math, right? After that many years, isn't it imperative that we start blaming ourselves? Or is 55 years not long enough for us to be like, all right, women, it's still y'all fault until the next 5 years? Like what? How should it break down? Like after 55 years, I would think you can effectuate change. You can recover. But maybe I'm asking,
Hey Hamp, and within that 50-year time span, our generation have just become the adults. So what you're saying is that our group of men who were groomed and developed under that mindset now have to take responsibility for how we were raised. and then we have to change it. You understand what I'm saying? That's kind of what it sounds like you're asking, because you say the last 50 years, that encompasses all of the millennials and a small portion of like the tail end of Gen X, which is me. So it encompasses us. We all grew up. So we're talking about people who were little kids in the 80s and starting their teenage years in the 90s, and then became adults in the 2000s. So that's us. So are you saying that we got to be responsible for what our parents and grandparents did to us?
My mind probably automatically says yes, but I don't know if that is logical.
No, that's the correct answer. The reason why it's the correct answer is because we now understand what happened to us. So it's upon us to fix, even though we weren't, it wasn't our fault that it happened, but it's now on us to repair it.
Yeah.
Isn't Gen X like the smallest generation as far as like numbers wise? I don't think Gen X, even the ones who do come into realization of what's going on and what happened, I don't think that we have the numbers as far as power in order to fix it.
Really?
We have
as far as Gen X fixing what?
Boomers are still in charge. By the time they die off and be old for real or whatever and can't run no more, it's gonna be the millennials' time to jump up there.
Yeah, so
Boomers
that would
still
be.
strong.
I was born in 85. I think the millennials started in 81. So
yeah, every
so
15 years.
Yeah, so I guess bravado. So TJ, so maybe it's not on your generation, then it's on my generation.
You say you was born in 85, Hamp?
Yeah.
I was born in 78, so we're about what, 6 years apart or something like that?
Yeah, but technically you would.
I was born in 70.
Okay.
And I think Unc is older than me.
Yeah.
We're a true Generation X.
Who is
I'm
we?
the last boomer. I'm the last of the boomers. 64.
Then you come in 60. Oh, 60. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you missed about a year. Okay, yeah. So.
And I'm the
So
transition.
we represent anybody.
I'm the transition from Gen X to millennial. I'm the transition. So this thing comes from my group and Hamp's group. So we were I don't want to use the word victim, but we were victimized by this crap. We were taught by this crap. Our kids out here are the products of what we're teaching. And our women, in our age group are doing what they were taught by their mothers and grandmothers.
Okay.
So while we're still really young enough to do it, is there a sense of emergency for our groups, our respective groups? Because we got the same pop culture references and stuff like that, we grew up with the same kind of stuff. So do we got a sense of urgency that we gotta do better and make better decisions? It's a choice. It's not even about power anymore. It's about isn't it really about
I know.
It's a behavior choice.
Okay. So in terms of, because again we were just talking about overcorrection, but what about correction? Have you guys, TJ, right? Because I'm talking about Gen X. So technically you're at the end of it, but you would still be a part of that generation. So just walk with me if you don't mind. Right. Have you guys tried to approach the women like, listen, we fucked up in here. I'm sorry for what happened to y'all. Did y'all try that approach, or are we just barking on them?
Well, right now that's barking because again, what we have here is still Big Mama culture. So again, that when Big Daddy passed away, Big Mama is what was left. So therefore, when you get some of the behavior, when you talk about a matriarchy, that's where the start began because Big Daddy was not there. So think about it. Big Daddy built the house. Big Mama nested. So this whole thing about, hey, go out, get your own thing, get your money, don't depend on the man. That started with Big Mama because sometimes if some of us who are old enough from Generation X know, Big Daddy had a couple other women on the outside and there was always some scatter that was going on. But nonetheless, what you had here is the lack of him being that male authority. You have women who were growing up who had never seen male authority. They had had Big Mama, they had their aunts, they had your sister's cousins. So I can't walk up and say I fucked up because again, that I'm not the one, primarily me particularly, making babies.
No, John, you didn't hear quite. Maybe.
Okay, my bad.
No, it's
maybe
probably it's probably just one word that you thought I said. That's all. I didn't say I'm. I said this shit is fucked up.
Well, yeah. Again, you didn't say I, and I'm not speaking that you did. I'm saying overall,
I didn't say walk up and blame yourself. I'm saying, yo, this shit we dealing with is fucked up.
Right. Again, I agree.
And then I'm sorry for what happened to you, because Big Mama, all I'm saying is, have we tried diplomacy at all? Not simping, not acquiescing, but acknowledging, like, yo, this Callie, you getting undressed? I need to put you in the back.
Yeah, I get what you're coming from. Ham. Yes, and there's this thing. Depending on who you talk to, you have to remember, if she has not had male authority that she's been around, when you have the conversation, it's like, why are you talking to me? Even though you're trying to say, hey, it's affected both of us.
Callie, you good? She disrobing and shit.
I had a bigger question though, Ham. My question is this: if we're saying,
hold on, I want to make sure John get the finish. I'm just Callie taking the clothes off and shit. I don't like that. Callie, can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, now after the fact.
Yeah, you getting all undressed. I had to put you in the back for a second.
Oh no, I'm layered over here. It's like
27. Man, hey, goddamn it! You know I don't like no nudity, nothing. You see, I kick Miss Polly off every other day she come up here. Shout out to Miss Polly. All right, go ahead, John. My bad.
Yeah, but I get what you're coming. But the thing is that you have to be able to have the conversation with someone who is receptive to that. But again, if she is not grown, if she's grown up in a matriarchy where it's been nothing but women that she's been around, have you ever tried to talk to a woman who sees a man's authority and say, "Hey, you need to ease up from that"? Who the hell are you? But she's 25 and this guy is 58 or 59. She's talking to him like she knows him, like they're homeboys and stuff. I mean, just crazy. So therefore, Generation X is where all of this started. Well, it started late in the booming, moved into Generation X, and then it just blew up. Think about it. Because when you got to the 80s, after female empowerment, opportunities, and things of that nature from feminism, you had this whole thing of, hey, I got to get my own. I don't need you. I can get this. I can do this. I've got this. So think about it. For us Gen X folks, and RBN, you may know this also. The biggest songs at the beginning of the 80s got to have a J.O.B. to Get With Me, or Nothing Going On But the Rent. That was Gwen Guthrie. Then in the middle, you had Madonna with Material Girl. And then on the back end, about 88, 89, you had Salt and Pepper, Independent. And the main thing I remember about this song is, you need me, but I don't need you. Then you roll into the 90s where you got Scrubs. Then, of course, you also have Mary J. Blige, Take Me As I Am, meaning that, hey, it doesn't care what you want. Here's what you're going to get. And you just roll that down after that. But all of that kind of, it baked long enough to where it's now, we've got it out on the table now. It's out of the oven.
I always forget to play that song. Damn,
I saw that came out right when you were born, man.
Yeah, no, yeah, I DJ, so I always forget when I'm doing old stuff. I always forget to play that shit.
Yeah.
Damn. So the prescriptions, yeah, it's gonna be hard to overcome those prescriptions, especially with everything you named. So go ahead, what were you about to say? Because I want to ask a follow up to that, but. Now, Uncle Rico, I know you probably gonna go all the way off topic.
Nope. I'm just gonna ask specifically, right in the same vein, because everybody likes to throw the blame on the old heads, and I'll take it. We were terrible. We were the worst thing in the world. But what I want to know is this: you just used the word prescription, so I'm like, okay, but we ain't having any more kids. This generation is having kids now. What in the hell do y'all see them doing that's any better? Because it ain't even about us who can't have kids no more. And the music, so he ran off a long list of music. Listen to the music today. Look at how people are raising their kids today.
It's a continuation.
I'm scared of what's coming tomorrow than anything I've seen.
So, oddly, you're right. I had a panel. Go ahead, Aaron. You want to say something?
No, go ahead. Finish it.
Well, just really quick. I had a panel with the young boys, right? They were all Generation Z for the most part. They were like 28 and under. And surprisingly, and so I coached some of them too. That's the one thing I wanted to get to because I coach high school football. Where I'm saying I need to hold us more accountable. But anyway, so there's some of them are well spoken. You know, they went to college, whatever. but they actually all said they want to get married, which I was very surprised by. John, I think you were in the chat that day. I was very surprised. I was taken aback by it. Callie, I think you were there. But they just said they want to get married. They don't want bad marriage, but they want it to be good, you know. And then they just were just describing some of the things they deal with technology, OnlyFans, etc. You know, with their women.
Oh yeah, they got a hell of a minefield.
Yeah, but prostitution been out here for a minute. It's just the access is
Right,
crazy.
but the access now has made it more prominent than it was before.
Yeah,
You got
fact.
prostitution in your hand before. You had to go down to the seedy side of town previously.
Yeah, you had to go to Hunts Point. If you know, you know. So yeah, but I was just surprised by them saying that. You feel me? But yeah, it is crazy out here. Go ahead, Aaron. My bad.
I think communities. I think we got to be patient. I think community change it's not immediate. Communities move like pawn pieces, move across the board. Boomers initiated new wave feminism, so that's a move. And then that move had to take effect on Generation X. And then it was the millennials to say that went wrong, so now you have to stop that momentum. Then you have to make a right-hand turn. Then you have to initiate new momentum in the new direction. But each move takes a generation to execute. And in order for the next move to be established or to make it known that that move has to be made, it has to be predicated on study of what went wrong in the previous generation's move.
So let me ask you this, Aaron, on that point, right? If we're studying what went wrong, how things fell apart, we understand how it was right. But then when you have these arguments, right, you'll hear the color purple arguments.
Oh, hell.
Right. So women saying, you know, when men were in charge, we were married, but they were also going through abuse, and that, you know, Pop had another family down the way, right? So I was talking to the young boys. They were saying this, Aaron. I think you might have been there for this. I want to get Aaron and TJ on this first, and then everybody else can chime in. They were saying, yo, my woman about to be a lawyer just like me. Of course she should fucking contribute. Like, they are saying my pants aren't for sale. My money doesn't make me in charge or not in charge. But why wouldn't I have her contribute so that we can all so that we can really grow and flourish?
Why is this that house husband group?
Well, no, so one of them was on it, but the majority of them, two of them played football for me. One of them was my cousin, and they just like, well, I'm talented. I just graduated. She just graduated. We both going to law school, right? We live in the DMV area, so our income's probably going to be $200,000 for the house, right? I mean, obviously you have loans and things of that nature, but why would I be paying all the bills? This makes no sense. So I'm not saying partnership, but I'm saying, does it make sense to even it out because of the stride? I don't know if you want to call it strides, good or bad, but the strides women have made in terms of earning. We only out earning by $5,000 on average. So would that be a better thing to subscribe to, where men, the pants ain't for sale, however, her voice matters a little bit more, et cetera, et cetera?
Here's what I got to say about that whole narrative. Before
Aaron, and again, goes. I'm just asking. I'm not making a determination.
No, I'm just saying.
And then Aaron, you jumping after TJ. Go ahead.
So, like, when through the course of Black history, that women did not contribute to the fucking household. That's always been a thing, and her earning power has never been it's always been a help to the home. But our women they might not openly admit this or say this. They want to operate like a co-husband in the relationship. When the fact of the matter is, and they think that dollar gives them the leverage to be a co-husband. You are, and I say this over and over again, when you decide to marry a couple up, your respective incomes becomes the income. And we keep sitting here allowing our women to act like that their income somehow is supposed to be theirs. No fucking way. Your income becomes the income, and you get a whole say in how that income is being managed. You know what I mean? But the responsibility of maintaining it is going to fall on your husband, because he actually is responsible for you, the house, the kids, development, the security, the safety. everything. So I don't understand why our women sit around here and our women have had a bigger say in their homes than any other group of women out there. Our women have never lacked for a voice inside the home. So I don't understand how they accepted that narrative as if that somehow they didn't. I'm talking about when there were a man and a woman in the house, but right now there isn't. You know, when you look at from a numbers perspective. So I kind of reject that outright, because you know, a lot of guys would love to be not have their wife work, not have their wife have to go out of the house, especially when they're children. But that's never been the experience as a whole in Black America. And for our women to keep, pushing that narrative as if, somehow them working makes them equal. I don't understand that.
Okay. And so Aaron, get in, and maybe to clarify, I was just giving like some of the talking points.
Yeah.
So I totally understand that. Maybe another one I need to add in before Aaron goes is their money doesn't matter. That talking point that men don't care about your money and your potential earning potential, and how we say that we'll get a woman out of McDonald's and we'll marry her just the same because beauty's number one. Do we need to reassess those type of talking points? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Aaron.
No, that whole your money doesn't matter. I think that gets overused. That's just what turns us on, right? What attracts me to you has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
But it does matter in the overall outcome of the success of the family.
Yeah.
And like TJ said, women have always worked, right? And women should work because they should contribute to the household income. And since the economic landscape has evolved, I think it's going to be even more incumbent upon the women to be more productive fiscally. That doesn't change a man's leadership in the household or the purpose of it. The provision in the household isn't financial in the first. It's wisdom, then financial. What do we do with the money? Right? Get all the money in the world and blow it, right? So I think a man's wisdom applied to combined the income. You can't look at it as his and hers anymore. Like TJ just said, it's our income and what are we going to do? The CEO of that process is the man, and then the woman is the chief advisor to him. But she has to contribute to the kitty. And we can't hold on to that narrative that the man is the sole provider, because that is a lesson that was taught based on information learned in a world that no longer exists. And when we apply the information from that lesson, it will be in a world that does not yet exist. It should evolve, and it will evolve right by us if we keep doing that.
Perfect.
Damn, man. And then you know what, Aaron? The key point that I hope nobody missed was your first statement. That we aren't attracted to you because of your money.
That's it. It's biological. That's all.
And but when we say it, it's like we don't give a shit if you got an education or not, or you have earning potential, which wouldn't make sense with inflation and things of that nature. But you saying that don't draw me to you. And I think we say it, but I think it's heard both ways at the same time almost. Yep. You know what I mean? Man. All right, let me
100% man is not looking at a woman's income to contribute to the house. Generally,
an asset first.
Yeah, exactly. She needs to be an asset, because of the fact that when you start talking about that, she needs to be an asset. The typical thing, before you talk extrinsic value, it needs to be intrinsic. What does she offer? Femininity, fitness, friendliness, cooperation, agreeable. Those type of things you run down the line. That's the first thing that should be asked or looked at.
What you bring to the table. Exactly.
Yeah, that I'm not concerned about your college degree, about your money, or anything in those lines.
Yeah. Right, let me read these real quick, because I actually got a hell of a meme that resonated with me also. Because again, we're talking about correcting this shit, right? So just give me a second. Let me read. I only got 3, so I'll lead with it. Not only 3, but I have 3.
I'll lead
with the $5. Says it's always black men who can't get pussy calling black men pussy. Hold on, man. I be calling niggas pussy a lot. I get shit.
Well, you guys said, okay, you guys chicks kids, we got it.
You kidding me?
You're sharpshooter.
Damn, man.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit.
I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
I'll leave with the 20 ball says, women vote for women engaged, not anything pertaining to men and families. Black Lives Matter is gay lives and women lives matter. Our older generation sold out and want us to conform. They just voting for the lesser of the two evils.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. John, what up? Salute to the 1985 guys. You already know. Man, oh man. So I got this meme. And this resonated because my wife, for the first 4 months, she never asked me once what I did for work. Not once. Like it wasn't even a thing. Like all those stereotypical conversations, especially in the DMV, where you have, a lot of affluent.
What do you do?
Huh? Say again.
They say, what do you do for work? Right off the bat, angling.
Yeah, but never once. Like we didn't even go on I'd be like, hey, I'm about to DJ. You know what I mean? Come to the bar or the club, or I'll call her like, hey, I'm about to, whatever. We'll meet at a bar. Like it was very, I guess, like or it was more, or I would say organic, as opposed to unorthodox. Let me see if I can find this meme real quick, because this really resonated with me. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Hey, Hamp, I hit you with an email, man. I don't know if you got it yet.
I'll take a look. I haven't looked at it. No, I got you.
Copy.
This one. So it says, you can read it. It said, a nigga in a Nike suit and some Air Maxes never asked me what I bring to a table. That's a brunch boot nigga question.
It depends on the female you're talking to. If she's looking at a dude who's wearing a Nike suit, then she wouldn't be in my environments.
Nah, but here's the thing, though. It's not so much about the Nike suit. It's about the
question.
It's just like, because let me see. So I have a plethora of like clothes. So I DJ. I wear Jordans, of course, but I wear dress up clothes. But like, I just Heathen Queen and Cali Bev. Can you help? I'm trying to articulate this. Does this resonate with y'all at all?
What?
Like, like he just a nigga in a Nike suit with some Air Max ain't never asked me what do I bring to the table. That's a brunch boot nigga question.
You probably didn't have anything to offer.
But like, is it making sense or am I bugging?
Nah, that shit is corny.
Which one, the Nike suit?
No, what do you bring to the table?
That's what I'm saying, and that's what it was, Callie. I was trying to see. That's why I know you smarter than me sometimes, Callie. Like
that's the generation thing, man.
But what I'm saying is what Callie said is like what the the sentiment. Heathen Queen, do you understand what she's saying in that tweet?
Yeah, I think she's saying what I always say is that what happened to being attracted to someone? What happened to wanting to be around somebody? Why are you asking me what I can bring to the table, and we don't have any kind of attraction to each other? It don't even make sense. It don't matter how much money you make if I'm not attracted to you. So that's material.
Well, the attraction comes first, so no one's going to argue with that because no one gets past the first part until we know what the attraction is. Once you've established a certain amount of time with someone, that's when the question gets asked. But in the beginning, no one's concerned about, if you got a house, car, what's your education level. It's not about that. It's strictly attraction for the first month or two when you look at it.
So why is that such a convoluted thing that's going on now?
Well, now, what are you saying or asking what is convoluted?
We have 1,000 criteria that we have to get through before I can date you. I got 1,000 things I got to ask you before I can date you.
Because the society is not what you and I knew about 40 or 50 years ago. There's been changes. And when there's changes in societies, some things don't change. But when you have a conversation, again, we talked about Me Too earlier. I don't know if you were there for that, but sometimes conversation gets misconstrued. So therefore, you find a lot of guys saying, hey, looking for consent or asking questions around that. But generally, it's attraction first and foremost that sets it off. The question of what does somebody bring, that's down the road. That's not day one. So let's not get that misconstrued.
So if you meet 10 women and you're only attracted to one, but that one may have one of these more body count than what you like, you won't pick the one that you're attracted to. You'll pick the one that doesn't have a body count. That don't make sense.
If you're out just doing your thing, dating, then her body count doesn't matter. No, and this conversation has been had. But when you get down to the fact of when you're looking at, hey, these are the guys in my corporation, these are the guys part of my network or whatnot, you don't want to have that girl who's already out and about and been doing her thing way past. No. That's a man thing. I'm sorry, Aaron, you had your hand up, bro.
That's why body count doesn't matter.
I mean, just can we clarify what is the question? What do you bring to the table and why it would even be asked? I mean, I think what do you bring to the table simply is what are some of the qualities that you possess that make you a wife, or what makes you a good candidate for marriage, right? And why would you have to ask that question? Because the art of being a wife, or it's a lost art. That used to be something that you could see on a woman in the way she moves, and you can't anymore. So it now is an interview question. Why are you fit for the job? Well, what job? The job of wife, because I'm interviewing as a potential husband for a wife. I think we overcomplicate. I think that's really just what's going on.
Well, let's ask though, right? Because right now I want to focus on what we could do better to correct this shit, right?
Copy.
I've never really interviewed. You know what I'm saying? Like we would be around each other, the conduct, the friends I would see. You know,
right?
Like in terms of like courting or dating, I don't know which one goes first or second.
Dating, courting comes once you've made it known you want to marry the woman. That's something else that gets confused.
Okay, so dating, right? And I would say, hey, come to the club, right? Where I'm DJing or bar, right? Because I got for his purpose. It's an environment in which I control, right? But DC has 650,000 people, but it's kind of small, you know. The footprint is small, right? So when so if she come in, now I can see how many cats know her, how many people talk, like asking all these questions. The motherfuckers gonna feed you whatever they need to feed you to win the game. You know what I'm saying? So I just like this trial and these interviews that people going on. No wonder why they not having success.
Right.
When did you meet your wife?
Right.
Say again.
When did you meet your wife?
What year? 2017.
17. You met her?
Yeah.
Wow. When you get married?
Huh?
When did you get married?
19.
See, you're an anomaly. I met my wife in 98. We married in 17. But that's enough time to be able to answer that question. Normally, that question's asked when you got like a year and a half to go.
So
from
just
meet to
met
marriage.
you, Aaron, like met, but I wasn't around her. Like it's like when I actually knew she existed is what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's quick. Yeah. I mean, for you to deduce
got
the
married
answer.
in 2 years too. We got married in 2 years too.
Yeah, with you dating with intent, it's normally 6 months, at least around 6 or 7 months. You know if you want to marry this person.
Wait. Aaron, you said you started dating her in 98 and you didn't marry her until 2017?
Yeah.
Jesus, you're the anomaly.
All that.
We waited 6. I met my husband in 2000 and we didn't get married till 06.
That's fine. 5 years ain't shit. He made you
wait. I know guys who are still dating.
He made you wait, Callie.
But we had our kid. We had our first son in 04 though.
Yeah. All right. Nobody really give a shit about us. All right. So, what? Yeah. I mean, you know, it's good, right? Hopefully, Sway get married next, right? We cheer for that nigga, whatever. So, like, it just again the tweet, right? Is that causing the issue though? These rigid ass, strict ass parameters. Like, for instance, Sway is making his way up in this earth, right? Sway, how long you been with Sweetheart?
2 and some change.
Yeah, this young ass nigga didn't have no money.
Nope.
But she rocked with him because for some reason, and I don't know why, she liked this nigga. I can't see it. You know what I'm saying?
you know what it reminds me of though, Hamp? It reminds me of taking the online dating profile and taking that on the actual date with you.
Perfect. Callie, when the fuck you get so smart, nigga?
I've been smart. It just don't come out all the time.
It be your microphone. Your microphone's so trash sometimes. We just be like, just stop. Whenever she gets damn. So, because again, John, we just talking about what's up, Jonathan? We just talking about the issues, right? There's such a large disconnect. And I don't think Callie just talking about women do that too. But we talking about men in pursuit of, I don't want to sound corny, but in pursuit of happiness, that was fucking.
Yo, let me say this.
That's an accurate statement.
Okay, all right. It sounds so cool.
That's an accurate statement.
No dude that I know goes on a date and be like, "What you bring to the table?"
Yeah, you don't do that on the first day. That doesn't happen. No one does that.
Yeah,
like
it's an
literally,
implied question, really. Nobody's doing that.
I understand the context and what you bring to the table. That's like a YouTube, a men's locker room type conversation that we're all talking to one another about. But women kind of heard that and immediately said, "Oh, this is what men are asking." No, we're just talking about, and it really doesn't even have to do with anything monetarily. Like I think one of the brothers, Aaron or John, said, "Yo, can you bring me peace? Is it are you willing to are you helpful? Are you nurturing? Are you these different qualities?" But no one is actually ever saying or asking that question. Like you said, Hemp, yo, she didn't even know what you did. Y'all just vibed. Y'all just knew each other and hung out, and y'all began to know each other after a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. So really, no one is asking that question. So when women say that and act like that's a talking point to be like, what you mean what I bring to the table? You've heard men say that, but we're talking to one another when that's being said,
So
not really women.
So y'all really didn't mean it. Is that what you're saying? You when men said it on there, they really didn't mean it.
It's a generation thing. It's a generation thing.
It says, "Be advised. I have wants and needs, and you need to be thinking about
Exactly.
meeting them." That's all.
But it doesn't happen on the first date. But that question is asked.
That's
What
it.
do I bring to the table?
It's rhetorical. No, it's rhetorical.
No, not that way. Not the way you're saying it, Hamp. Not the way you're saying it. The question is asked, so what is it that we both have that can make this a relationship that goes someplace? What is it that you have to bring to this? And that, again, it's a generational thing. You don't see that anymore. That's why it seems like it's so crazy to anyone, depending upon how old you are. If you're born, let's say 85 or below. That's why it sounds crazy to you guys. But that was a common criteria, back from the 20s, 30s, up until the 70s. That was common. But a lot of things get bred out. And when things get bred out and you bring it back, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? I mean, think about it. You go back to the 20s and 30s and 60s. You never had a strong, independent black women back then. You didn't have anyone out the street talking that. But now, as things progress, it's different.
All right. Yeah, but it's different in a bad way, right? So, as a resident, how do I say this? Whoremonger. All right, I'm just gonna say it. It is what it is. Okay.
You don't own that title.
Yeah,
you don't own that title.
Look, now everybody want to be Chamberlain. I get it.
Oh no, hey, I'm just saying what we've done, but hey, you don't own that.
No doubt. So, I almost think like my thing is if we vetting, right? Because I think we honestly have to do it. But this talking shit just seems like it's not working very well. Like, for instance, one time my wife was on and I was out, right? This is when we was dating. Something had happened, right? I was about to get in a fisticuffs. I probably would have lost, though. I feel like this nigga could fight. You know what I mean? But it was yeah, it was what it was, But and she didn't overreact. She didn't start yelling. You see the video. Stop! Don't do X, Y, and Z. She just kept her hand like on my back, and that was like all I needed to be like, you lucky. You know what I'm saying? But I saw her react, in a way that I need in order to be successful. Because that doesn't help me. You can't stop me if I don't want to stop. And so just different situations, like that. And that's how I was able to see it. But people are so serious when they dating, they can't see the forest through the trees. And I feel
But
like I
that's
led the way in this though.
You said
not
they're
her.
but
too
but
serious
that's
or they're not as serious.
Too serious. Like they can't go out to a bar. It got to be formal shit. You got to have like flowing with a person. You know,
no,
and I
but that's
control
what
the environment sway too, which I think men are relinquishing control in dating too, which can be an issue. Go ahead, John.
but that's what you would consider she brings to the table. She brings that peace and that comfort, and maybe, but obviously you're not going to ask her that. But if you're talking to the guys and we're all chopping it up, you'll be like, yo, what she's like. You'll describe, oh man, yo, she's peaceful. I mean, you'll give that situation that you just said, and we'll be like, oh yeah, that's what she brings for you. That's a portion of what she brings to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, and that's what I mean. But when women hear this, they immediately think, oh, men are coming up to me asking me this. Nobody has ever asked you this. You was watching YouTube and you heard a lot of men talking about it.
No, you're wrong. People are
Men
in
asking.
inboxes asking what do they bring to the table.
Oh,
You
speed
just
dating.
screenshot.
They do that
You
at speed dating events also.
not yeah, speed dating. You had
Mm.
Manosphere
That's
content creator creating contracts and stuff like that, talking about
that's
what we this is the itinerary for our first date, sign here type stuff. And
who men?
afterwards we're gonna go ahead. Yes, a
What
male
dude?
content creator in the Manosphere space, and I'm not gonna say his name because I ain't trying to give him nothing. But what you call it? Yeah, write up whole contracts about this is what we're gonna do on the date. This is what the price amount is gonna be, and
Huh?
afterwards,
That's a little extreme.
are we gonna have sex? Yes or no, or whatever like that, and have her sign
Yeah.
the daggone thing.
Is
Yes,
that the type? Is that the type of dude you would go out with?
absolutely not.
No,
So
no,
the
no.
reality,
I can see why he did that. I can, whoever you're talking about, I can see why that's necessary. If you're a executive, if you have something to lose, if you're worth millions of dollars and you're going on a
These are
date
not
and she can
these
accuse
are not
you,
executives. These are not executives
In the
with
era that
millions
we
of
live in
dollars.
now, in the era you live in now, a bad date can get you canceled, can get you
Wow.
fired, can get you this, can get you that. So
That's why
I can
you
see where that would come
wow.
from. I can see that.
That's
I
where
can see
that's
that.
why you're
bro.
gonna keep losing.
These are regular
Nah,
degular
bro.
people. These are not millionaires and
Nah, bro. Yeah.
executives and all that kind of
Well,
stuff
you
like that.
got
These are
regular
regular degular.
women suing regular men for millions of dollars because of they said something or did something wrong on a date or being put on blast on social media.
What are we talking about?
No, they're not.
I mean, but you know what's so hilarious about that? It sounds like she's using one of the most extreme examples to try to put a
Thank you.
jacket on a
Exactly.
That's crazy.
All I'm
you know
saying
what?
is
That
that
sounds
it's
extreme,
happening,
but that's
and this
extreme.
dude has,
That
and
sounds a bit
this
excessive.
guy has a lot of followers,
Hold
and it
on,
is
hold on.
happening, and people, and not even so much the whole contract is being sent to them, but dudes are asking in DMs, "What do you bring to the table before we go out on this date?"
But
Yeah.
hold on. My thing is Triple Black. Why did you go at Cali into the Black Dragon? Just seconded this shit and gave reasons why. So why didn't you shoot at in the Black Dragon and Cali in that situation?
Because it's a female thing.
He hates
It's a
women.
female thing.
No, I'm just
It's
playing.
He
a
said,
no.
but hold on,
It's a
Triple Black.
it's a
Hold on,
female
Triple Black.
thing. It is a female
Into the
thing.
Black Dragon gave examples, reasons, and all that. So the only right to shoot at him and shoot at her.
Nah, I don't.
Yo, I shoot at him.
I don't.
I shoot at him.
I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think he was
that's
using
a
the same
female thing,
context.
bro.
It is a female thing, man. They use an example.
No,
like
that's
one of
a
the,
female. Hold on. Hold on. Triple Black, you know I love you, right? Let me preface it before I start kicking your ass. Into the Black Dragon just gave all the reasons why behind what Callie said in one anecdotal example she gave why it makes sense to do that. You said that's a female using an extreme example, but Callie Into the Black Dragon put a whole pool of men who should do that. Are you trying to tell me you're not gonna use that fucking rocket launcher you got to shoot at that nigga that just got a haircut too?
No, because the thing about it is what he's talking about is realistic. I mean, women right now are really predatory, so I think it is realistic because the thing about it is, as soon as things go left, they'll use every single of those talking points that he talked about to drown your ass without any fucking blink of an eye. That's what he's right about that shit. Every single talking point that he used, when shit goes left or shit hit the fan, they will use that shit against you.
Yeah.
They should.
No,
and how many men?
What he said,
How many
but
men
he
is gonna on the? Huh?
Go ahead. My bad.
But how many men on the reverse is gonna use that same shit against them? Is gonna enforce that contract? Let's just use common sense.
Y'all know where you went wrong.
It died out quickly because they weren't getting the results that they wanted. But that was the thing, meaning I'm speaking to the willingness of dudes to take this BS that they hear off the internet and try and apply it in real life.
What we're doing right now is real life.
The same dudes that feel the necessary need to do those weren't getting women in the first place. They aren't the guys you guys want anyway. The guys who get women, the guys who y'all want, they're not going to use those talking points. They're just going to be the talking point and then see how you bring yourself to the table. It's just like we're not going to ask you what you bring to the table. We can just see it. It's the same way you can see it in us. So we don't have to like put out a question out there so we can feel now. Like in my opinion, the men who say that, they kind of use that for a way to justify or I guess validate themselves. They're not really worried about the woman. They want to show how valuable they are. So they're like, well,
Now that's a talking point.
They want to start saying a whole bunch of different things. Like I got money, I got a car, I got this, I got that, I got that, I got that.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
so
just live it.
So it's okay to demonize that small group of men for their small little litmus test on a woman. But every woman has a litmus test on a man. Minimum income, minimum height, minimum look, minimum everything, right?
And that's a talking point as well.
Right.
So which talking point are we going with? That's a talking point as well. So which one are we going with? We're going with they date Pookies and which one are we going with today? Which one? I want to know what field we on today. Which one we going with today? We going with they date Pookies and Ray Rays and homosexuals and stuff like that, or are we going with they got a checklist and they want 6-figure niggas with six packs and all kind of stuff like that? Which one we doing today?
The button has been pressed.
Callie, lay off him, my nigga. God damn.
All right, I think
it's a good thing you're married because that was a non-select move.
I think both can be true, Callie.
Well, hold on. Now
I think that same girl can be messing with Pookie and Ray and still want a 6-figure dude.
Come on, you don't want none of Callie right now. She on fire. You was trying to say something to Triple Black, or was it Black Dragon?
Nah, she right. She's right. Like on both sides. All that, I'm gonna keep it real. The Jones who talk about you gotta make this are the same Jones that you could take the Applebee's. They the same Jones. Like I don't know. All these talking points has gotten people, men and women, like fucked up. And now y'all sitting there watching on YouTube and y'all thinking this is like real life. Nah, y'all not outside. So any dude that's talk about these women got a criteria for this, got a criteria for that, you a lame dude.
The Johns that you talking about will
hold on. Who is that? Sway talking when he was supposed to?
You know what? Never mind. Gonna say
and the crazy thing is, I'm no exceptional great man, and I'm a normal dude. And I could bag whatever I want. It's no 150,000. Yeah, I'm 6'5" and all that, but you got to be outside. You don't interact. Most dudes don't interact with women. So when they hear all these women talking this stuff, they really believe in it and taking it as gospel. Women who talk like that, I'm thinking for the streets.
All right, John, let him say something.
That's crazy. The thing, I think this fucking internet shit, man. Sometimes I really think it really got people's brains fried where they just say anything. Do you really think the dude that's making $40,000 that's under fucking 5'7" is really being that picky out there? You really think that they're having all this, like all these demands? Do you really think? I mean, do you not think that woman that's very average looking is not having all these expectations? Let's be completely honest here.
The reality is they're always going to do that. They're women.
You take those two people, but if you take those two people, who do you think? Which expectations are you think that are more in line to where they're at in life? Let's just be honest.
The men. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with that. But that's how it's always been.
You can ask for what you want.
Yeah,
but let's just tell the truth about it.
I can ask for
Hold on,
$100,000.
Hold on, HQ.
Yo, you just said.
But let's
you just
be
said
honest about it. You just had this one.
Let Triple Black get his shit off, man. Go ahead.
No, you just had Cali Beb try to paint a narrative that you and I know that's not true. She just tried to paint a narrative that like you got a whole group of dudes that are having these unrealistic expectations, and we're sticking to it. Come on, man. You put a piece of
no, that's not how it flows, Jonathan.
Most
men.
Come on, man. Stop playing.
We were talking about those specific men.
We're talking about
we were talking about we were talking about those specific dudes who weren't saying that kind of stuff. So what are you talking about?
What specific dudes?
On the internet.
Wait a minute. I think this comes back to the question, Cali Bev. You mean the specific men who asked the question, "What do you bring to the table?" Is that what you mean specifically?
Yes, that was the whole premise of the conversation. At no point did I say that most niggas is doing that shit.
Okay, I got you. I'll tell. Hang on. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Go
just
ahead.
like saying the Cheesecake Girl is a representative of most women. Do you guys agree with that?
Nah.
Say that again.
No, she's a small percentage. She's a small percentage. She's not a small percentage.
What he said was, it's just like saying the Cheesecake Girl is a representative of all you black women.
Yeah, I think that's cap. The 666 chicks
Okay. So then Mr. Manosphere with the contract and with the "this is the table." That's again, you're using that and you're painting all men with that. That's what.
At no point that I did that. That was the premise of the conversation. Was the corny dudes that take the online shit and try and apply it in real life. That was the whole premise of the convo.
Okay, I got you. But when we're talking about the table, the proverbial table that we're talking about, like what you bring into, I think the whole conversation is a thought-provoking question that men have to ask themselves in vetting a wife. That's where the conversation comes in. It doesn't mean how much, and it has nothing to do with how much money you make, what school you went to, whether or not you dye your hair or nothing to do with your beauty or looks. All of these things are kind of intangibles that we just want to hear. Intrinsic, but intangibles that we would just love to hear you like state to us when we have that conversation. And it's not the question of what you bring to the table. That's not the question, because the question will be answered during the first date, during the second date, during the movies. The question gets answered. It doesn't need to be asked because it'll eventually be answered. That's what we're saying.
With actions.
Yeah,
dates. Yeah,
but it's so new. But the thing about it is, it's so nuanced when it comes to men. It's so nuanced. Most men don't really have a litmus test when it comes to women other than a look.
But
because the thing is,
look with Kelly. Go ahead, Sway.
You can ask her, but it's how you're leading it. Like, are you asking her after dating her for a few things, and now y'all leading with the intention of trying to get into a relationship, or is that the first date and you looking at her like, all right, bitch, what you bring to the table? Like, why am I even here at this first date?
No, that was clarified a while back. That was clarified first and foremost. You don't ask that question on the first, second, third date. But when you get to the point where you establish that you want to date someone, then you start looking at those things. But it doesn't happen on the first, second, third date.
All right, real quick.
That was misconstrued.
Yeah, but I think we've been misconstruing a lot. Let me get James in because Callie was speaking to the thumbnail that I put up here about. And then she said, people are actually doing this and they're getting their game from YouTube. And then we fired back with more YouTube talking points. And that's why Sway was like, that shit is corny. If you need to do this, you getting your talking points from YouTube niggas because you didn't get women in the first place.
That's a misgeneralization also. But again, what we're talking about right now is commonplace.
Well,
my bad.
Right.
Go ahead.
No, I got you, John. So let me get James in because he's been waiting patiently, unlike the rest of y'all.
Shalom, Mark. What's up? What's going on?
What's poppin'? How you?
Hey, we're doing good, man. Appreciate you for letting me up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Honestly, man, a lot of this, I'm with Callie with a lot of the YouTube stuff. Honestly, but I think it was talking about a certain type of man with that can apply these points. So he was talking about the man making a lot of money and stuff like that. So it's not talking about your guy doing the trash and stuff like that. It was just talking about the majority of what women wanted. So I think that's where the confusion comes. Now regular dudes are trying to apply these points where what Heat and Queen was saying, like regular guys are trying to apply this when it really is not for them. So I think that's where the confusion is coming in.
What's a regular guy though? We need to define that.
Guy, average black man,
All
42,000,
right.
5'9", 5'8".
There you go. All right, that's the distinction because before when Callie went off, there was no real distinction other than this guy. But what you gave, James, is a distinction that's required. That would be the leveling point. Average is what a majority of people are, was what a majority of people on this panel may or may not agree with. But when you look at it, 8s, 9s, and 10s don't sit on panels. They already wife, they've met somebody, they've been out with someone, they're on a TV show, they're on a magazine shoot. No. If you have to sit here on this panel or ask certain questions and make certain statements, you are not those type of folks. So that's where we are. Let's look at ourselves as beginning at average and accept that.
Yeah, facts. And that's I think James hit it on the head. Pause. That's the biggest issue. And Heat and Queen, when they out here talking like they Kevin Samuels, what do y'all be really wanting to say to these niggas? Like, yo, shut the fuck up. Do you really want to say that?
Yeah, I really want to say that.
Now, knowing you, do you actually say it? Keep it real.
Yeah, I really say it. I think the whole problem started when Kevin Samuels started talking about fit, feminine, and friendly. I think the whole relationship dynamic just went straight down the tubes after he started talking.
It was already gone.
I think that was the worst thing that hit the internet was that man. That man.
Hold on. Keep Heat and Queen. Hold on.
Women to be nicer.
Hold on.
Fat.
Hold on.
Let her finish. Hold on. Now it's Heat and Queen. Now he ain't here. Goddamn.
Why
Hold on, Sway. Let her finish. Sway. You got next. Let her finish.
Yeah, you first, Sway.
Why I say that is he said a lot of stuff. Some things I agree with, a small portion of what he says. I believe in the fit, feminine, friendly. But the men who listened to him took it way out the way. You ain't no rich man. You ain't a man that got options like rich men do. These poor men or these average $43,000 men started taking the points that Kevin Samuels was making like they were the rich men. Like, you got options. Like, I didn't understand how you applied all of that stuff to you and you were an average man. The only thing that applied to you guys was the fit, feminine, and friendly. Maybe not you guys, but I'm saying the average guy. That's the only thing that applied to you guys. Anything else, he was tailoring it towards somebody who made an X amount of dollars.
I think
if you didn't make X amount of dollars, that shit didn't apply to you. But men who it didn't apply to, just took it and ran with it.
So let me.
You first, Sway.
Can I clarify? Is what you're talking about the multiple bitches part?
Multiple bitches.
Yeah, that always is one.
She don't want me unless I got money.
Are you including? Hold on, I'm trying to get somewhere. Are you including the idea that a woman should be submissive and cooperative as well? That if he doesn't be the sole provider and breadwinner, he doesn't deserve that?
Submission is on a spectrum.
I said submission and cooperative. I don't need you to run into a burning building because I told you so. But I also don't need you to make life harder because you just want to argue.
Submission is on a spectrum. Different women are on different ends of that spectrum. We don't all submit just immediately, right?
So does a normal man deserve submission and cooperation from his wife?
Yes.
Yes. So fit, friendly, feminine, cooperative, submissive. A normal guy deserves all of this. I guess the only exception is he can't have those things with multiple bitches.
He deserves that if that's what he wants. Yes.
What you want and what you get sometimes don't add up in the end, though.
Okay.
I'm done, yo. Y'all got it, man.
I mean, let's put it this way. Going back to what you said about Kevin Samuels. Now, the reason that he caught a lot of flack is because he was saying the barbershop part out loud. All right. He was actually saying truth. For example, there were men that he spoke to for 3 full years before he talked to women. So the stuff that he was talking about with the women, he jumped in dudes' asses for about 3 years. Yo, lose some damn weight, you fat ass. And this is how he talks to them. Get up. Hey, you need to get your money up. You don't have enough. Okay, you need to be eating red beans and rice and get you about a 5-pound bag of French fries and a gallon of ketchup. That's what you're eating.
Why weren't they listening?
Well, because of the fact, the same reason why you have women who won't submit, because of choice.
No.
Oh, yeah, no, yes. Allow me for a second, if I may. Choice. There's no, see, only property is only going to be a conversation if a woman construes herself to be that. If I don't come at you as being property, then what I'm offering you a chance here is you can either mess with the guy who's got multiple women and be his one of many, or you can be my one of one. That's the choice that she can make. But you have to ask her, what is the cost of your submission? And going back to what Sway was saying, when you look at it from the standpoint of just the basics, feminine, fit, friendly, we're talking about agreeable, bring peace, those type of things. As a man, I bring fitness, discipline, direction, guidance, security, stability, masculinity, protection, care. That's what comes on the opposite side of the spectrum. But the thing is that if you're not getting that peace from her, then she doesn't get what he has to offer. That means that there's going to have to be a choice. The minute a man meets a woman, there are terms and conditions that she puts to him if he wants to pursue her. That is the first form of submission. If he agrees to those, he can chase.
So I got a question. And submission only comes with trust and a worthy human being, period.
Yes, it does.
Now, my question is this. If women have to come up with the fit and friendly and feminine, what do you all need to come up with for the women?
Didn't I just say? All right, I'll say it again because it sounds like Heathen Queen, you're listening to retort rather than to comprehend. Now I'll say it one more time. Men are responsible for focus, discipline, direction, guidance, masculinity, protection, care. Those are intrinsic values. That's nothing that is going to cost any money per se, but there is a cost of spending time paying attention.
I asked you.
That is, again, that's what I'm going to give you. That's another thing, because of the fact that if you don't like what I'm looking, you're trying to give me something or tell me to take what you accept.
That's not what I asked you.
Ask me again.
You told us as women that we needed to be fit, feminine, and friendly. What are you bringing to us women that you are not doing? What are you bringing to the table that you are not doing? What are you willing to do or change about yourself?
This is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid.
This is getting ridiculous.
Can I interrupt, bro?
Yes, this is getting ridiculous, Heathen Queen.
I'm trying to figure out why women are not coming to your side. I'm trying to explain it to you, but
because when hold on, Heathen Queen. When we present what we want from y'all say that we're being delusional or we asking for too much. Being fit, feminine, and friendly is really basic if you really think about it. But y'all always have this. Hold on, let me finish. I don't know why y'all push back. I don't know why y'all push back. No, I am listening to you because it's ridiculous at this point. What do you got to say?
You just said you wanted these 3 things from women.
It's simple. Hold on, it's simple.
Get it. We heard you.
So why is that such an issue? Being fit, feminine, and friendly is not a hard thing to be.
We heard you. Now, what I'm saying is, I want you to make more money. What I'm saying is, I want you to raise your children and not leave. I want you to do this, that, and the third. Are you willing to do those 3 things?
We have to do that.
That comes with it.
Really?
You're being disingenuous and off character, Heathen Queen. Is this attitude, Heathen Queen, where you want to just start up some shit because you can? Because I bet you money for 30 years of your marriage.
Wait. I got it.
You didn't talk to your husband like this.
I got it. There's a disconnect.
Go ahead, Dragon.
Heathen Queen, I got it. Heathen Queen, I got you. Hang on.
I'm out.
I understand, bro. Be safe. I understand. I think I understand what she's asking. I understand the question that she's asking.
You got 15 seconds. I'm getting the fuck out of
here. All right. Hold on. She's asking, since what we're saying as men is that women are lacking these things, and we want them to bring it to the negotiating table. What she's saying from the woman's point of view is, well, what we see from you men are several things that are lacking. So what are the things that you're lacking that you need to bring to the table in order to make this whole thing work? But what my brother was saying was,
that comes after marriage.
No, that comes after marriage. But we bring protection, we bring discipline and things like that. The thing, but Keith and Queen, what we're trying to say is that our complaint is we bring protection, finances, things like that. But when it comes from getting things from your side of the table, we're not getting that. That's the complaint.
The bare minimum.
The bare minimum.
So
we're not getting that from
I
you.
think they're getting the bare minimum. So how do we bridge that gap?
You stop arguing with pointless conversation that you're presenting right now when you've got a good deal that's being presented that works for both if you follow it.
Most men not working for both.
No, most men
such a wide gap.
Most men take care of their kids.
Working for the women.
Damn, man,
most men take care of their kids.
God, yo, I got a headache listening to this dumb shit.
Timed her out, man.
You keep talking.
Hey, Ham, does you have another show to do?
Yes, at 8:00 with the ladies, man. I'm happy that James hit the panel though. He never been up here, man. So shout out, man.
Appreciate
Damn.
it.
They done time Heat and Queen out. I think I hear what she was saying.
No, I got it.
That was absolutely
I got it.
nonsensical.
I got what she was going. It's just the way she got there. I understand what she was trying to say.
What she is looking for comes after the dating and the courting phase. She was skipping over the first part of getting to meet you, getting to know you. And that's where I'm saying most women are argumentative about what does a man bring? Well, wait a minute. You control access to sex. We had that conversation earlier. But when it gets to the point, remember, I submit to you when you give me your terms and conditions to pursue you. That is my act of submission. Most people miss that. When they talk about a man, why would a man submit? Woman, I submit when I walk up on you. But when it's time for the relationship, we go from courting to dating to where I bring out that ring, all those things I've asked of you, that will determine on whether or not that I marry you. But from then, when I make my terms and conditions known, that submission is what really counts, because marriage is what is tracked.
Well, I heard what she was saying. I wanna argue it, but I gotta go. The kids upstairs, they ain't have.
Well, hey, let's spin the block again some other time on this, man.
Spin the block, but I was digging into this shit, John, and 70% of men are overweight.
Yep.
The average income for men that are 45 and 55 is $53,000. So, motherfuckers can't fight. People don't train themselves. And then we want the women to be fit, feminine, and friendly.
Well,
when you can't
and that's
fight,
everyone.
you're broke and you fat.
Broke and fat. But think about it, man. 50%, but you also have to remember, if you're looking at that chart, women out-earn men when it comes to earning $50,000 or more on an annual basis. Now, when you read up at it, when you go further up, that's where the separation comes. I think Aaron had mentioned that earlier. You start getting that separation the higher up the chart you go, where when you do hit that mythical, magical 100,000 range, which myself and other folks are in, that's the separation. But the thing here is that you got more men earning that amount than most women that was agreed. But the thing is that for her submission, when I asked the question, what is the cost of her submission? No woman is going to submit to a house husband dude who is not bringing in something that she figures what she's going to get security or get some type of financial benefit, also protection from that.
Man.
So that plays into it as well.
Well, you know what? I think I gotta have the manosphere versus the house husbands, man. I think it has to happen, man. James, did you hear the house husbands presentation?
No, I did not. What the fuck? Like, my bad. What?
This might be risky, so we say all the words.
Whoa! Man, these cats are competing with a woman to be the domestic goddess.
Yeah, what they saying is you flip the script on women in terms of put them in a position to lose everything if divorce is imminent, and then hopefully that'll change the way they think and how they approach the entire situation. But also they said they don't mind staying home if she the earner, because that's the way life is kind of headed. But shout out to the GBG gang, Cheeky, Aaron. Oh, they explained it much better than I. James, matter of fact, shoot me a message on IG. I'll send you a clip. I just put them out, but I'll send it to you so you can get the premise of the house husband.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. Let me read these and we getting out of here. We got 8 o'clock, the POV. We going through big sis energy. We hear it all the time where the young generation say they can't get shit from the older women because they still competing with them. So we're gonna explore that a little bit more. You feel me? AL was popping with the $5. I care about her money. Ellipsis. All that gets added to the pot. She gotta give her all, or she can go. Yes, I make good money. He's talking about the one power rule that Hank actually introduced one day. T.O. with the $5 says, no one really asks that in real life. You usually see it as the time goes on, but I think it should be asked, though. It's more of an internet thing. Okay. London King with the $12 says, loving the show. Appreciate you, good brother. AI with the $5 says, career and education matter. Is she passionate about what she's doing? That shows me her mindset and work ethic. How can that be used for the family?
Hey, it's a modifier now.
Yeah. T.O. with the $2. A regular man not getting sued for millions.
Facts.
That was when you're talking about that paperwork for a date. Says, Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank says, ask for her credit score, debt to income ratio, family divorce history, etc. on the first date.
Pull up too soon.
RNC with the $5 says, a woman sued a man for $10,000 for emotional distress for canceling on the second date. Jesus.
I remember that.
T.O. with the $5 says, here goes another talking point from another nigga claiming he the only one outside. AL with the $5 says, it's not about what you bring to the table. It's about, are you willing to bring everything you got to the table? Full capacity on
being willing to lose.
Stepping Wolf with the $5 says, what up though? Hamp, salute to the panel. What's popping? Oh, what's popping, my boy? I feel like you late. Hope all is well. CO with the $2 says, so there's a price on femininity and friendly?
Yep.
Omar Smith with the $5 says, the brother must have never seen Jenny. LOL. Oh my God. Sway with the $2 says, if she make as much as me, no child support or alimony. Yo with the $5 says, Hamp, you better tell them they don't want to smoke with the house husband. Hey, hey man, they gotta talk to the house husband, T.O. Because I can't articulate it as good as them, man. Jonathan, man, I appreciate you. Any final thoughts, good brother?
No, good conversation. That's all. Just trying to move forward.
Yes, sir. You tuning in tonight or what? You gotta like.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna see what they got, man. Because big sis energy need to be assessed. Oftentimes we have the generational conversation, but it's always men. I'm interested to see what the women think about the generational conversation. So we'll see how it goes. HQ, you coming? She in the back with a snarl on her face. Jet, I missed one. Hold on, let me check real quick before James gives his final thought. Oh, this one? Omar with the $5 says, my brothers, please don't fall into the male submissions through monogamy. Talking about married and shit. Damn. Oh, wait, hold on. Dayton Pool Rose with the $2 says, they keep trying to tell us what we women want. I think I got it.
Yeah, no one's trying to tell you what you want. We're just asking what we would like to get.
Leave it alone.
Is monogamy isn't monogamy a form of male submission?
That's what Omar was saying.
I mean,
Omar.
just everybody's opinion on it, I guess.
Yes, to one woman, and one woman only. That is a true test.
Yeah, that is something. Yeah, Omar is also he's Muslim. I think he has 3 wives. I think he can get one more. And I think he has 3 or 4. So he be talking that shit. And Jenny was on the panel one time. She's a Christian, and all he did was $5 super chats the whole time. So shout out to Omar. James, any final thoughts, good brother?
Nah, man. Sorry I came in late, man. I'm gonna be you know me. I be watching you a lot, stuff like that. Where I just be kind of like chilling and stuff, man. So hey, man, appreciate what you're doing, man. Trying to bring back this. A lot of people don't know how much work it takes, but I feel you, brother, man. Keep up the great work, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And I tune in. I always see y'all on Instagram. You know, I usually be scrolling. You know, you be aimlessly scrolling, but when I see y'all, I actually start listening to what's going on. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know, we go live Monday, Tuesday afternoon, Friday afternoon, and then Tuesday, Wednesday evening. So we try to keep a consistent schedule, you know, to build. So yeah, man. Any time, you feel me?
Man, I have to be back, man. You're a brother in the truth too, so man, I gotta support.
Indeed. Black Dragon, the legend. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, no, it was just a good show. It was a good panel, a good topic. I just think we need to keep the conversation going. That's the only way we're gonna really like hear each other out and understand. Even though I know we go back and forth with some women sometimes, and we um, get a little out of control trying to explain to them something. But I think when you can like pause and then restate the question that they're trying to ask and then follow it up with a brief answer, they're more it's more edible, it's more digestible, I think.
Yep, 100%. And Black Dragon, I think another tactic is you ask them questions to almost get them to kind of think about what they said in the first place, like almost implicate themselves through questions. I felt like with Love, when I talked to her, that works sometimes. I mean, but she's
so like a child.
No, man.
I didn't say it, but
Love is over 18, so she's Aaron. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, excellent panel. Very good piece of work, fellas. Thanks, Hamp, for burning that extra hour for us, man. I was late to class, and it really, really, really paid off for me personally. So thank you. I'll see you at 8 o'clock tonight. Please send me a sheet on that house husband shit and part 2 to this. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm loving it, man.
Yeah, I know they tried you like the other night, Aaron. I recall that.
Oh yeah. No, I'm in it to win it, man.
Aaron let him
I'm
live.
with you.
He let him live yesterday though, because he could have went harder. But he made the point though, Oh yeah, we didn't get to dance all day, man. We didn't have any $50 super chat, but that's all right though.
Wasn't the subject matter anybody was into.
Yeah, but they was here though. We got up to like 400, so it was good.
He's too busy learning, taking notes. That's all.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Yep.
Any final thoughts, man? Good. Hey, man, good shit coming up on the panel. I don't know if you do panels, but you did a good job. You obviously long-witted like the rest of everybody in your age, but you did a good job.
Hey, that's what happens when you have experience and exposure, man. It comes with that.
You ain't never lied. Now, the one thing that throws me is Black Dragon is really, really long-winded too, but he's not that old. Where did he get that from?
Probably my dad. I listen to him talk a lot. So, and I'm on panels with older people too. So he's 88.
Oh, okay, that's
he's older than my dad.
That's what's up, man. John, any final thoughts?
No, man. Like I said before, accountability is kryptonite sometimes, but you cannot misplace the motive, as I stated before. But I'm good from there on. I'll be back in the comment section later on this evening with a couple of super chats if need be.
Indeed. Big Bad Bull is popping with the 10 ounces. These combos are endlessly circular and mostly subjective to the two individuals that chose them made up. We keep trying to force one size fits all standards on everything, and that will never happen. Yeah, I think he's right. However, I think that how we approach it today, I'm not sure how long Big Bad Bull is in here. He may have heard when Heathen Queen up here to purposely do what Heathen Queen does. Shout out to her.
Yep.
But
evoke controversy and ire.
Yeah, and that's why I love her, right? And she be trying not to laugh. I can see it on her face. But I actually think that we gained more ground because we approached it and we got to this particular topic in a different way than we normally do. We started talking about politics, whys and whys not. How do we get here after 50 years? Should we made a change? And then we started talking about manifesting real relationships, and that's how we got to what sounded like a stereotypical YouTube conversation. If you would have tuned in the last 15 minutes. Right, but if you've been here for the last 5.5 hours, you would understand how we got there in the first place, which I think makes it different. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Real quick, based off of that super chat, I think the reality is the world that we live in, while we're so off course, is because everybody can do whatever they want, and everybody's fluid, and they can create their own way of thinking, their own religion, their own standards, and this is the outcome. So when people talk about, yes, everybody we all think differently. I understand that, but there needs to be some type of a standard as far as how we think and how we deal with relationships and things like that. So that's all.
Value is fluid, it's subjective, but it has no value unless it's agreed upon. That's one thing to think about it. Value has no turnout unless it's agreed upon.
I like that.
Yeah, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe. Do the right thing. I'll see y'all tonight, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Big sis energy is the topic. We're going to see what the ladies got to say, and I will be dropping the link. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.